Morning, people. Morning, morning. We getting started early this morning because I was in a zone making a video about getting paid, and my kids came in my room and just ruined it, fighting over something, and they blew me. I'm like, yo, what are y'all doing? Don't you see me over here? Don't you see me? So anyway, I'm still in my zone. I'm gonna try to recapture my zone, y'all. So for everybody, I'm gonna do some pre-YSL This is the pregame show. This is the pregame show. So anybody who wants to be on the pregame show, who want to party with the pregame, we're gonna party with the pregame. This is pre-YSL stuff. We ain't gonna get into that just yet. We talking about making some money. All right, we talking about getting paid, y'all. Let's talk about getting paid. I came across this lady. Shout out to her. Her name is Sienna Singh, Embody Pursuit. Okay. And I just came across her. She just popped up in my timeline. I clicked on her video because she's talking about, yeah, y'all, this morning. First, I'm gonna just talk about some getting paid type of stuff, y'all. This is the pregame. So, matter of fact, I'm gonna put that on. I'm gonna put a banner up. Pregame, get paid. Pregame convo, getting paid. So, if y'all want to talk about that, party with me. If not, you can come back later. All right. Pregame convo, getting paid, because I'm trying to get paid, y'all. I'm trying to help y'all get paid too. So anyway, I came across this lady. Her name is Sienna Singh. She just popped up in my timeline. She's a talker. She is a talking type of person. You know, like there are people who are talkers, like talkers. I'm starting to notice them because there's people who can go live and just rant and just go off and blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely one of these people. And she just got monetized. And you know, for some reason, I can just sit and listen to this lady talk. For some reason, I don't know why. So anyway, I'm gonna present some of the stuff that she's talking about. I don't know how many of y'all on here are YouTubers, how many make your own videos, how many of y'all are interested in trying to like have a second source of income, or third or fourth, or what the case may be. But we're gonna watch a little bit from Sienna Singh. Y'all can find her page, Sienna Singh, right there, Embody Pursuit. Y'all go follow her if you're interested in this. And we are gonna watch a little bit. Again, y'all, this is the pre-game show. I got the banner up. This is about getting paid, y'all. So let's watch a little bit of what she has to say.
I started posting every single day and got monetized. I started posting every single day and got monetized on YouTube. Okay, so let me explain why I did it, why I decided to finally start posting every single day, and how I did it, because that sounds like a lot, right? Even just hearing that, it sounds very, very overwhelming. But here's the thing. On my lifetime hours, right? My entire time I've been on YouTube, I have over 10,000 watch hours. I just got monetized after posting for 5 years. I started YouTube back in 2013. Got the courage to post my first YouTube video 2018, 2019. Okay. I wasn't posting.
So y'all, let me say this. I'm going to tell y'all a little bit about me. Y'all, this is something you could discover if you went back in the channel. I'm about to tell y'all something. This is no joke, y'all. This is no joke. On June the 10th, 2024, this channel did 23 views. June 10th, 2023. The channel did 24. That's this year. 2024, June the 10th. I'm all mixed up here. 23 views. Okay. June 11th, y'all. No joke, man. I'm telling y'all. June 11th, this channel, the Paralegal channel, did 23,000 views. So we really talking about a 1,000x in one day. We're talking about 1,000x in one day, y'all. So one of the things that really makes a big difference, y'all, is just if you want to get views on YouTube, is just start making content. Like we went many days of getting 100 views on this thing, or 50 views, or 20 views on that thing, or whatever. And as y'all can see, the YSL trial happened upon it at a major moment during the trial, happened upon like making content about it. Always had like kind of a general understanding of what was happening in the trial, but made the first piece of content when Glanville kirked out on Brian Steele, and things just blew up. So one of the things I'm really espousing here is, if you want to start getting views, you really want to talk about something that people are talking about, and you want to make consistent content.
Consistently, I thought that posting consistently meant posting 1 to 2 to 3 times a week. And then I just had to take a step back. After 5 years of not being monetized, I had to take a step back and say, okay, I love talking about what I'm talking about. I love motivating and inspiring people in the arena of health, fitness, and mindfulness. Like, I have this page is about wellness. But if you want to start your YouTube channel, okay, and you are more in the arena of me as far as low edited videos, okay, the topic that you're talking about, your niche that you're in, can be discussed every single day, because it's something that kind of requires to be discussed every single day. When we're talking about wellness, health, fitness, spirituality, God, right? Those are daily topics, essentially, right? We're all conducting ourselves in that arena every day. When we open up our refrigerator, when we wake up, whatever we're doing, right, with our health for that day. So I said, why is it that there's pages that I see that have over 100,000 subscribers, and they're just really going live every day? They're just posting in their...
How many of y'all on here right now have a YouTube page? I mean, that where you actively post. How many of y'all have a YouTube page where you actively post? Y'all listen. We're gonna talk YSL. We could talk about, let's talk about getting paid for a little while. We're gonna talk all of the Mac stuff, all the Viverito stuff, all the Dud stuff, all the watch stuff, etc. You know, but let's talk. But we also, we gotta think about it. I want to check out some of y'all's pages. Justin, I only post shorts though. All right, Justin, can we check out your page? I want to check out your page. Let's shine some light on some pages real quick, is what I want to do. If y'all are cool with that. Because at the end of the day, y'all, how much y'all think it costs for Max Sharp to work your RICO / double M case for over a year? How much y'all think Shannon? You know what's funny? What's interesting is, y'all want to hear something that I find interesting that just hit me? Max Sharp yesterday said Shannon does not have a bankroll. No, it's no. Come on. Max Sharp saying that guy doesn't have a bankroll. So the high-priced lawyer who has been working this case exclusively for the last over a year. When I say exclusively, I just mean he's literally in court. He can't be doing anything else. Max Sharp can't be doing anything else, right? I mean, he can't be sitting in court working on some other dude's case. So Max is like doing this case for over a year. And he's like, my client doesn't have a bankroll. Well, he probably did before he caught this case, Max. Now he doesn't, because he had to pay you to sit in court. There's no way it's 100,000, y'all. Yeah, he said that Shannon's bankroll was usually capped, but I'm not buying it. I mean, I am buying it. What I mean is, I shouldn't say I'm not buying it. What I'm saying is, as it relates to him being able to hire Max, as it relates to him being able to hire Max, y'all know how much money that would have cost? It's got to be way more than 100,000. I would imagine for me to take a year as a well-paid lawyer, for me to take a year, and he has Mr. Kokomo he has to pay. I'm gonna say 300 minimum, 350. I'm gonna say 350 minimum. So y'all, we need to get paid, y'all. We need to get paid out here. Justin, you say you have a shorts channel. Let's see. Do you want us to you want me to check it out? Justin, if you're there, Justin in. You want me to check it out, y'all? Anybody who has a channel, let's check out your channel. Let's check out your page, y'all. What we're trying to do is get y'all to see the power of YouTube and to get y'all a little bit of shine on your channels. So we all need to make a little bit more money, y'all. Yeah, before bro spent 50,000 on a lawyer to defend himself in a big dude. You think it's 50K? Come on, man. It's way more than 50K. It's way more than 50K. So one day, air haul, one day, I put the ads up. So the ads I usually have at balanced, which is on the live stream. And the ads, it just automatically defaults to balanced. And I have never touched it except one day. Do y'all want to know how much I get paid for this? Do y'all want to know how much YouTube pays me for this live stream for 8 hours? All right, how about this? I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll real quick. We don't have a lot of people in, but how much does YouTube pay me for an 8-hour live? All right. Oh, this is Q&A. Let me see. I got to do a different poll. How much do y'all think now? I actually kind of hesitate because sometimes people think you're begging for money, but I'm not begging y'all for money. So, dang. How do I do this? Where's my poll at? How much do y'all think YouTube pays me for? I'm gonna put 0 to 100. I'll put 100 to 500. Or let's say $4.99. And then I'll put 500 plus. These are dollars. Do I have to put the dollar sign? I probably do. Some people won't. Some people just need to see that. Y'all are gonna flip. Y'all gonna trip when I show you. I'm actually gonna show you too. I'm gonna show you how much YouTube pays for I'm actually about to show y'all this. Put your answers in the chat, and then I'm gonna actually show you, because I don't want you to say, nah, that can't be. I'm gonna show you. $55 a video. So I'm not talking about a video. I'm saying for an 8-hour live. So let's go back to, what was the last day we had? Thursday, right? Yesterday's numbers didn't come in yet. Yesterday was Monday. That number didn't come in yet. We didn't have any court on Friday. So let's go back to the 14th. On the 14th, I was live for 9 hours. On the 14th, I was live for 9 hours. All right. And I'm about to show y'all exactly how much money I made for the video on the 14th. All right. The question wasn't, did YouTube hire me, Yolanda? So you already failed to answer the question. You know, like if you were a witness on the stand and the question is, how much do you think YouTube paid me for a live for 8 hours? And you say, YouTube didn't hire you, would be like a non-responsive witness. So let's try again. The question is a dollar amount question. It's not, did YouTube hire me? That's not the question. No, Yolanda's just a person who doesn't maybe know how to answer questions, but Yolanda can learn. You know, we can teach her. So if you respond with a dollar amount, then you'll be doing it right. So a hand job, a chocolate Tootsie Pop is payment from Susan. I'm not really sure what that. Y'all, $50? Y'all think I would be up here doing this for 50 bones, man? Nah, man. 30 to 50 for an 8-hour live, y'all. Well, okay. On Thursday, when Viverito started, so let me rephrase the question to just make it clearer for people. On Thursday, when Viverito started her testimony, okay, so we got the first part of the day was Sprinkle. The second part of the day was Viverito. That was Thursday. I was on live for 9 hours and 4 minutes consecutive. 9 hours and 4 minutes consecutive. What do you think was the payout from YouTube? I'm about to tell you the views. The views on Thursday was about 20,000 views. Now, when I show y'all, you're going to see 3,000 views. For some reason, excuse me, for some reason, once you go into the back office, the view number goes down. I can't explain it, but it's 20,000 views. We have 5,251 chat messages that day. We had a peak of 947 people viewing at any one time. Okay. So we had a peak of about 1,000 people viewing at any one time. The average was 674 people. This was the day where we had Sprinkle and Viverito. And what do y'all think? Ruby Red, I just said how many views is 20,000 views. I just told you it's 20,000 views. Yeah, we're counting money from memberships and stuff. Honestly, y'all on this channel, y'all are the least generous with memberships. Every single channel gets more super chats and everything than I do. I don't trip off of it because my videos do really, really well. And I get a lot of views from just the videos I make. And the views from the videos I make, they really, 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 really make up for anything that y'all don't generously donate. So I'm not here saying hit the super chat and whatnot. But yeah, every single other channel does way better than I do on super chats. I think that's why they do it, because the YouTube money would not be worth it. The YouTube money would not be worth it. Yeah, I could ask for that. I ask for likes. I try to remember to ask for likes. I don't know. I don't necessarily feel comfortable asking for super chats. Maybe I should learn how to do that. Once this YSL trial is over, maybe I'll start experimenting with that. All right. So anyway, y'all, let me finish this up. Let me finish this poll up real quick. How many people did we at least? Oh, welcome as a new member. Moo, Shimus2 T. I know I didn't pronounce that right. I'm gonna just call you Moo. Thank you, Moo. We got 99 votes. Yes, 100. So the 100 to 499 is a very big range. Thank you for the $1.99, friend Drew. Appreciate it. But I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show you right now. This was November 30th, y'all. This is the amount, $127.54. That's the amount, including all super chats and all of that jazz. That is the amount that YouTube paid. We can break it down for that day. Super chats. How much super chats did I get? I got $12, less than $13. So this is what y'all did. This is the reflection of y'all, of the group. $9 worth of memberships, which, I mean, look, I'm not trying to put y'all down, but this is my group that parties with me. $13, $9 on memberships, which is probably like 3 memberships, and $100 on ads. So $127, y'all, is what YouTube paid for the live. That's what YouTube paid for the live that day. Now, I will tell you this. If it was just this from YouTube, there's no way I would be here. I would have just been like, we'll be watching somebody else together. So most of the people who cover this, the bigger people, I'm sure they're doing way better than this, because their crowd is a lot more generous with them than y'all are with me. So I have to imagine that their YouTube revenue is probably higher, but it can't be that much higher than this. When I say that, I mean, The YouTube ads is what I'm talking about. So there are people who just, they get thousands of dollars every single day on super chats. You can look that up, by the way. I'm going to show y'all how to look that up. I'm going to show y'all how to look that up. I'm not going to look up anybody in particular, but I'm going to show y'all how to look that up. So this guy, I don't know him, okay? But on this website here, which is called Playboard, they actually tell you how much money people are getting in super chats every day. Now, I don't know that I don't think, and I'm almost sure this does not include, obviously doesn't include cash apps. It does not include memberships. This just includes super chats or super stickers, okay? This guy, Legal Mindset, I don't know who he is, and he just shows up as number 2, so let's click on it. Legal Mindset obviously did a live yesterday. He got $1,000. He got $1,000 in super chats. He got $1,000 in super chats. Matter of fact, let's check out his page real quick to see how many views he did yesterday. So we're going to go to his live yesterday, see how many views he did. Okay, so I guess this would be the live he did yesterday. He did 118,000 views. And he got 1,000. He got how much? He got 1,300 in super chats. His stream lasted 1 hour and 40 minutes. So hour and 40 minutes, my man got 1,300 bones just off the supers. If he got memberships and so on and so forth, I don't know. Again, y'all, I'm not complaining, okay? I'm definitely not complaining. No, it wasn't $127 for November. It was $127 for November 14th. It wasn't for the whole month. No, this is not the whole month, people. This is not for the whole month. This is for November 14th. This was for Thursday, this past Thursday. I can't show you yesterday because those numbers won't come out until this evening. So, I cannot show you yesterday because those numbers are not calculated yet. So there won't be any number in there. Kimberly, Leeds people are generous with Leeds people are giving him super chats all day, every day. And that's good for him. So again, this is not hate. It's excellent. Thank you, Sky. Now, let me say this. I'm going to show y'all something else. I'm gonna just show y'all something else real quick so y'all know why I do this, okay? Because this is why I'm about to show y'all something. So $127 on Thursday, okay? $127. We got $13 worth of super stickers and super chats that day. $13. Okay? $13. So, but that was November 14th. So I'm about to show you something else just so y'all can have a perspective. Just so y'all can have a perspective on what the heck is going on. Now, this would be the video that I made on November 14th. This will be the first video because I did 2 that day. So I'm not depending on y'all, okay? If I depended on y'all, I wouldn't be here. If I depended on y'all's generosity, your donations, sorry, again, I love y'all that y'all are watching the videos. I love that y'all support me. I love that y'all are here every day. For the people who are here, morning, dear world Christian, sir. Just talking about the revenue from YouTube so people can see. This is what the video did, okay? So the first video that day, the grand finale video did almost $1,000. So I can be here. I can watch this with y'all all day, right? I can watch this with y'all all day. I can get your feedback. I can, do whatever I do. I can eat and accidentally leave my microphone on and y'all hear me, okay? We can do all that because at the end of the day, during lunch, I'm going to pop off. Y'all know I'm going to turn my camera off. I'm going to make a video, and that video will do 1,000, okay? So even though y'all generosity was $13, and I'm thankful for that, by the way, the video did a G. So that was the first video of that day. Now I'm gonna just go back. And so I did another video that day too. Just one of my quick little, I just do my little thing, do my little thing. My second video from the 14th actually did much worse than the first video. Second video from the 14th did much worse. That did $270. So if you add it all together, let's see. That day, 977 plus 270 plus, what was it, like $1.30? So it's about $1,300 that day, of which y'all contributed out of your pocket 13. So one thousandth of this was gifted from y'all. So I appreciate it. Y'all hit the like button, please. Do hit the like, please. Now I'm not starting a beef. I'm not beefing because again, at the end of the day, I'm joking with y'all. I hope y'all notice this. I mean, I'm showing you real numbers, but I am joking. So, hold up. Y'all can't say I'm being shady when I just showed y'all real numbers and out of that was $13. If y'all went to eat at a restaurant and left a $13 tip, they would never let you come back, ever. So anyway, y'all, what I'm really trying to show you is that doing YouTube does pay. Doing YouTube does pay, right? So I'm just really trying to give y'all, I guess I'm agreeing with lead attorney, right? That that doing YouTube pays. Doing YouTube is good. Right. And I just showed y'all what my earnings have looked like recently. And I think doing YouTube is well worth it, particularly with the video. So other creators, they really focus on lives more, and they probably can focus on lives because when you're getting a lot of super chats, a lot of memberships and stuff, that will add up. YouTube does take 70% of that though. So YouTube gives you 70% of that, of the super chats and memberships or something along those lines. YouTube gives you like 70% and they take like 30%. Okay. So they take like 30%. So, that's something you want to keep in mind. Cash apps and stuff, of course, go directly 100% to the creator. But this is not a complaint, y'all. I am not complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm just showing y'all. I'm just putting up a membership. Thank you, sir. No, we not beefing, man. We are not beefing. I'm just putting up I'm just showing y'all exactly what it's like. I'm really trying to convince people to start to invest in doing YouTube. That's really the idea. You know what I mean? That's really the idea. So that day was 270 here, 977 on the other channel, and then the live was $127. Okay, so 127 bones. So now, dear woke Christian, you're in the chat. Now you do lives as well, right? You do lives as well. I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know you're live quite frequently. Let's see. Wigs and Wine. Oh wait, that's $100 a year, but that's not including cash apps. When you say what you said, that's 100,000 a year. What is 100,000 a year? What's 100,000 a year? What are you referring to when you say that? I'm not grateful. I don't know if you're talking about me, but I'm definitely grateful. I'm very grateful for y'all. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't grateful. You know what I'm saying? I don't beg people. I don't ask for any money. I literally never ask for money from y'all. I barely even ask y'all to hit the like button. I do ask in my videos for y'all to hit the like button, but I barely even say hit the like. People have to remind me for that. Crystal, thank you. I appreciate it. Again, today wasn't a this is not a beg for money, y'all. I mean, I just showed y'all that the videos are doing well. So it's not so being here with y'all, it helps me be in the trial, right? Because if all I did were the videos, then what I would probably do is just be lollygagging off in my own world, and then I try to make a video. So like when I'm here with y'all, I'm mostly paying attention to the trial and focus, and I know what's going on. So it serves me to be here every day. Also, hopefully after this trial is over, there will be a core group of people. That's another reason that I'm live, is like hopefully there'll be a core group of whatever survivors who will want to just continue getting together every day, and from there we can go and continue to meet up on a daily basis. So it serves me personally to be here every day, not just due to it's not a money thing. That's what I'm trying to show y'all, right? It's not a money thing. The lives is not a money thing for me. It's more building a community, seeing Air Hall every day, seeing Donna, my boy Andre. What would Andre do if we didn't go live? Andre would probably kirk out, wigs and wine, you know, seeing all of the people, right? We have a lot of people who show up every. Antoinette almost called you out yesterday. Like you were green and now you black. Now I'm calling you out. I'm like, why are you black? I mean, not black racially, but why are you black? Anyway, seeing Antoinette every day. You got Viverito at you. Oh my gosh, y'all are wild. So y'all, anyway, really I wasn't really planning on doing that this morning. I really wanted to just talk to y'all about getting started on YouTube, and it just morphed into me showing you my YouTube to just hopefully give you an incentive to say, oh yeah, you know what, maybe I will start a YouTube, because particularly for me with the videos, the video from yesterday. Hold up, let me show y'all this. I'm about to show y'all this real quick. The video from yesterday, right now, as we speak, 96,000 views, 190 subscribers, 44,000 hours watched. This video right here is the best performing video. The Viverito had the watch video. This is the best performing video in a long time. So, I'm on here with y'all. If I wasn't on with y'all, I might not even have peeped that. If I wasn't live watching, you know what I'm saying? I might not even have known that happened. I might not even know the significance of the watch, because I would not have been watching the trial. So being live with y'all helps me stay focused and stay abreast of what's happening. You feel me? Thank you, Dr. K. Crawford. Appreciate it. Viva burrito. Yeah, well, $3. Get another one. Come on. Thank you, dear old Christian. Hey, Christian, if you're still watching, you know what? This is on me, because I saw that you do the YSL Jeopardy, man, and I really, this is all on me. It's my fault, because I really wanted to reach out to you and do a community versus community YSL Jeopardy. I don't know if there's still time for that, but I wanted to somehow figure out how during one of these lunch hours, maybe I could hop on your stream and have my community somehow. I'll represent my community, and we could all do like a poll for the answer, and you represent your community, and your people could do a poll for the answer. And I really wanted to see if we could somehow, it didn't have to be Jeopardy, just some kind of game show. I thought it would be so sweet if we could just do a community versus community game. It didn't have to be Jeopardy, but I did see you doing the Jeopardy. And it's so funny because when I saw you do it, I had just told my wife or one of my friends, I had just told them like a day before. I was like, you know what? I like to do a game show during lunch. Then I saw you doing Jeopardy, and I was like, oh man, it would be tight if we could do like, community versus community. But I didn't say anything quickly enough, and so we never did it. But that would have been tight, I think. I think that would have been tight. Yeah, that video from yesterday is doing very well. Thank you, Unique. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Y'all do hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed, do subscribe. We have a very good chat, y'all. And I do feel, y'all, I feel appreciated. So again, I was throwing a little shade, but it's jokingly, okay? I mean, it's kind of serious though, $13. I don't think that anybody owes me anything. So everybody, I do think that you could, at the minimum, hit the like button. I really do think that you kind of owe that. If there's anything, I would say hitting the like button. If you're gonna be here for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours a day, I do kind of feel like, yo, hit the like button. I mean, come on, that's the minimum you could do. But I don't think anybody here owes me any money. So, it's so the shade is just joking. Y'all don't take me too seriously. But I do think y'all could hit the like button. I can't reach the 4,000 watch hours to get monetized. I gave up, but your channel is nice. But this is what I was saying, K Sports. This is what I was trying to tell you. I'm about to show you something else. K Sports, I hope you still on here. I'm about to show you something. You're going to trip when I show you this. You are going to literally, I'm about to blow your mind. I'm about to really blow your mind right now. You're going to be like, yo, what? Okay, I'm about to blow your mind. This is for you, K Sports, for you who gave up. All right, I'm about to show you something. I'm about to show you June. I'm about to show you the month of June 2024. K Sports, this is for you. Check this out. Check this out. I'm about to remove you. Check it out. Pay attention. June 2024. These are my views. 28, 74, 26, 23, 34. These are the views that the channel got in a day. 27, 24, 33. June 10th, 23. These are the views that the channel got. Okay. Now, June 11th, 2024, I was in the Dominican Republic. I was working out in the morning. I probably told this story once or twice before. I was working out in the morning, finished my workout, and I was like, man, I feel so good. I have all this energy. It was like 7 something in the morning or whatever. And I was like, I have all this energy. I feel so good. And I knew as soon as I went into my apartment that all that energy, all that motivation, all that inspiration was just going to start going straight down. And I was like, I got to do something for my business right now while I'm at a peak of feeling good. Like I have to do something. I would normally want to call people to enroll them in the paralegal program, but it was too early. It was 7:30, whatever. Too early to call. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just start making some YouTube content. So June 11th, I was like, let me just find some topics to talk about. I'm going to start making YouTube content. I'm going to just find some topics. I'll go online. Once I finish my workout, I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to go in my house. And before these endorphins totally wear off, before that, I'm going to find something to talk about. Well, it's just so happened that the day before was the Glanville putting Brian Steele. So June 10th, this 23 view day, Brian Steele got put in jail. June 11th, the following day was the day I made this decision. I'm going to work out in the morning and I'm going to just start making YouTube content because I feel great. I got to do something with this great feeling. So check this out. I went from 23 views the day before, the day I made that decision, 23,000 views. You can see it right there. 23 23,000. 23,000. That was that decision that I made that day. I'm gonna just start making content. I didn't know what I was gonna make content about. I just I'm gonna find something when I get downstairs into my apartment, and I'm gonna just start talking about it, and I'm gonna do it every day because I work out every day in the morning. I feel great every day. I might as well go downstairs. When I get in my apartment, I'm gonna just have to. I don't care if nobody watches it. I just got to do something. I have to take advantage of this great feeling. Well, but I had made content before. You can see because I had all these days of these very, very small amounts of views. So I mean, I had made content. It didn't do anything. It did nothing. Watch hours. I got 2 hours. Then I got 5 hours. Then I got 2. I was never gonna get to 4,000 watch hours at this rate. Never. I was never gonna get there. So if we go back to May to April, you're gonna see a bunch of days with these really small amounts of watch hours. I was never gonna get to 4,000. Period. It just wasn't gonna happen. I kept saying, "Yo, how am I ever gonna get to 4,000?" But it just so happened on June 11th, that day. Now, some of this are shorts watch hours, so you can't totally count all of this toward the 4,000. But June 11th, we went from 1 on the 10th to 262 on the 11th. Then by the time we were ending June, we were doing over 7,000. We were doing over 14,000, over 18,000 on one day. I mean, so my point, and we had estimated revenue that month of $500. Why was it only 500? Because I wasn't monetized. I had some big days that I wasn't monetized, and I didn't get, and we got nothing off of that. We had some huge days in June where there was no monetization, and it was like, whoop, didn't even exist. So my point is sometimes you just gotta say, you know what? Because I had 100, 200 videos on the channel, 300. Well, let me not say that many. I probably had over 100 or 200 videos at that time on the channel, but they weren't doing anything. So, but again, I just covered the YSL trial because I was looking for something that day on June 11th. It just so happened that the day before Brian Steele got put in jail, and due to an ex parte meeting, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's a nice topic. I'll talk about that. It's legal. People in the paralegal field might be interested in hearing about this. And it just went crazy. But I could have never predicted it. So my point is, if you give up, you might give up. I would have given up. I could have given up on all of these days where we were just doing 1, 2, and you know what I'm saying? All of these days could have been give up days. So I would recommend not giving up is my point. Wigs and Wine, thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate it. Dear Woke Christian. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I will email you. Yeah, community game show I think would be really fun. Trial's not on yet, by the way, y'all. Solitude, thank you. Thank you a lot, y'all. Thank you a lot for that. Solitude, you took it. What did you take? Oh, are you talking about the picture? So appreciate y'all, everybody. Again, this is not a rant for give me money, y'all. Trust me. I've done really, really well over the past few months. Y'all being here, people watching the videos, it has really, really been excellent. So don't take this as but it is kind of embarrassing. I'll be honest though. I mean, I imagine other creators looking at those numbers I just showed y'all damn, damn, it's a little embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie about that. Amy, good morning. Good morning. Maybe do interviews of people of the day, such as Quay's wife or Woody. They have a lot to say. But Kimberly, again, the videos I do well. The videos the chop up videos where I just say the intro and then just let it play. Those videos do really well. I haven't done any interviews. Um, I've tried to maintain myself as just a true spectator of this whole thing. I have tried to not become a player or to be involved with people. And frankly, I don't know how to do an interview without asking the real questions everybody wants to know the answer to. I feel like if I'm gonna get an interview with Woody, I want to ask him about stuff about the case. I really don't want to know about any of the other stuff. I want to know about the stuff of the case. Quay's wife, it would be, I don't know how, I would be the guy to do the interviews if you want to just get some of the inappropriate questions out there. And I'm like, nah, I don't need to get involved in that because, you know what I'm saying? I feel like my questions would be inappropriate. That's another reason I haven't reached out. What? Yeah, I think Miss Love is removed from the. That would be, if I interview Miss Love, that would be the question. I'd be like, Miss Love, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, yo, what happened? We were seeing you every day. Did you get demoted? Did you get demoted? Did they take you off the case? What happened? Y'all, please do hit the like. Do show love by hitting the like. I do think y'all owe me a like. I will say that. I will say that. I feel like y'all owe all the creators. If you like it, you owe the like. If you don't like it, I'm not going to say you owe the dislike. Okay. But if you like it, you do owe the like. Andre, what is this? When you put a link, buddy, please. First of all, I'm looking here on StreamYard. I can't just click on this. So I have to go to another screen to click on that. You could be making 300,000 in a week. No, Lee's not making 300,000 a week. Wiggs, maybe 30,000 a week. Maybe that's what you meant to say. And I'm only saying he's not making that because I've seen he does talk about his numbers. Y'all, no shade. I don't watch a whole lot of other creators right now because I'm with y'all all day. But I love Lee. He was one of the first people I started watching. One of the best for sure. I love really, there isn't a creator, a person who goes live who I don't like. Everybody has their own individual delivery and whatnot. But Lee and AV, I would say, were among the first who kind of oriented me to this live streaming thing. And I did see that Lee says he makes about 30 a week. All right, y'all. Look
on top. That makes, and just to put in context, I believe that investigator Viverito said she collected off the internet a day or two after the Shamel Drinks shooting, and it says essentially, I ride or roll with some real life killers. Something I'm paraphrasing. And obviously that is, as they're saying, that Mr. Nichols was in the car next to Mr. Stillwell at the time that Mr. Drinks was shot. That's a big piece of evidence. That's not exactly how it appeared on the internet. And I'm going to go back to about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, where I kept saying we're on the 98-yard or we're on the 2-yard line. And I just have all these things that are dumped in this folder, and I don't know what they are. I don't know when they were collected. I don't know the circumstances. It turns out that there was a collage on my story, which is a thing on Instagram. I'm not big on social media, but this is how it's been explained to me. There's my story. There was a collage of different, just different random thoughts. Like Mr. Nichols is on a roller coaster. Mr. Nichols is saying that he's not feeling well. And it's just a bunch of different things that are kind of one after each other, lasts a minute and a half. Within that collage, I'm keep saying, there's a post where this song is playing, and Mr. Nichols is there, bobbing his head to it. It's Young Boy Never Broke Again. The song is Villains. In the collage, and we can play it, it's a minute and a half. In the collage, there are lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, that song, because when you put on Instagram, it displays the lyrics as the song plays. It appears to me that Mr. Nichols didn't choose those lyrics. He chose the lyrics directly afterwards. But before those are displayed, the I Ride With Some Real Killers or whatever is displayed for a millisecond. I had never, you'd have to rewind, you'd have to go through it and pause it at an exact point to even be able to read it. Okay, so I had, and of course, Miss Investigator Viverito doesn't write in the reports, so I had no concept that the still picture of I Ride With Some Real Killers and this collage were correlated in any way, or that one came from the other. So then we were doing the pretrials about the pretrial litigation about what we object to. I objected to the collage on relevance grounds and hearsay. And quite honestly, I didn't see what the relevance was because it was just random thoughts of Mr. Nichols. And then I objected to the still photo based on hearsay. Prior to the litigation, I'm not suggesting that the state did this intentionally at all. They took out the collage before we litigated them. They took out the collage but kept in the still. So when it was time for us to litigate, the only thing that was in the folder, in the updated folder, was the still, and no one had made it clear to me that these two things were correlated. Mm-hmm. So then I argue against the admissibility of the still, saying it's hearsay, and Your Honor said no, it's a statement in furtherance of a conspiracy, so you let it in, but we never even talked about the collage anymore. So then we get to trial, and the state puts in the still with these very problematic lyrics just displayed without any context or explanation of how Investigator Viverito obtained that. Now, and here's the other thing. The collage was collected on the 10th, or excuse me, the 16th, 15th or 16th, the day or two after the Shamel Drinks murder. There's no indication from what I can tell that the individual pieces from the collage were not posted earlier. So the individual pieces from the collage may have been posted before the Shamel Drinks murder, which of course is, very relevant. I'm not going to lie. I was prepared to go up there and hammer these points home and say that Investigator Viverito selectively paused this and didn't provide any explanation to the jury, and I was going to go after it. The state and Mr. Abadi, and we've had discussions, and I can see from their perspective that they took it out based on my email, and they took out the collage video, and there was probably some miscommunication between the two sides about, again, I never even knew that they were correlated. So I do acknowledge, I do believe what they're saying, and they're saying, well, we kept it out because you objected to it. Right. So just like earlier in the trial where I put something in the evidence that had a blank bubble for the date, and then it turned out, well, that was based on rulings. It wasn't me trying to deceive. I just want the truth out at this point. So my suggestion is I'm going to leave it alone on cross, and then the state on redirect, if they don't want me to go into it and create an impression, if that's what they want, I'll leave it alone on cross and on redirect. They can have investigator Viverito explain how this came to be and clear it up that it wasn't actually a post that looked like that, but it was part of a bigger post and all that. That's my proposal.
That's fine, Your Honor. We can bring in. Okay, sorry. We can bring in the video during our redirect of Investigator Viverito. We'll bring in the entirety of the. And I want to be clear, Your Honor. This is. I know Mr. Shard is calling it a collage, but it is the Instagram stories that we've referenced multiple times. That these stores are only kept up for 24 hours, and so on the top of the video, you'll see 18 hours, 1 hour. That is how long the posts have been up. And at the time, investigator Viverito screenshotted or video recorded the video, the post would have been within 1 hour of her actual screen grab of the video. So for example, she screen grabbed this video on March 16, 2022 at 9:53:19 p.m. The specific video that we are talking about was posted 1 hour before. So it would have been posted around 8:53:19 p.m. on March 16th.
The story.
The story would have been posted.
Right. Do you have any way to know when the individual pieces of the story were originally posted?
So that is when it would have been posted, because they only run in 24-hour increments. So when it says 1 hour, the post had already only been up for 1 hour when she screen grabbed.
So the whole story, I understand you're saying, was posted within 24 hours of the screen grab. What about the individual pieces of it?
So it tells you. So
do you understand what I'm asking?
I am.
Okay.
Let me share with you, because I think it's better if I show you and then I can describe it. Are you able to see this, Your Honor?
Yeah.
So you see right here, Your Honor, it says 18 hours. Okay, at the top, do you see where it says 18 hours? Would you see where it says, bitch, it's lizard?
The white, yeah.
So when it says 18H,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
that is 18.
Time to wake up.
That is 18 hours before she screen grabbed it. So here was this video, March 16, 2022.
Right, that had been up for 18 hours in my stories.
In the story. So when you go to the specific post that he is posting.
I've been here through it all. I won't fuck with you often. Baby, I ain't got no reason. I think I need you.
But you know what, man? I don't give a fuck. But y'all pussy. Don't even come from no fake page. Come from your real page. I don't get no fuck, man. Come on, man. Hey, it ain't private. It ain't private.
So then 2 hours later, he posted this.
Because it was just a random thoughts of Mr. Nichols. And then I
So then 2 hours later, he posted this picture, which says 16H. And then 11 hours later, he posted this.
Never get on another fucking roller coaster a day in my life.
Oh, you talking about? I don't want to talk. Won't speak on that, I'm too official. I heard your niggas let them choppers off. Strictly about beef. I go to war with any nigga. I heard them say that they won't smoke with us. Ain't got better nigga, ain't gon' fuck with us. So what you saying is up, up. I step on any nigga.
And so that's the entirety of the stories that she clipped. She took a video grab of all of the stories that he had posted when she was grabbing the Instagram.
Okay, and so I'm woefully ignorant about Instagram, but does a human being have to select what gets posted, or is it Instagram doing it?
So he posted a picture, and then say if he wants that particular song, he can add the song, and then you have options when you add the song. You can either add the song with words, you can add the song without words. That is his choice, his or her choice, to add whatever content to put on the picture that they're posting.
Okay, and so at that time, it's not like it just pulls something that you posted, 3 years ago and says, "Oh, would you like to look at this today?" Okay. All right, so if y'all are resolved to handle it the way Mr. Shart suggested, that,
Yes, we'll play the entirety of the video in redirect.
okay.
And just, we want to make the record clear, we would have played it regardless, but it was objected to, and to be conciliatory and not waste the court's time and everybody else's time.
Yeah, I understand. And Mr. Shard understands too. He just didn't understand that that's where the screenshot came from to begin with.
That's why law enforcement writes reports. Why
Or
defense
not.
counsel watches all the posts.
Okay. Okay, so back to the charges. I think we were on around page 18, bottom of 18, with parties to a crime. And I'd stated I was going to give it without limiting it to particular crimes. I just want to make sure that we don't have subsection D at all.
Are you on knowledge?
I'm on parties to a crime on the page, for me, it's page 18, 19. .42.10.
Yes, I don't think we need either.
Okay. Anybody disagree? We don't, D's not applicable? Okay. All right. So the next is 1.42.11. Defense objects to that. You want to voice the reasoning for objecting? Y'all need a minute to get there.
I'm here, I just have some
Here.
missing pages.
Look here.
I don't think, the principle fair to prosecute, I don't think that's applicable to this case. I don't think that it fits the evidence in this case. I don't believe that there's even slight evidence that the principle has not been prosecuted.
So we've got a, number of different crimes. Including RICO, 2 murders, guess, gang counts and gun counts for Mr. Stillwell. And then for Mr. Kendrick, Rico, 1 murder count. A gang count, and then several drug counts and a gun count.
I just don't know, in all those cases, I don't know of any principal, the murders, who they're saying were involved, everyone's being prosecuted, as far as, Mr. Kendrick in the house, in Mr. Williams' house, Mr. Williams was prosecuted, so I don't see any.
They don't know that. They don't know what happened to him.
They don't know what ultimately happened to him, but they do know he was charged. And my understanding, the way I read this instruction is just, if a principal is not charged.
Well, that's not what it says. May not have been prosecuted or convicted, may have been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable to justice or has been acquitted. It's like any of those options.
If he has been prosecuted.
It's not, and all of these have to apply. It's in any of these. And with regard to the Donovan Thomas murder, I mean, who knows what the jury's going to think, but it certainly could be applicable to that.
It could be applicable to Rico with Kenneth Phillips.
I think it's applicable. I'm going to give it over objection. All right, knowledge. What would this apply to? Because we're supposed to fill in the blank.
Yeah, I don't think we need the knowledge charge. Or we, I should say.
I mean, it kind of seems to pair with parties to a crime.
In Rico, if the jury believes that, not saying that the evidence has shown this, but I don't know what the jury's gonna, the way that the jury's gonna analyze the evidence, but if the jury believes that if they believe that Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell, had knowledge of an organization called YSL, but were not actively involved themselves, or not actively doing things in furtherance of the Rico organization, I believe that would apply.
Okay. Any others besides Rico?
Potentially,
If it's everything, I'll just say the crimes, that the defendants are charged with, but.
For instance, with the murder of Donovan Thomas, they've shown Mr. Kendrick at the Texaco, a video of who they say is Mr. Kendrick at the Texaco. I know it's a lot of debate whether he was actually in the Infinity or not, but I could see it applying there as well. Mr. Kendrick is quote unquote in the mix at the Texaco, but not actively participating in any crime that happens 5-10 minutes later.
Mhm.
And I don't know how the jury is going to analyze Mr. Stillwell on Windsor Street, but obviously he's in the area, and obviously I'm going to be arguing that he was not the shooter. So I think that it would apply there as well.
All right, how about to the drug counts for Mr. Kendrick?
Yeah, potentially there as well, Your Honor, if there's some theory that Mr. Kendrick had knowledge of the drugs and guns and in Mr. Williams' house.
All right, the gun charge, is that based? He's got the one gun charge, right? Or does he have two?
Let me look at the indictment again. There are multiple
57.
charges related to the guns.
Okay, so he's got
He
the,
has two.
Well,
He has three.
yeah, use a bunch of pictures. So,
so his is based on, okay, the machine gun that's found during the raid, if you will. And then,
there's firearm during commission of a felony in 61.
right, but all of that is if they find him, if they find that he, was guilty of possession of the machine gun and the drugs, whatever, then he's also,
Right, that's like a foundational thing they have to initially
right.
find.
So I would think it would honestly even kind of apply to that, although I don't know. Like the firearm he's alleged to have possessed is the firearms that are found during the search? Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
Okay. All right, so with regard to giving this as to the RICO count, I'm not sure it's an accurate statement of the law for what RICO is, because if you're found guilty, or you can be found guilty of conspiracy to violate RICO, even if you don't know exactly what your co-conspirators might do in furtherance of the RICO conspiracy.
But you do have to intentionally join in on
Yeah,
that
but
conspiracy.
we're going to give specific separate charges about, you have to, about what you have to know to be found guilty of RICO, but it's not, this is not exactly true for RICO.
Not for the individual acts, each individual act.
Right.
I agree with that.
The state agrees as well, Your Honor.
But But they're, well,
So I mean, it certainly applies to the murder counts, I would think.
and the guns and the drugs as well, I believe.
And the drugs, the guns, it's really like if they're found guilty of, like for instance, with Mr. Kendrick, if he's found guilty of the drugs and the machine gun, then he's also guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. But if he's not found guilty of either of those things, then he can't be found guilty of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Right, that would be an inconsistent verdict for sure if that happened, but
What are,
let me see.
for Mr. Kendrick, it's
It's all the weaponry. It's it's
all of
it's
the firearms that were
firearms.
in
Yeah,
Mr. Williams' house. But is he charged separately with possession of those guns, or it's just that?
Just.
Okay,
the only
so,
thing we charge separately is the machine gun.
okay, so, all right, then I guess if he's found guilty of possessing them, then he's found guilty of possessing them as a convicted felon.
so I'm trying to understand where the court has come out on whether that knowledge instruction applies to the gun and drug charges against Mr. Kendrick from what's at Williams' home.
I mean, there's the whole constructive possession.
Right, there is,
Law.
I understand that, and there's an instruction, I think there's an instruction on that.
There should be.
Um,
If there's not, we need to put one in.
I believe there is. But there's an intentionality in the constructive
Yeah.
possession as well.
Why don't we put a pin in this one and come back to it? So I don't think it can apply to RICO. I do think it applies to murder. Gangs, I don't
Well,
think it can apply to gangs. They either,
the gang charge against Mr. Kendrick, let me make sure I'm saying this correctly. Oh, that's 57. It's count 57.
mhm,
It's based on
possession
it's
of
based
the
on the drugs
guns
and the
and
guns.
the drugs.
Yes. Everything comes back, everything is founded on the drugs and the guns, or based upon that.
Okay, so. Right. I mean, the same for Mr. Stillwell. It's gang activity if he's found guilty of these crimes that would constitute gang predicates. Okay, so we'll just come back to that after we look at the kind of constructive possession charges. Okay. But it'll at least say, at the least, murder. All right, and so part of this knowledge charge includes a parenthetical that, if you weren't knowingly and intentionally committing, participating, or helping in the commission of, or were not a conspirator in, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. So the state's certainly alleging that everybody is a conspirator in everything if they are in the RICO conspiracy.
And I think the court asked the question, we need to define it here.
Yeah,
I don't think we need to define
I
it.
think as long as we define it somewhere. Okay. All right, and then mere presence, everybody agrees. Mere association, everybody agrees. Multiple ways of committing a crime. It was requested by the state. Is there any opposition?
Well, we were talking about this, on a call on Sunday. As I always understood this charge, it was like for aggravated assault, like two different ways you can commit assault in this charge. I don't know.
We have it here in RICO because we've got RICO subsection A conspiracy and RICO subsection B conspiracy. I think that's the only place we have it. And so I would think this should come, within the explanation of RICO. Does everybody agree that's the only place it is here? Okay. So we'll give this charge, but it'll be within the RICO. And let's just skip over RICO for now. So we'll have to come back to that. All right. Attempt.
Which page is that, Your Honor?
I'm page 24, 2.01.11. So y'all had mentioned at some point needing to give some sort of a charge on every charge, or, a definition for every charge that is an overt act, but also a crime. Y'all still thinking that? Because I guess that's where attempt would fall.
Yes,
I don't see how else the jury makes the determinations of whether the overt or predicate acts were committed.
All right,
unless they
well,
have
I
the
don't think anybody has submitted what those charges should be. So y'all need to get those put together like today. All right, so attempt will go wherever attempt goes in the explanation of the various overt acts. Okay, down to 2.0210 conspiracy, and then conspiracy additional instructions. Everybody agrees on those. Conduct and presence of the party. Everybody agrees. Okay, criminal gang activity. I have now made some suggestions. Y'all can see where things are rephrased. I don't think we have on 2.0225, we don't have any allegation that anybody is employed by the alleged gang, right? It's just associated with, so I've stricken through employed by. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
All right. And then instead of, everybody okay with commits a crime that constitutes criminal gang activity instead of the mumbo jumbo that is the pattern?
Yeah, I agree with the move to plain English there.
Okay.
Is that the highlighted portion?
So instead of participates in criminal gang activity through the commission of any criminal offense in the state of Georgia or any other state of the United States that constitutes criminal gang activity under OCGA 1615.3, just say, commits a crime that constitutes criminal gang activity, since we're going to define that in a minute anyway. All right, and then next thing we do is criminal gang activity means the commission, attempted commission, conspiracy to commit, and then there are also possibilities for solicitation, coercion, or intimidation of another to commit. Do we have that solicitation, coercion, or intimidation alleged in this case? Okay, so I'm striking that. And then are y'all all right with the way that it's proposed there to just do kind of bullet points of to prove a violation of subsection A is alleged in 50 and 57.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then element 4 would be a nexus between that crime and the gang. I'm not sure. Most people might know what nexus means, but it's not like a word everybody uses. So I would kind of think it would be more helpful to the jury to include a little bit more than that. So what I did some research and found in 2 cases, Dixon and Rooks, where nexus was explained to be a connection between the crime committed and the gang, which we could say that way, or a nexus, a connection. We could also add that the crime was committed to further the interest of the gang. Now, Mr. Weinstein, I noticed that you had objected to the pattern on that, which, okay, I'm sorry.
I was taking
Mr.
notes
Shart,
for both of us. Your Honor.
The pattern says a nexus between the crime committed and the gang, that the crime was committed to further the interest of the gang, meaning proof that the crime committed was the sort of crime that the gang does. Are you just objecting to that last clause, or also that the crime was committed to further the interest of the gang?
I'm objecting to the last clause.
Yeah.
It does-
I couldn't find it anywhere in the case law that that's what it
Okay.
meant. So I agree with you. That should not be pattern.
So we're going to strike was the sort of crime that
Well,
the gang does, Your Honor?
Yeah. So the choice at this point is a nexus between that crime and the gang. I could say a nexus that is a connection between that crime and the gang, or I could just say, or a nexus that is a connection between the crime and the gang. In other words, that the crime was committed, or that the crime was committed to further the interest of the gang. I mean, like basically any of those, any combination of those. What is the preference of the parties?
Can we write that? So I can-
It's in front of you. It's on the bottom of page 29. If you have the electronic copy up that Ms. Persfield sent y'all I don't
The
know,
language,
yesterday morning.
the language you have now is a nexus, comma, that is a connection, comma, between the crime committed and the gang, i.e. that the crime was committed to further the interests of the gang.
Yeah, that's just some language I pulled from Dixon and Rooks explaining what nexus meant. So I'm just saying we could use any of that and it would be.
That language is acceptable to
Okay,
Mr.
so
Kendrick.
you want me to just say it all?
Just exactly like it's written is
Okay,
fine with Mr.
so
Kendrick.
I'll just bullet point or whatever, element 5 will now be that. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, you got it, Laura. Okay. All right. Definition of participate, I'm kind of thinking, unless somebody on the jury says, what does it mean by participate? That they know what it means by participate. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then criminals, definition of criminal street gang. Are y'all okay with the strike throughs? And I can say it all, but
I'm fine with, whatever, state's fine with strike.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
So I would, can you see it on his?
Your Honor, can you tell me the page again?
Page 30, bottom of page 30, definition of criminal street gang.
I think
Okay, well,
Uh,
so
Going on?
the
Okay.
criminal street gang means this is the pattern: organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, which engages in criminal activity. And I'm suggesting that the same concept is conveyed by saying criminal street gang means any group of 3 or more persons associated together, which is engaged in criminal gang activity.
Okay. It's just formatted different on my page,
Okay,
but it's the
sorry.
same thing. No, it's okay, Your Honor. I'm fine with that change.
Can I just make one request?
Yeah.
Which engages in criminal gang activity, which is
Uh,
already been defined for you. Because I don't want the jury.
Criminal
to
gang
take a-
activity as defined, have I already defined it by then? Yes.
In 25.
Sure, as defined,
To take a layman's view of what.
as I just defined. Can you stick that in there? All right.
Or maybe as defined in 225 to be more specific. But
No, because they're
either
not
way.
going to have those numbers
Oh,
when they
okay,
get
that's
the
right.
instructions. They won't have the headings. They'll just have the
Thank
law.
you.
And then, it'll continue with the existence of the gang may be established by. And then the pattern suggests, as charged in this case, criminal gang activity is, and then I'm supposed to list the crimes in the indictment that would constitute criminal gang activity, although I would only do the ones that they're alleged. So it would be whatever set forth in, I guess, 57, 50, 51, and 57, right?
Yes.
So as charged in this case, criminal gang activity, I think as charged in this case, blank, 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 constitute criminal gang activity.
And then those are going to be, you can say they're defined further down. 'Cause I think you're getting into
So
those
that would be
definitions.
murder, and 57. So it would be murder, and then everything listed in count 57: possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
As will be defined for you.
So question here. Do you want me to say murder charged in counts whatever, or just murder?
No.
Okay. All right. So then that brings us to 2.1010, malice murder. Y'all say you agree, no changes. We've got some parentheticals, rather it's the unlawful intent to kill, and then you're supposed to only put the ones that apply. And the choices are without justification, without excuse, without mitigation. Is there any argument that any of those things has been established, even potentially in the evidence? No. Okay, so it would just end with the unlawful intent to kill, period. All right, premeditation, y'all are in agreement. Motive, agreement. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Y'all said you're going to tailor it. Let's just tailor it now. Had a firearm on his person or within arm's reach, right?
Yes, Your Honor, we charged it both ways.
While, there aren't any attempts, right, on the firearm things while committing the felonies of a crime against or involving another person or a crime involving some of the drug stuff, right? None of the rest of them apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Okay. And then the drug stuff, as I so aptly put it, would be possession or possession with intent to distribute.
Yes.
I guess the easiest thing to do would be just list those again. Possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of marijuana or codeine with intent to distribute, or possession of cocaine.
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry, could you give me that list again, Your Honor, that you just
So
read
do
off?
y'all want me to say while committing a felony, which is a crime involving another person or a crime involving possession with intent to distribute or possession of those particular drugs, and then say, I charge you that certain of those drugs are a controlled substance, or just say, just get to the heart of the matter, which is if you find he did these things, then that would be possession of firearm during this type of felony. And then do I need to say, so my question is, do I say while committing a felony, which is a crime involving or against another person, murder is a felony, which I will define, or which I've defined for you, or do I just say while committing the felonies of murder or possession of these drugs?
I think the latter, Your Honor, is
Yeah.
cleaner.
It is
Yes,
cleaner.
I think so
It's
too.
simpler.
Everybody agrees?
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Holton.
Okay. So yes, it would just say, number 3, while committing the felonies of murder, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, or possession of cocaine. And that's it. And then for purpose of this offense, a firearm includes any handgun. Do we have rifle, shotgun, taser, or stun? I know we don't have the rest of them. Do we have rifle involved at all? Do we know?
No.
Not for these two counts.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so for purpose of this offense, a firearm includes any handgun, period. All right, we don't need, excuse me, 2.42.00.
Your Honor, we do. Yes, we do, Your Honor.
We need it tailored to 133, right?
No, unfortunately, no, Your Honor. When we, in looking at the indictment, Your Honor, it looks like for count. For the two counts, count 63 and count 52, while we did charge 133,
Yeah.
it is missing an element. And
It's missing the indictment is missing an element.
yes, Your Honor. That was going to be subject to motion. And so we believe that the language as charged is a 131 charge and
So
not a 133.
what's it missing?
It's missing the crime that they committed while being in possession of the handgun.
So I don't think y'all get a do-over on that right now.
But we believe that the evidence that's established has the elements
I
of
think it
131.
probably has potentially, but you charged 133. So if you get a do-over to do 106 or whatever it is, then you need to give me law that establishes that.
Okay, we'll get you law.
So either it's going to be in my view, 133 or nothing unless y'all have law to change my mind. But assuming it's 133, I think it's possessed a firearm after having been convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. And then I normally would have put blank as a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, but we'll just hold off on that one until you come up with whatever law you're going to provide. Okay, possession of a machine gun. And I'm going to write this the same way the rest of them are written for whatever this offense is, and then here are the elements. Y'all dropped the language of the statute in. I'll just use those elements to do the kind of bullet point thing, okay? So it would say something like the state must prove that the defendant possessed, or it's just possessed, a machine gun during the commission of those crimes. Okay. Tell Laura, just write me a note to rewrite it like the other ones are. Okay. 2.70.10. Y'all agree? So it's for its possession, right, of marijuana or no, it's possession of cocaine, right? Y'all help me out here.
The possession charge is cocaine and 60.
Okay.
Um,
So it's possession of cocaine. The state must prove that defendant possessed or had under his control cocaine, which is a controlled substance, right?
Correct.
All right, then moving to 2.70.14. For possession with intent to distribute marijuana, the state must prove the defendant possessed with intent to distribute any amount of marijuana. And because it's a separate count, I would then do for possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. It would say to distribute codeine, which is a controlled substance.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're right, can we, I'm sorry, I was typing, can we go back to possession of machine gun?
Yes.
If you did not say, and I apologize if you did, I think we need to define machine gun, which would be 1611-121.
Let me see what 1611-121 says. Does it give me a definition of?
Yes, it does. Your Honor.
Well, that's very helpful. And obviously, I'll let y'all look at it again after. We put it together. Okay, so Laura, we can just go and lift that definition from that statute. It's in there. It's 1611-121. It's part of element 1. Yeah. And then definition of marijuana, everybody's good with that. Did we have testimony that whatever was found was marijuana?
Uh, I don't, I don't believe y'all introduced any of the lab reports, did you?
Detective Storno testified that marijuana, now there's no lab test, that is correct.
Okay, well, anyway. All right, and then there is 2.76.10, actual and constructive sole and joint possession. Seems that everyone agrees. So we've got parentheticals.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
I apologize for not, the GBI analyst who testified about all the pills, she also talked about she tested the marijuana.
Okay.
Okay.
So my state must prove that defendant possessed the marijuana, controlled substance, or gun, right? Or guns, gun at issue in this case.
I'm sorry, could you give that list again, Your Honor?
I mean, I would think it would be the marijuana, I can just say codeine,
Codeine.
cocaine, and guns, firearms, because it's a machine gun too, guns.
Yeah, firearm, there's a half a dozen roughly, so.
Okay, on equal access. Oh, I think it would be the same list of things. Do you want me to read both parentheticals, possess and put those items?
I mean, I'm fine with just possess, Your Honor, but
All right, well, since it's your client that's facing those charges, although not with the guns. Just possess and not put the items where they were found. That's an interesting one.
well, I just don't believe there's been any evidence introduced of
We're just going to go with possess.
putting. Or possessing, but that's neither here nor
Okay,
there.
if moving down to 276.30, if you find that the defendant owned or leased the, where would, so
What's the second
Mr.
paragraph?
Kendricks is all the stuff that was found in Mr. Williams' residence, right?
Correct.
That's what he's charged with.
Yeah.
Mr. Stillwell is charged with what? The stuff that was found in the studio? Yes, no?
No.
What did I
Mr.
say?
Stillwell
Is it the reverse of that?
Yeah, he's not charged with it.
Isn't he charged with possession of that possession of a firearm is if he committed the murder with a firearm.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, the thing that seems a little bit confusing about 276.30 is it seems to be written from the point of view that one of the defendants is the owner of the residence. I don't know if.
It may not even be applicable.
Well,
I think it would be. I'll let Mr.
No, I think it would be applicable, but I think it would need to be altered somewhat because it's Mr. Williams that,
Well, I know, but that's better for Mr. Kendrick. If you find Mr. Kendrick owned the residence, well, he didn't. We all know that. right? So then that part is not, I can read it or I can just not read that because it's not applicable.
Yeah, okay, now I see what you're saying, Your
We
Honor.
could just say,
Yeah, I read it. So it probably isn't.
I just wasn't sure if instead of saying that the defendant owned an individual.
if you find that an individual owned or leased the residence
Yeah.
where the all
Drugs,
of that stuff
guns.
was found, then you may conclude that that individual possessed everything found there. However, if you find that others had access to the residence, then that individual, then the owner's ownership of the residence is not by itself enough to prove possession. Frankly, the whole thing's just not even applicable here.
Okay. You may,
Okay,
I don't object
so
to
we
it being
won't get
removed
that
then.
one at all. All right, affirmative defenses. The note is, defense believes this must remain. So I need some evidence
Go back.
to,
Mr. Stillwell keeps trying to trip me. So,
So he has no proof of that.
Your Honor, I am taking the stance that, well, again, if there's a directed verdict or if there's some issue with the gun charge, then that solves this problem. This relates solely to the gun charge.
Mm.
We have heard testimony from the gang investigators as well as Investigator Thorpe. Woody's allowed to have a gun. Woody's allowed to have a gun to protect himself. People are shooting at Woody. It's okay if he has a gun. And my stance is that we've heard testimony that people are repeatedly trying to murder Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell is charged with possession of the FN 5.7 and he's charged with that. And our stance is, while it doesn't, it falls under F for justification, which is in all other instances based on similar reason and justice as those enumerated
and
in
can
this
you
charge.
give me a second to find where that's his count, what, 52?
52 and 64.
No, he's not even 52 and 64.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, 52, 54, that one doesn't chart, that just is the murder. 64.
It really applies, if he's convicted of 52, or whichever the first gun charge is that's associated with the murder, then that clearly wouldn't be, fall under instances of reason and justice. But for 64, when it's a standalone gun, we have laws in place under the jury charge 30110 for justification. And my argument is that the jury charge F is applicable under 30110. Unfortunately, what's complicated is to understand F, you need to.
Hang on just a second. So count 52 charges that on March 14th, he possessed a gun, and that was the Drinks murder, right?
Yes.
Count 64 charges he possessed a gun on the 17th of March.
Yes. And that was on Meadowlark Drive. The
When
gun
he
that
was arrested?
right. The gun that the state is saying was thrown out the car.
Oh, which you've,
Registered to Miss Alexander.
okay.
And my argument is, if the jury finds that Mr. Stillwell was in fact carrying that gun around,
Mm-hmm.
and either he or Mr. Nichols discarded it out the window, 30110 F would apply based, and the reason it would apply to him specifically is because we have heard testimony about repeated attempts on his life. Now, the dilemma, if Your Honor were to agree with me about F, the issue is that F is a reference to A through E.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have to give them all A through E, but just
Well,
make sure that they understood that I was arguing F.
well, it would only be A. It wouldn't be any of the other ones.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're right. It would just be F.
Okay, but here's the thing with the law is that if he had been possessing a gun despite being a convicted felon and somebody came up to his window and held up a gun to his temple and said, you know, dance or I'll shoot you, and he shot them instead, then he might be justified not only in shooting them, but in possessing the gun that would otherwise be illegal for him to possess. He couldn't be charged with that. Well, he could be charged. He couldn't be convicted of that. But here, he didn't do anything that was justified conduct. Do you know what I'm saying? Because it's a specific reference to 16:3, 21, 23, 24, 25, and 26, which is using a firearm in defense of self, home, others.
My understanding of I think it's a Johnson case. It's the one that the Hogues argued, and it was the first one that dealt with the situation that you laid out with possessing a gun and then using it in self-defense, even though you're not. My understanding of that case is that you would have a justification argument for the act, the murder, the shooting, whatever it is, but you could still, unless you grab the gun in a sudden emergency,
Right.
you could still be charged with the gun. But the difference that here, from my perspective, is the person in your scenario is just someone who's carrying a gun because they want to carry a gun and they're not supposed to carry a gun. Then something unexpected happens and they use the gun.
Okay,
My
well,
scenario,
he knows somebody's after him.
right?
Do
That's
you
the
have any
difference.
case law to support
There
your
is no
argument?
case law I've been able to find.
Making law, huh?
Yes, making law. Someone has to make it.
That's true.
But F exists for a reason.
I don't think there's any law that says that. I mean, especially if Johnson is the case that says, if you're a convicted felon, unless you grab a gun in an emergency situation, you're not excused. You're toting it around on your body doesn't excuse you.
For the gun possession. And that is, in
Oh,
fact, what Johnson says, to
Okay,
my understanding.
well, I mean, unfortunately, unfortunately, there is not in the law any exception that says even a convicted felon who knows they have legitimate threats to their life, you know, can go to some government office and say, I've got legitimate threats. Let me carry this gun. That's
Well,
just not what the law is.
Of course, I'm going with the court, and I respect the court. I would argue that that's what F is. That's why F is there. Because it says, in all instances based on similar reason and justice. And to me, this is similar to 16, 3, 21, 23, 24 self-defense.
I mean, I like your argument. It's a
Thank
good
you.
legal argument. It's clever. State want to be heard?
That's just frankly not the law. I mean, the law allows us to, we could charge him with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony or by a convicted felon 3 different times, knowing that he had it before and knowing that he had it after if he left with a gun, but he could be found immune from possessing the gun during the alleged whatever act he was justified in protecting himself with. But you can't just carry a gun around as a convicted felon and not be held accountable for it unless you are found to be justified in using the gun at the time in which you fired it.
All right, I am not going to give that charge. If you want to perfect the record any further, you can go ahead and do that. But I think it's pretty clear what your argument is.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we will not be given 3.01.10.
In that case, and just for the record, I'm not acquiescing. I'm maintaining my argument, but just in all candor to the court, then we probably don't need 30000.
Okay. Or 31010.
Correct.
All right. And we clearly don't need 31011 because it doesn't even exist anymore.
I don't think we need any of these
All right.
justifications.
I don't either because they all are like basically if they're so no 1-2 and no 1-3. All right. Then venue. Should be indicted and tried in the county in which the crime was committed. I'm going to strike the except as otherwise provided. We don't have that, do we? And then venue for RICO, y'all are both in agreement that the one that's listed is fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Venue for conspiracy to commit a crime. Other than RICO, nobody's charged with conspiracy to commit a crime as like a separate offense, are they?
No.
So do we need this charge? Venue for conspiracy to commit a crime?
We would not seem to.
I don't think so either. Okay. All right, I need verdict forms or suggested verdict forms for 1.60.12, multiple defendants all, and it says adjust. Do we want that at all? What is anyone proposing on that?
I don't want that at all. Because I believe that is, I think that's covered in the next.
I mean, I'm going to tell them determine guilt or innocence of each defendant separately.
I don't believe that this is necessary.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, which part is that necessary?
1.60.12. Do we need that? It's way too hot in here. The defense is no longer requesting it if they ever did. Is the state still requesting that?
You said 1.60.12, correct?
Yeah.
Multiple defendants.
Right. Given that we're given the charge below about assessing the evidence against each defendant that the state requested.
Yeah, we don't need 1.6.
All right. All right, assessing the evidence. It appears the state requested it. The defense is fine with it. And I assume the state still wants it, given that you requested it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Court has no interest, no sympathy. Sentencing, responsibility for, state questions why I don't want to give that. Because if I'm telling the jury, don't concern yourselves with punishment, then why am I telling the jury anything about punishment? It's like, don't think about an elephant.
Because
It also seems to suggest that there's likely to be a conviction
Well,
coming from the court.
I think because human nature, people will think we don't instruct them that they're not charged with what happens after the guilt innocent phase. And I think that's why this jury charge is important, because they may, in my experience, sometimes think about sentencing and think about what happens after this point, and am I responsible for that? So I believe letting
So if
them
they
know-
ask us that, then we'll say, don't concern yourselves with that.
I think innately, especially with a count like murder, where people know what the penalty is, that's typically what the request.
People think they know what the penalty is.
Right, but I guess because the people think they may know what the sentencing range is or what the penalty is, which is a life sentence. A lot of times that can come into how they view the evidence and things of that nature, and how it can be a factor in their decision making, which is why we request it.
To me, that's covered in sympathy. They're not supposed to have sympathy towards.
Okay, well, I don't ever give it, and I'm not giving it here. If they're not supposed to think about it, then I'm not raising that for them to then think about. All right, and nobody has any issue with deliberations or unanimous verdict. State, there's a note, state will be adding additional charge on consciousness of guilt flight. Do y'all have that ready?
It's not permissible.
Okay, well, we'll need to get that.
We're not.
Oh, you're not going to do it. Okay,
It can be argued, but it can't.
okay.
Of course, not to do a charge on it unless the defense requests it.
All right, so jumping back up to wherever knowledge was. I don't know where it was. I think it might have been before the RICO charges.
Page 19, I think.
Yeah,
Thank
page
you.
14310 on 19.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it seems that the knowledge that would be necessary for the drugs and the guns is explained within those kind of possession charges. Do y'all agree? Or what do y'all think? Anyone?
Our preference would still be to keep that knowledge charge in, especially, I understand that you,
I'm asking which crimes do I say it applies to?
the murder, the drugs, and the guns. Did I leave anything out?
I think D, all of the above.
No, I left out the RICO.
And, oh, the RICO.
And the gang, which.
Well, the gang
wouldn't
is,
make- It wouldn't even make sense for the gang.
no, so the murder, the drugs, and the
Okay,
guns.
so knowledge on the part of the defendant that the crime of murder, I mean, I think it might be appropriate here to say murder in count whatever, murder in count whatever, possession of whatever it was, drugs in count whatever. Do y'all think? Was being committed, and that the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that they had no evidence that the above listed crimes were being committed, or that the defendant did not knowingly and intentionally participate or help in the commission of the alleged offense, I don't think we need conspirator there
We-
because conspirator gets covered in the RICO.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Okay. On the other hand, should you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant had knowledge that the crime of, list them again, and that the defendant knowingly helped or participated, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant of that count. I'm going to add that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Anything else we said we were coming back to? Obviously RICO, but anything else?
I sent a proposed charge to Ms. Percival and counsel as it relates to count 51. Mr. Stillwell is charged with 1654 subsection B. And I sent a proposed charge as it relates to that count. It's not covered by the pattern.
That being gang.
So the pattern covers 16154A, but doesn't cover B.
Isn't that in our gang? It's, if you look at what's there.
It's already in there.
I'm sorry.
I did, where is it? Yeah, there's, to prove a violation of subsection A of the Gang Act as alleged in counts 50 and 57, the state must show blah. To prove a violation of subsection B of the Gang Act as alleged in count 51, the state must show it's all of those plus, in order to, there's an additional element number 4 in order to maintain or increase his status or position in the gang.
I'm sorry, Judge.
This covers that, right?
I completely.
Okay, it's okay. All right, anything else?
Could I have 5 minutes before you bring the jury out, Your Honor?
Yes, I
Thank
mean,
you.
we've got, oh, right. We told them 10. Do we know whether they're all here? They're not all here anyway. So yes, you can have until they get here.
Thank you.
I like how Max asked Whitaker to make some new law just for his client. Like, look, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Did y'all understand that? Listen, as a convicted felon, you can't have a gun. But apparently, if you are found to have had a gun during a self-defense situation, you might be able to beat the gun charge. And Max is like, well, can we make some new law just for my client right now that says if you're riding around with the gun and your life is in danger, that you can beat the gun charge? Whitaker, she not in that situation, she did not agree though. She didn't agree with that. I think it would have been, I thought Max was close to getting her to agree to that, but she backed off of it. She backed off of it at the end. 583 likes. Y'all, can we get to 600 likes, please? Can we get to 600 likes, please? That would be excellent if we did. That would be excellent. It would be too dangerous having that as a law. Yeah, I if you're gonna ask a judge to make a law, that does seem like a very, I don't know if I want to use the word dangerous, but yeah, that is a controversial law. Because essentially she'd be given an exception to all of the convicted felons who think their lives might be in danger. And let's be frank about it. Which people are most likely to have their lives be in danger? Probably convicted felons. Right or wrong? The convicted felons are the people who are most likely to have their lives in danger because of the lifestyle that convicted felons live. So I'm not surprised that she did not make that exception, but it would have been interesting if she did. Judges don't make laws. Now, is this sarcasm, Hair Alchemist? Because I see you put the laughing emoji there. Yes, yes. Judges actually do make laws. So judges make laws by interpreting existing laws. Judges make laws by interpreting existing laws. So in the popular legal way of discussing it, yes, judges make laws 100%. Absolutely. So I would say yes, judges make laws. Misha Williams, say my name on your live stream, please. Are you talking to me? I said it. Having loads of felons, gang members with guns legally able to carry and use, that's scary. Well, they're going to carry it and use it illegally anyway because they're felons. So, you know, I'm not really sure that making it illegal really helps the situation very much, except for the police can police them better. But it's called case law. Correct. It's called case law when judges interpret existing laws. And, you know, Max was maybe asking Whitaker to go a little further than just interpreting it an existing law. I mean, he was kind of asking her to just make something up, to be honest with you. I mean, you can say case law within, like, there's ambiguity within the existing law, so the judge has to interpret it. That's one thing. But then Max was kind of just telling Whitaker, look, this doesn't exist, but we need it. So can you just invent that for us right now? I'm not surprised she declined to do it, but she seemed like she was thinking about it for a second there. Exactly. Why should you have a pathway back to your 2A rights, especially if they change their lifestyle around? Oh, you should have. I agree that you should. I mean, I could see a time threshold, 10 years or something like that. I mean, we are talking about self-defense, y'all. So, that's what precedent is. It's sort of in a way, Ms. Flynn's, but in this case, Max was not asking her to follow the precedent. He literally said, I don't have a case that says this. So he wasn't asking her to follow a precedent. He was asking her to just make something up. Not very surprising that she declined to do so. But remember, the precedent would come from either an appeals court or Supreme Court. So even if Judge Whitaker had just made that up, it still wouldn't have been a precedent because she's on the trial court level. That's the lowest level. So it would not have been a precedent if she had just made up what Max wanted her to make up. That would not have been a precedent. So that goes for you as well, Real. You never know how to pronounce this stuff, y'all. It would not have been a precedent if Judge Whitaker had gone with Max. It would not have been a precedent. You do not get a precedent on the trial court level. You get a precedent on the appeals or the Supreme Court level. So even if Whitaker had said, I'll go with that, it wouldn't have been a precedent. Precedent means that a further court is bound by that decision. If Whitaker said that, yeah, we'll go with that. There's no other court that would have been bound by it because the courts beneath your court are bound by your decisions. Whitaker's on the lowest level of court. There's no court under trial to bind. Now, if Whitaker would have said, yeah, we'll go with that, Max, let's do it. If she said that, and then somehow that decision got appealed to the appeals court, and they said, yes, we will stamp that with approval. Good job, Whitaker. We agree. At that point, it would become a precedent. But it's not a precedent when Whitaker says it or Glanville or any of these people on the trial court level because the precedents bind lower courts under the court that made the ruling. Whitaker does not have a court under her court to make a ruling or to bind, I should say. For his client and everyone like him after this, I do see the controversy, though, since they're putting their own lives in danger. Yes, Max. I mean, listen, honestly, Max, he did what he was supposed to do. He asked for that to happen, and he seemed like he was at about 35% getting it done. But ultimately, even if Whitaker had said yes, it would have only affected this trial. It wouldn't have helped the next person in a similar situation. It wouldn't have helped anybody else but Shannon. Okay. So y'all just remember that part. Even if Whitaker had said, I'll go with it, it would have only mattered for this case unless somehow there was an appeal of that, and then it went to the appeals court, and then they ruled on that question. Then their ruling would affect all of these trial court cases. But Whitaker's ruling would not have affected any other courts. If the burden of proof is put on defendant to prove his life was actually in danger, then it would be more of weapon of opportunity. I think Whitaker just totally rejected that idea altogether, though. She said that there's no. So y'all have to remember, Whitaker, Glanville, we're seeing judges. This is not to denigrate their esteemed position in society, but it is to show you that there's a hierarchy. Whitaker, Glanville, Judge Cross, all of these judges we've seen that have had something to do with this YSL RICO, they are all on the lowest level of court in Fulton County. They're on the lowest level. So even Judge Glanville, as he was like the chief superior court judge, it's called superior court, but it's the lowest level. So again, Whitaker was not in a position to make new law as in it's going to affect somebody else. It would have only affected Shannon either way. Now, again, if that question gets to the appeal court and then they make a ruling, then yes, then that will be law that will affect multiple cases in the future. But Whitaker's decision in and of itself would have only affected Shannon. We can say calling it case law because it would be case law, but it wouldn't be a precedent because it would not affect future cases. The president's guide future decisions, correct. But again, Whitaker cannot make case law, not in her current level of court. If she is to be nominated and approved to the appeals court or to the Supreme Court of Georgia, then in that situation, she can make case law. Y'all do hit the like button, please. 700 likes. We moving, y'all. We moving. Maybe so that it can pass this time around. Anybody that went through in the future, they could use this case. Yeah. So what would happen is somebody in the future. So like, let's say Whitaker would have gone with that, right? Whitaker would say, okay, he's a felon, but he had real threats on his life. He had people really trying to kill him. He had people shooting at him. He was in a bad car accident due to a shooting that was targeted at him. He was in a house that was shot up. Let's say Whitaker says, look, I'm going to rule that in this trial, we're going to give the jury instructions that given these circumstances, you know, he could legally possess a firearm. Let's just say she went with his reasoning. So Lou, where you're right is, let's say Shannon beats the case or whatever happens. The next person in Shannon's situation could use Whitaker's ruling to allow that jury instruction. The next guy could use Whitaker's ruling to try to make the case to their superior court judge. Plus, if Whitaker makes that ruling, she kind of has to keep making that ruling in future cases that she has. Because like, hey, you did it last time, you need to do it. So she would kind of create a mini precedent. It's not an actual precedent, but she would create sort of an expectation in her own courtroom, because it'd be like, Whitaker, you're the person who made this ruling for Stillwell. Now we have, Beanpole. Why don't you give Beanpole that same ruling? So she would kind of create a situation where she would need to continue that in a sense, but no other court would have to. She wouldn't even have to, but it would be maybe an expectation. But if you are in another superior court, you go to Glanville's court, or you go to Cross's court, or you go to one of these other judges' court, and you might say, well, Judge Glanville, this is how Whitaker ruled, you know, and you would try to use that to persuade Glanville. He would not have it as a precedent. He wouldn't have to follow it, but it might be more persuasive, and he might find some cover. If that's something he's inclined to do anyway, he might find some cover that one of his fellow judges on the Superior Court has done it, but it wouldn't be a precedent. It wouldn't be binding. It could be persuasive. It could be used as persuasion, but it would not be binding. So the difference with a precedent is you're supposed to follow it. If in this case, Whitaker's ruling, you would say she should keep ruling that way because she was the one who did it the first time if she had done it today. And then furthermore, for other judges on the Superior Court in Fulton County and maybe even other counties in Georgia, you know, they would, the plaintiff or the defendants would likely bring it up and say, well, look what Whitaker did, you know, can we get the same treatment? But there would be no binding requirement that happens. Hopefully that makes sense. I don't like how the law look down on felons. Some do change. Everybody not bad. Well, y'all, I mean, let's be honest though. I mean, if we did not have a law, if we get rid of a law, if we decide as a society we want our felons to be able to legally possess guns, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, we would want them to have to prove some kind of rehabilitation first. Like, let's just be real. Particularly if you committed a felony that involved violence or the use of a gun. If you committed a white collar crime, if you just had a drug dealing offense that did not involve a gun, if you committed crimes that are felonies, vehicular manslaughter, you know, I can certainly see nonviolent, accidental, even drug offenses that don't involve the use of violence, depending. You know, I could certainly see an exception or a reason that those people should not lose their Second Amendment rights. But anytime you have a felony involving violence and or using a gun in the commission of a crime, you should at least lose those rights for some period of time, y'all. You should at least lose those rights for some period of time. I mean, you can't just use a gun to rob somebody, come back, you know, go away for a couple of years, come back, and you can legally own a gun. That doesn't make sense to me. So, you know, you need to have some kind of period. Now, should you be able to rehabilitate? Yes. What's the time frame or what's the requirement? I don't know, but there should have to be some. Oh, not guns, I'm saying jobs. Yeah. As a society, it's weird because on an individual level, it makes sense that you don't want to hire felons. On an individual business level, on an individual level of like just a one-man shop or whatever, one-woman shop, it makes sense that you say, hey, I don't want to hire felons. But on a societal level, hiring felons helps society on the whole because that gives them another alternative than to return to a life of crime. So I think on a personal level, people would say, well, I don't feel comfortable with that. But on a wider scale, you know, if we want to help try to control criminal activity, we certainly do want to offer opportunities to people who have committed crimes, y'all. I mean, let's be real. Or else we're just essentially marginalizing them to, and also I think the type of felony and the type of job matters. Like, for example, this is a paralegal school. We had a guy apply to be an instructor whose felony, or I don't know if he actually got arrested for this, but he had been disbarred from being an attorney for misappropriating client funds. So, Rena, where a person who misappropriated client funds, he might be able to go get a job in construction, like outside working with his hands and stuff. Maybe they don't care he misappropriated client funds, but anybody in the legal field would be very reluctant to work with somebody who also did something wrong in the legal field. Does that make sense? So I think I definitely think felons should be able to get work, but probably if you committed a felony on a construction site, the next construction guy is not going to want to hire you, right? Where if you committed a felony in a boardroom, maybe you could go be I don't know. Financial crimes are particularly tough too, because you can steal at any job. So, that's an issue. Second Amendment doesn't say if you're a felon, you can't bear arms. Second Amendment was drafted to protect people from tyranny of government. All right, we don't have to call people goofies, King Samson. And that's an interpretation of the Second Amendment, but there is a very long-standing and intense debate as to the meaning behind the Second Amendment. That is one interpretation. And I think it's clear that is part of the Second Amendment, but I don't necessarily know that the Second Amendment stops at that, at just the tyranny of the government. How much time you have in actual court? I have never seen this lack of reports by police. Believe it or not, most legal professionals don't go to court. I've never worked in a courtroom, so I'm learning as much about police reports as everybody else here. Most law work is not done in the court. So I'm learning about that I'm learning about that along with you. Maybe they should require a course in college before they approve a person for a weapon. Y'all, you know that America has more gun violence than other places, even places with similar or very high gun prevalence. America has more gun violence. While I don't disagree with you, Wiggs and Wine, I don't know what the issue is here with guns. I don't understand them not being able to vote. That's dumb. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I mean, the laws are what they are based on the lawmakers, and we get lawmakers through voting. So it would seem like if you've been on the wrong side of the law, you should be able to keep voting, because that's the way you get the laws changed.
We can go ahead and get the jury in. Thank you. Good morning.
No.
Can you pull that mic that's covered red on? everybody can be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Charles.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Investigator Viverito.
Good morning.
Are both those mics being used?
This one is.
Oh, it's fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Investigator Viverito, where we left off yesterday, we were talking about a post that was captured by you that showed Quamarvius Nichols with some writing on the picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We are going to get back to that later.
Sure.
Okay. So we're going to switch to another topic right now. But it is about the posts from March 2022 that you collected.
Okay.
Okay. The reality is in March 2022, you observed and collected some posts that you felt were relevant
Sure.
and that you felt were derogatory or mocking both the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford situation.
I'd have to see which posts were.
Well, we're going to get to individual
Okay.
posts, but some of the posts were derogatory and mocking Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And then you also pulled posts that you thought were derogatory or referencing or mocking Shamel Drinks' death. As well,
Correct.
correct? Okay. And let's be clear. As an investigator, you are not saying just because someone posts something derogatory or mocking or referencing the death of another individual, that means that they committed that crime. You are not saying that, are you?
That is correct.
Okay. And I just want to talk to you about a couple of these posts. I'm going to bring them up to you, okay? These are all this is a bundle of the posts that you collected that are in evidence, correct?
Sure.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
For instance, you observed some posts that were made following the Christian McMiller Darius Ford double homicide
Correct.
on March 10th going into March 11th. And these posts were in the days following.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you do me a favor and publish what's been admitted as 457 VV? Investigator Viverito, this is a post posted by one ABG _ Big Nick, correct?
Correct.
And you know this person from the picture and also from his name on Instagram to be Nicholas Johnson.
Correct.
Okay. And in this post, when was this post collected by you?
That was collected. Would have been around 8:20 on March 11th.
March 11th. Okay. So this is the morning after Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were gunned down.
The evening, 8:20 p.m.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The evening after.
Correct.
About 20 hours after, 21 hours or 19 hours after.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And this post includes says slime and chalk.
Correct.
Okay. And you viewed this as a clear reference to Darius Ford and Christian McMiller being murdered in reference to a chalk outline of a body on the street.
Correct. Coupled with my knowledge and interactions with Mr. Johnson in the past, yes.
Right. I think you testified that Mr. Johnson, in your opinion, he is associated with Atlanta Blood Gang.
He's documented as a member, and he's also a fixture at 12 Atlanta daily.
Okay. So you saw this post, posted the next day, referencing the death, mocking slime and chalk. Mr. Johnson has not been charged for the murders of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
And the reason he hasn't been charged is because posting something like this, while it is insensitive, while it may be wrong, it doesn't mean that he killed Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, does it?
Correct. There's other things we would look at, like if he was in the vicinity of the murder on camera, coupled with a post that's not great, that would be something we take into consideration, but that didn't happen.
And Investigator Viverito, I knew you were going to be dying to say that, and we are going to talk about all the surveillance videos and all of the situation involving Mr. Drinks when I get to it, okay? But I'm asking you specifically about posts. Posts that is not a confession to killing Darius Ford or Christian McMiller, is it?
Absolutely not. But as an investigator, you need to look at things as a whole to piece things together, leading you towards suspects.
Okay, and that's why you collected this.
Correct.
Okay. Miss Knight, I'm going to ask you to publish 462 VV. Okay. 462 VV is two posts that showed up on this page labeled Joey_Hurst 24, correct?
Correct.
All right. And on the left is Christian McMiller,
Correct.
and on the right is Darius Ford.
Correct.
And they're fairly self-explanatory. They're mocking the death of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this was posted when?
I'd have to see the file name.
Okay, so you're not, and that's fine. Was it posted after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford?
Yes.
Now, I understand your belief is that this is a trolling page or a fake page. Is that correct?
It's a page. Yes, it's a page that we had not seen surface really or be vocal until this point.
Now, and certainly when you see a page like this, there are certain investigative things that you could do to try to determine who is behind this page, correct?
Correct.
You could subpoena Instagram, you could check IP addresses to see who set up the page, etc.
You could.
Okay. You or anyone else that you know of did no such thing to try to determine who Joey Hurst was,
No.
the government name. Okay. And the reason you didn't, and I'm not trying to beat you up, the reason you didn't go through those steps, if you thought this was a confession, and you thought this meant that Joey Hurst killed Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, you certainly would have gone through those steps to uncover who it is behind this post, if you thought that was the killer.
If I thought that was, but the investigation led us to other suspects.
Okay. The bottom line is you did not view these posts as signifying that whoever was behind this account was the killer of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. You didn't view it that way.
Correct. The individuals that were making posts who we deemed as suspects, they were further investigated, whether it be cell phone extractions or social media.
Okay. 456 VV. Please, Ms. Knight. Thank you. Okay, and this post was collected on March 11th, 2022 at 11:30 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay, so again, about a day after Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were killed.
Correct.
Okay, and you testified on direct about what you thought New Op pack just came in. It's kind of like we're smoking on our ops.
Correct.
Okay. Certainly not kind, not nice, not sympathetic, and it's showing approval for what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this page is another one that you didn't know the government name of the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't go through any investigative steps, or anyone else that you know of go through any investigative steps to determine the person behind it.
Correct.
Okay, and the reason again is because this post, you didn't take it as a confession. You didn't take this post as saying, I'm the person who did it.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Finally, we're going to talk about Kelvin Watts.
Okay.
Okay, Kelvin Watts has not been arrested for the Christian McMiller or Darius Ford murder, has he?
He has not.
Okay. And this has all happened 2 years ago at
Correct.
this point. Okay. Really 2.5 years ago, more than 2.5 years ago. Mr. Watts made several posts regarding the death of Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, could you please publish 473 VV for me? Okay, in 473 VV, that's posted by Shell Kel Nutlife, correct?
Correct.
And you know that to be Kelvin Watts.
Correct.
And this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay, and this actually depicts Mr. Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
And underneath Mr. Thomas's left eye are 2 shells.
Correct.
Okay, and as an investigator, you're aware of like prison tattoos or eye teardrops under an eye, correct?
Yes, that's what I spoke about on direct.
Okay, right. And you took this as kind of a play on the teardrops under the eyes of 2 shells indicating 2 bodies, Darius Ford and Christian McMiller.
Correct. The first time we started seeing the 2 shells under the eye was after the death of Christian Ford and Darius McMiller, I think, in days following.
Okay, Ms. Knight, could you please publish 461 VV? Okay, and here's another picture of Shell Kel or Kelvin Watts that posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and these are, you got to look a little close, but I see the big shell off of his hair, but then there's 2 little shells under his left eye.
Correct.
Okay, and again, that's a post that you interpreted to be a reference to the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you could publish 454 VV, please. Okay, in this post, again, shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
This was in the hours after they were killed, yes.
And this is on Kelvin Watts' page.
Yes.
And again, we see the 2 shells.
Correct.
Okay, and that had significance to you because there was 2 dead bodies.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And 460 VV, please, Ms. Knight. Okay, again, here, this was posted shortly after the death of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford.
Correct.
And we have 2 shells, right?
Correct.
And we have a smiley face, except the lips are zip tied or zipped up, I guess.
Correct.
And a black heart.
Correct.
Okay, and this was on Mr. Kelvin Watts' page.
Correct.
All right. Also, and Ms. Knight, thank you. Also, you're aware that Kelvin Watts has made a song that references Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, correct?
He may have.
You never heard Mafia Story by Shell Kel and Third World?
I haven't, but it would not surprise me if he did.
I heard my ops died like some thoughts, referring to two snakes dying with their eyes wide open and their tongues out. Crime scene nasty in a fast car, died in empty traffic.
That sounds about on brand for Kelvin Watts.
Okay, and that was a reference to the Kia Stinger, the fast car is Kia Stinger that Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were in.
That sounds about right.
Speculation.
Were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford riding in a Kia Stinger?
They were in a gray and color Kia Stinger.
Okay, and were they in fact shot on the highway?
Yes, they were on the highway.
Okay. Mr. Watts, despite these 4 posts that you collected and this song, has not been charged with the murder of Christian McMiller or Darius Ford, has he?
No, he has not, but that's also an open investigation that's not assigned to me. So
Okay, that's fine.
But-
So, but the answer is he has
He
not
has
been
not.
charged. And it's just 2 years, 8 months later.
it's still open active investigation.
Right, and you've had you collected these postings that Mr. Watts made way back in March of 2022.
Correct, but so investigations, just the social media posts aren't enough to arrive at probable cause. You need him maybe on video at the crime scene, before that murder, things of that nature. So if social media was enough for probable cause, a lot of people probably would have gone to jail for this, but we don't do that.
Right, because there were a lot of people posting on social media.
Correct.
A lot of people posting horrible things on social media.
But unfortunately, nobody was on camera at the scene or there, or there was no knife.
Agenda today, and I know that you want to talk about the security cameras, and we will absolutely talk about the security cameras. I promise you.
Commentary and
Well,
I'm
there's commentary going on both sides. Answer the question that's asked.
Okay, I want to clean up some, we're going to shift off of social media and we're going to get to the wiretaps.
Mhm.
Okay, I want to clear up some issues or not issues. I want to talk about the wiretaps and what we talked about Friday and yesterday. You had a wiretap. I understand you had one on Mr. Sumlin's phone. I'm not going to be talking about Mr. Sumlin's phone. I'm talking about Demekion Garlington. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you have the number for the total number of calls recorded or listened to during that wiretap?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Was it in the thousands? Is that fair?
Probably in the thousands, yes.
Okay. Do you know how many total calls Mr. Stillwell was a party to?
I couldn't give you a number, but it would probably be not as many as others because he went into custody, I think, within 6 days of the wire going up.
Fair enough. And just so we're clear, when you apply for a wiretap, you send something to the phone company, correct?
Correct.
And the phone company is told not to inform anyone about the wiretap, certainly not to inform the subscriber.
Correct.
So no one, to your knowledge, no one told Mr. Garlington that he's being recorded,
Correct.
okay? Because that would defeat the purpose of the wiretap,
Correct.
right? And to your knowledge, no one told anyone else that there was a wiretap on Mr. Garlington's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the state referred to the calls that were played for the jury yesterday as a sampling. What was played to the jury wasn't exactly a random sampling of the calls, was it?
No, all of the calls were turned over, and it's my understanding that they had to be narrowed down.
Right. The state, in preparation of your testimony, they gave you a CD or some sort of flash drive with a number of calls that they chose and asked you to review them, correct? So you could speak intelligently about them.
Yes,
Okay. So it wasn't a random sampling, it was calls that the state chose to focus on.
it's my understanding that the prosecution and defense decided on what could and would be played. So it wasn't just random, let me pick 20 calls out of a bag. It was calls that were relevant to the
Right.
case.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying it just wasn't some random sample.
Correct.
It was focused.
Correct.
Okay. And so let's talk about some of the calls. We're going to talk about specific calls in a minute, but if you go back to what was played yesterday on that wiretap of Mr. Garlington's phone, there were calls, repeated calls about keeping Miles Farley, who's a small man, right? He is a small gentleman, physically small.
Small, yes.
Okay. Talk about keeping Miles Farley from being violated or attacked at the Rice Street Jail, right? We heard several calls about Miles Farley and keeping him safe.
Correct.
Okay. We heard call, and do you have the call logs in front of you or anything?
I do not.
Okay. When you were testifying yesterday, what were you using to keep track of what calls which?
I didn't have anything in front of me.
Okay. Well, we heard call 2532 from April 3rd, 2534 from April 3rd, 2628 from April 4th, 3501 from April 13th, and 3697 from April 14th, all about Miles Farley and being in jail. Do you remember those 5 calls?
I do.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to any of those calls?
He was not.
Okay. We also heard a call 3683 from April 14th about, and you could probably tell me who the people were. It was Demekion Garlington and someone about flying a drone into the jail, it seemed.
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon Stillwell a party to that call?
He was not.
Okay. Then we also heard about Demekion Garlington going on and on about running into someone named Blizzy at some hotel in Cobb County.
Correct.
Okay. To your understanding, was Shannon Stillwell present for any of those events in Cobb County?
No, I believe he was in custody.
He
at
was
the
in
time.
custody. So he wasn't involved with any of those things that Demekion was talking about, running into Blizzy in Cobb County.
Correct.
And then we also heard a call between, I believe, Demekion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin, and it sounded, and this was call 3171 and 3172 from April 9th, about seeing someone wearing some jewelry, and they were asking if you have a slider car with paper tags. It sounded like they were trying to come up with a way to commit a crime, a robbery, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was Shannon a party to that call?
No.
Okay. And Shannon was in jail at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he was not involved in that situation at all either, correct? All right, cool. All right. I'm going to talk to you about specific calls that have already been played. March 14th, 2022 at 9:59 p.m. It's called 335, okay? It's a call where you testified, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was a call between Demekion Garlington and a gentleman named DeMarco Boyer.
That is correct.
Okay, and that's at 9:59 p.m.
Correct.
Do you know how many 9:59 and how many seconds? Are you aware of that?
I would have to look at the log for the seconds.
Okay. And in that call, Garlington instructs Boyer to switch to video.
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on your investigation, you said Boyer was at the gas station.
Correct.
And you also said, well, you were about to say, and then I cut you off. Boyer, your investigation has concluded that Boyer was in Mr. Nichols' car.
Correct.
Okay, so, and you're basing that on your investigation. You're also basing on the fact that Miles Farley in that video, when he goes back to the car, gets into the back seat at the BP.
That and there are calls from the wire that
Okay.
say that he's in the car. Yes.
Fair. So this call at 9:59 between Garlington and Boyer, your investigation is Garlington, this is your investigation, is Garlington is in Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi.
Correct.
And Mr. Boyer, who's not charged in
Correct.
this case, is a passenger in Mr. Nichols' Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay, white Ford Fusion.
Correct.
Okay. Your investigation based on the time on the surveillance video from the FedEx surveillance is that the shooting happened around 10:01 p.m., correct?
I don't know if it's based on the time on the FedEx video.
Okay, well, what's your understanding of when the shooting occurred? If you know.
I don't know how they arrived at 10:02, but I know that's when both cars pull off shortly thereafter. Within probably a minute or two, the cars pull off from the gas station.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is, it's a matter of timing. The 9:59 and however many seconds that this call is made where eventually Garlington tells Boyer to go to video. That 9:59 and however many seconds is based on the clock used during your wiretap. That's where we get that time,
Correct.
right? Okay, so that's based on the wiretap time. Okay. So, and then of course, after they hang up, then do you know if there was a subsequent video or FaceTime call?
I believe you could see the data transmission come through.
Okay, and do you know how long that call was or exactly when it took place?
Immediately after, but I would have to look at the log.
Okay. And my question is, we have three different sets of time here. We have the wiretap time,
Correct.
we have the FedEx video time,
Correct.
and we have a BP video time.
Correct.
Okay. Are any of those, to your knowledge, are any of those three separate surveillance systems synced up?
They're not. So typically what you would have to do is go back and sync them, because I know the wiretap is a constant. I know that's an accurate time.
Okay, so you know, and that's fine. So you know the wiretap is an accurate time, but we don't know if the FedEx is an accurate time or the BP is an accurate time.
I'd have to look at the timestamps on both.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is we can't just go by the BP time and go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, that's when that call was placed.
I went off of the wiretap data.
Right, exactly.
Correct.
Right, and that's what you were in charge of the wiretap. You went, but I'm going to go back to my question, and that makes complete sense to me that you went off the wiretap time. But we cannot go back to the BP and look at the BP at 9:59 and however many seconds and say that's when this call was made, because those two timing systems between the wiretap and the surveillance might not be synced up.
Correct. I'm not sure if they were or they weren't, but typically that's something I double check.
Okay, and the same thing for the FedEx. We can't look at the FedEx time and just go to 9:59 and however many seconds and say, oh, this is the exact time when that call was between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Boyer, between those two cars was made. We can't do that, can we?
Correct. I go with what I know to be constant.
Gotcha. So all you're saying is 9:59 on the wiretap.
Correct.
Awesome. Okay. Mr. Atkins or Miss Knight, and I should ask you, could you please publish what you played yesterday at call 350. I'm going to ask some questions first. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm going to give you a couple minutes. All right, I'm going to talk really slow because I got to give Mr. Atkins a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So we listened to another call at 2:01 a.m. between. Do you know who that call was between?
I'd have to hear it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna cut to the chase. You said in court that you heard someone say, "Riding by the scene."
I don't know if I said that verbatim, but they're riding back through, I think is the direct quote.
And you said the scene.
They may have been riding back through the scene.
Okay, well, do you now know what call I'm talking about?
I know which call you're referring to, yes.
All right, and if you and do you know who the speakers were?
Well, if it's from the wiretap, one would have been in Garlington.
Right.
And then I believe the other one may have been Boyer. I have to hear the call. I don't want to misspeak on it.
Okay, and people were fussing with each other. Someone was fussing with someone about not having a ride to get back to where they needed to go. Is essentially the gist of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, if you could if you could publish, right, and whatever. Okay. Yes, if you could just publish, and I'm going to stop after about 40 seconds.
Bro, who that was? The nigga Ray got in that damn shit.
Okay, could you pause it?
Oh, for real?
All right, now, Miss Investigator Viverito, do you know who the speakers are?
I believe it's Boyer, but I need to hear a little bit more. That was kind of muffled.
That's fair. All right, Miss Hilton, if you could.
Yeah, RP, the YP Ray. Yeah, I don't even know him. That who got his change? That who changed Lil J5 to Jason? Oh, for real? Yeah, the YP Ray nigga. Oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah, that little PLK nigga. Oh yeah, I had Lil J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was. Yeah. Yeah, that who changed it. Oh damn! What I say? Yeah. Buddy came and followed me. I followed his ass back. Hey, talking about fuck around with him. What you talking about? I'm trying to get the other care data address right quick and care address. He testing the young crew. Somebody he finna send a bit. For real? Somebody he gonna send a bit somewhere late where the spot at.
Okay.
Yeah. He told LJ you got liquor last
20 seconds. And my notes might be wrong, but I don't think they are. Yeah, 20 seconds, please. Could you tell me when you hear anything about the scene?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, for real? Yeah, the YP Ray nigga. Oh, I didn't even know that. Yeah, that little PLK nigga. Oh yeah, I had Lil J5 with me last night. That's probably what it was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that who changed it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yep. Okay, I'm sorry. You're going by the different number. It's 2:01 a.m. Right, it's the PD to call 350. All right, here we go. This is the one I meant to pull up for you, Investigator Viverito.
Yo. All right, all kinds of shit, man. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home too. That don't make sense. Yeah. The fuck you getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who brought you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the damn air, so. What's up with you? We right here down here. Yeah, what? Ride past trying to see.
Okay, stop. Did you not just hear him say riding past through the city?
He said riding past trying to see.
Well, where's the scene?
I said,
You said scene before, now you're saying trying to see, and I'm saying city.
you may have misunderstood what I was saying. You got to understand when these calls come in, when you click on the call, it will also provide a map of where they are, and the next call may show where they traveled to after that. It's my understanding that he traveled back towards that area.
Okay, towards the area. You mean the city? It's in the city,
They never
right?
left the city.
Okay. Investigator Viverito, you previously testified that he said going to the scene, and now you're saying to this jury that he didn't say scene, he said see. Is that correct?
I don't know if I said he said, I don't believe I said he said he's riding through the scene. He may have rode back. I believe he was traveling back towards the scene.
And I know you're an expert, but if the jury listens to this and hears city, is that okay with you?
But that's not what's said, so I would clarify for them.
I understand that you want to tell everyone what's said here, but you've already given two different stories. You said see, and then you said
What's your
see.
objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It's
Can we just go by what we hear? Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, call 416, and I don't need this published. Thank y'all. It's from the early morning hours of March 16th, 2022. Okay, there was actually two calls that were played. Do you recall?
Correct.
Okay, one is Mr. Garlington and someone that you say is my client, and the person's whispering. I'm not even going to dispute it. Okay, we'll just say it's my client.
Okay.
Whispering about hiding in the crawl space.
Correct.
Okay, and then the second call is Mr. Garlington and my client talking about what just happened.
Correct.
And of course, what just happened was the house was shot up, and then a bunch of police officers showed up, and no one was arrested.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, and that was the same day, of course, that you spoke to Shannon Stillwell. You put him in the back of the police car, or someone put him in the back of the police car, and you spoke to him, and he told you he was, in fact, driving the white Audi.
Correct.
All right. So, that call, let's just review some things that were discussed by Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. They talked about their amazement about not being hit by any of the bullets that were fired into 2830 Waters Road, correct?
Correct.
They talked about their amazement that the police let them go from that location.
Correct.
They talked about how they hid from the police.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell talked about being placed in the police car.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell said that he denied knowing McMain when asked and said he was from Thomasville.
Correct.
Okay. That was misleading, right?
Correct.
Because he does, in fact, know McMain.
He does.
All right. And McMain, just so we're clear, is Christian McMillan.
He is.
Yeah. And he talks about getting out of there as soon as possible. Like speeding away because he couldn't believe that y'all, the police, let him go.
He does, but he says prior to leaving, he collected his FN and his rifle or stick and he left.
I'm going to get there. Okay. And they talked about seeing you too, right?
They did.
All right. So let's talk about, I know he, in that call, and clearly I'm getting there, he talked about sneaking his FN away from the scene, right?
Correct.
And about sneaking his stick out of one of the cars. I think the gray car.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Now, the FN, you've testified, you know that an FN 57 is registered in Miss Taisha Alexander's name, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that gun was located at Meadowlark Drive on March 17, 2022.
Correct.
correct? The next day after this call.
Correct.
All right. Does that FN shoot 40 caliber bullets?
Does not.
That could not have been the murder weapon for Shamel Drinks,
No.
could it? Okay. He talks about taking a stick from the car, from a car on the scene, right?
Correct.
And you know the stick to be an AK-47 type assault rifle, correct?
Could be an AK-47. It could be an AR-15. It could be, it's a rifle.
Typically shoot 7.62 caliber bullets.
Correct.
Okay, not 40 caliber.
Nope.
Okay, so you would know that that stick that he talks about taking from the scene once you guys let him go is in fact not the weapon used to shoot Mr. Drinks.
Correct.
All right. And in this call where, again, you don't have any reason to believe Mr. Stillwell knew he was being recorded,
Correct.
or Mr. Garlington knew he was being recorded. In this call, he never talks about taking any other guns from the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Call 2119 is another call that was played. It's from April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. It was a call between Demekion Garlington, who's on the wiretap, and Shannon Stillwell, who's in jail at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Demekion is on his normal phone, and you testified that Shannon Stillwell, when you're in the jail, you said there's wall phones, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's, the jury has heard those recordings where they talk about Securus and this phone will be recorded, and they are in fact recorded.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell was not on a recorded line.
Correct.
He was on a cell phone from the jail.
Correct.
Okay, so he, in common sense, he doesn't know that Demekion Garlington is being wiretapped.
Correct.
Okay, and he has no reason to believe that the cell phone he's using from the jail is being recorded.
Correct.
It's fair to say that they believe that they're having a private communication that is not being recorded.
Correct.
All right. Mr. Atkins, could you do me a favor? This call 2119, and I'm talking about at 12:29 a.m. Could you play on April 1st, 12:29 a.m.? I'm just adding. Okay, yes. You know how to man consult with the.
Yes.
$240 to $315 is what I'm on time. We're just going to queue that call up, okay? And I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. And if you could queue it up to 2 minutes and 40 seconds. $240.
I'm telling folks, bro. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. You feel me? They gonna assume that, like, oh, like, y'all ain't did nothing, you feel me? So,
That's what I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him like, just chill. Like I know,
yeah, cause they
this
saying
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like they just doing that cut. They seen as a goddamn gas station. Like just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling man the same shit. I'm like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell them before you don't want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah,
Don't go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Hell yeah. I ain't know that though, but so I didn't. I need
And you can keep that up because I'm going to ask you to play another part. But thank you, Mr. Atkins. So on that call, again, neither party has reason to believe they're being recorded. That's Demekion Garlington and Shannon Stillwell.
Correct.
And they talk about they going to assume shit.
Correct.
Mr. Garlington says, y'all didn't do nothing.
Correct.
And then Mr. Stillwell says, they just saying it because they seen us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, if you could please play 11:20 at 11:28.
Yeah, man. What the hell? What the hell? Swimming on? You still in yo?
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what I'm
Yeah, see.
Who?
Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
We're going to come back to that one because I want to get the timing right.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay. And that is okay. And we're going to come back to that call. But let's talk about Mr. Stillwell's phone that was collected.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know you're able to view? So you collect the phones. Detective Leon Packer, he dumps the phones, and then you're able to view the phones, what the contents of the phones through a program called, what's it called? XRZ, is that correct?
XRY.
XRY. Okay. And you get just a whole bunch of information that's in whoever's phone.
The contents of the phone are organized by category.
Right. And we're talking about pictures, text, emails, instant message, call logs, location, data, internet searches.
Correct.
Notes.
Correct.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine, but do you know how many texts or calls total were in this phone?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it would be listed on the extraction, on the front page of the extraction. When you open it up digitally, it'll give you what you're going to see initially is it's everything by category. So it'll say 20,000 texts, 100 calls, things of that nature.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you would please display 227 VVA2. Oh, Ms. Knight said that. VVA2. Yes. VVA2. 227 VVA2. A. Okay, this is one of the text messages or one of the text conversations that was introduced on Friday, I believe. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this is from Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
All right. And in his phone, Mr. Stillwell's talking to, is that D? Do you know that number to be Demekion Garlington?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because there's a couple of D's in this case, but you believe this to be Demekion Garlington?
He did change his number right before the wiretap, so I believe that's the number before.
Okay. And if you could zoom out a little bit, Ms. Hilton. Oh, Mr. Atkins, so we can see the whole conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. So in this conversation, to add context, Mr. Stillwell is indicating that one of his two phones is at Big House.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Darius Ford's house? And again, let's be clear, this conversation occurred December 24th, 2021.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about 3.5 months before any of this involving Christian McMiller's death or Darius Ford's death or Shamel Drink's death occurs.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Big's phone? Is there another Big? Do you not know?
There is another Big.
Okay. So, but in any event, Mr. Stillwell is saying he left his phone at someone else's house.
Correct.
Okay. And then D says, finna take it in where you at, indicating that he's taking Mr. Stillwell's phone, right?
I don't take that as taking the phone, like finna take it in, like I'm finna go to sleep or go home.
Fair enough.
Like take it in for the night.
Fair enough. Could you go down, Mr. Atkins? Okay, and this is the part that the state introduced. Okay. He says, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting. Okay, he did not say I'm op hunting.
Correct.
He said, if Polka asks, tell her I'm out hunting.
Correct.
Okay, and Polka you know to be who?
Taisha Alexander.
And that is Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time.
I guess, yes, I don't. Yes,
Something,
at the time,
something like
sometimes, yes.
And you also know from your review of the calls that Mr. Stillwell was having some issues with fidelity.
Yes.
Okay. So he's just saying, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, can we go back to that call? I think I finally got my stuff together here. Okay. Remember that call that we were just talking about with, and just to review, it's Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and they were talking about people were going to assume things, and they're just saying it because they saw us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. I want to play, Mr. Atkins, if you could start playing it. I guess we could start at 11:28. 11:45. Yeah, that's fine.
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man,
I
that be crazy.
was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
Shit crazy. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be testing on, like, on the tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. That crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you. All right.
I love you too.
All right.
All right. Well, okay. Let me just ask you this, and we're going to get it together, and we're going to get it played. Do you remember on that call, that same call, that unrecorded call? I mean, that these two gentlemen thought that they were talking to themselves without being recorded. Do you remember Mr. Stillwell saying, when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean?
I do.
Okay, and that's on this call.
Correct.
All right. And he does not say the car has been cleaned.
Correct.
He's saying, don't worry about it, because when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on the private call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington that they had no reason to believe was being recorded.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the phone. You made note of 227 VVB11, and we don't need to display it, but it was basically something in Mr. Stillwell's notes that said, "Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. They be dropping."
Correct.
Okay, and that was in March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m. The phone says that that's when it was entered.
It might say either modified or entered, yes.
Okay, and that was, and we're going to get to it, but you're aware that Mr. Stillwell's grandmother, Betty Jackson, texted him about the shooting, about seeing it on the news that night? Well, it's going to be in evidence. I'm asking if she's aware. You're aware of that?
I was aware that Miss Alexander notified him about a shooting in Mechanicsville. I don't know if Miss Jackson did.
Okay. It was hours, this would have been hours after Miss Alexander alerted him as well, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
I'd have to see it. I'm not.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get to it. But this was at 12:52 a.m.,
Okay.
right?
I haven't seen it, so I just.
Okay, and we've already discussed ops,
Correct.
dropping ops. Those are common themes, common topics of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time, your investigation, at the time that he entered this note into his phone, he was in fact at the studio, correct? At 12:52 a.m. on March 15th.
After leaving the gas station, they went to a studio. I did not have location data on Mr. Stillwell to say, but I believe they should have still been at the studio.
Still been at the studio creating music when he entered that note.
Creating music, hanging out. Like, yeah, that's what they do. Hang out at the studio.
All right, cool. And then you talked about search words, a search that you noted about a Windsor Street shooting, right? That was in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
So he didn't, and I clarified that on direct. He
Right.
didn't search Windsor Street. He searched Fox 5
Okay.
and then
Well-
clicked on, and then within Fox 5, then searched the Fox 5 website.
I appreciate that. So on 3/17 at 2 in the morning, Mr. Stillwell clicked on the Fox 5 website to this article.
Correct.
Okay, didn't search, your testimony, he didn't search words like Windsor Street or anything, but he clicked on the article and that's what shows up in the phone.
I'd have to see the screen. I believe he searched Fox 5, traveled to the Fox, like say I open my phone and I want to go to Amazon. I search Amazon, click on Amazon, and then on Amazon, I would then search. That's what happened. So he searched for Fox 5, went to Fox 5, then went on Fox 5, I believe searched Windsor Street shooting, and then clicked on the article, is what it looks like.
Okay, and Miss Knight, could you just display 227 VV88 so everyone knows what we're talking about? Okay, so this is what you're talking about, right? The search.
Correct.
Okay, that's and this is 3/17 at 2:31 and 56 seconds in the morning, correct?
Correct.
No, that's I want to show you some documents, investigator.
Sure.
It's okay with you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Viverito, I am approaching you with what's been marked 57A, DS57A, DS57C, and DS58. Could you look at these and tell me if you recognize?
Sure. Okay, these are excerpts from Mr. Jackson's phone.
Right, and those are, and are those excerpts from, are those conversations from the data that was downloaded from Mr. Jackson's phone?
Sure, the first one is the one that I spoke about that I had seen of Miss Alexander informing him about the shooting.
It's not in the,
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Are those accurate representations of the data that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit DS57A, DS57C, and DS58 into evidence.
A, C, and E. Say that again, please, if you don't mind.
And there is no DS57B. It's DS57A, DS57C, and DS58.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't know where the E came from. Okay. Those are admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please, or permission to publish, Your
You
Honor?
may.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish 57A first? So in this, in DS57A investigator, this is a conversation between Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell.
Correct.
Okay. At 3:14:22, at 11:01 p.m., Miss Alexander reaches out to or texts Mr. Stillwell and says, "You okay? Somebody just got killed in the Ville. Ugh." Or ugh. Atlanta, too much right now, right?
Correct.
All right. And then they respond to each other with kisses. Mr. Stillwell asks who got killed, correct?
Correct.
And then Miss Alexander eventually says, "I don't know yet." But before that, she sends some sort of screen message, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's at this, the message is sent at 11:19:47 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish 57C. And this is the screenshot that, or the picture that Miss Alexander sent to Mr. Stillwell at 11:19 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it's a photo, and is that Windsor Street?
I believe so.
And it's captioned, "Somebody just got killed in Mechanicsville."
Correct.
And it's posted by someone named Bori Billions.
Correct.
And whenever Miss Alexander sent this picture or downloaded it, already had 2,000 views, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by that night, just based on what we see in this phone, by that night at 11 o'clock or 11:15 or 19, the word had spread about a shooting, correct?
Correct.
In Mechanicsville,
Correct.
where someone was killed.
Correct.
Okay. And this was not a secret. It was being spread throughout social media.
Correct.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could post DS58. This is a conversation, and I'm sorry, it's marked 58A, so Your Honor, if we could just amend that to make 58A.
Sure.
Thank you. So looking at DS58A, this is a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Boss Lady, correct?
Correct.
And you know Boss Lady to be Betty Jackson, correct?
Correct.
His grandma.
Correct.
His grandmother who raised him.
Correct.
At 11, Mr. Kokomo, thank you. At 11:19 p.m., Shannon texts his grandmother, "I love you."
Correct.
Boss Lady or Betty Jackson responds, "Mama love you so much, heart, heart, kiss, 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 'cause you're my sweet thing."
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell says, "Yeah." I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, right?
Sure.
And then Miss Jackson gives a thumbs up, right? And then at 11:26:57, Miss Jackson says to Mr. Stillwell, or texts Mr. Stillwell, "Hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news," right?
Right.
And then she says, "Answer me, please."
Correct.
And eventually at 11:41, 15 minutes later, Mr. Stillwell responds, "I'm at the studio, Mom."
Correct.
Okay. So at 11:26, according to this conversation, not only did Miss Alexander alert Mr. Stillwell about the shooting on Windsor Street, but Miss Jackson says there's a shooting on Windsor Street, right?
Correct.
And it's on the news.
Correct.
Was this information about the shooting on the news at that point?
I know that the article that Miss Alexander had, that's a female, I don't know her real name, in Atlanta, that wasn't like an ATL scoop or a news thing. I And then I don't know how Miss Jackson saw it, so I'm not sure if you got word of mouth from Miss Alexander, worried about it. I don't
Maybe
know.
she saw it on the news. Maybe
I don't know when the news coverage began.
Okay. The bottom line is by 11:26 that night, 2 different people had informed Mr. Stillwell about a shooting, a death, Windsor Street.
Correct.
And the word had spread throughout. It wasn't just Mr. Stillwell that was being informed. The word had spread throughout the Atlanta community that quickly.
Correct.
All right. And basically, the phone indicates on March 17th, 2 days later, Mr. Stillwell clicked on a news article about that shooting.
He sought out the news article and then clicked on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sought out and clicked on it.
Correct.
All right. Cool. All right. Right when you started testifying, you remember when you were going through a timeline, and I think it was from 2019 to 2020, different events that had occurred?
I do.
And we heard a lot of names, Tanquarius Mender, right?
Correct.
And you said he's a member of the Rolling Crips.
As well as YSL, yes.
Okay, and we heard about Stephen Harris.
Correct.
And he's a Crip. And we heard about...
No, I'm sorry, Stephen Harris is a member of YSL.
Okay, he's a member of YSL. We heard about Marcus Sims.
Correct.
He's a Crip.
Yes.
Okay, we heard about Wayne Alford. And we heard about a bunch of other names in this timeline
Correct.
that you were going through. Well, first of all, let me just ask you this. When you were asked about all these events, you were referring to some sort of, you were refreshing your recollection with a sheet that was in front of you.
Correct.
Okay, that was highlighted, color-coded.
Correct.
Okay, did you create that sheet?
Mr. Abadi had created the sheet as a timeline.
Okay, so when you were testifying about those events, you were refreshing your recollection. You were being asked questions by the prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And then you didn't have any reports of your own with you, did you, about any of these events?
No, I didn't. I was at the GBI at that time, and they were APD cases, so they wouldn't be my reports.
So you didn't investigate any of these events?
So the way it would work is gangs typically doesn't take an aggravated assault or a homicide or things of that nature. We will work with those units and provide them information and assist with their investigations. So the reports, I will help with the cases, but they would fall with those investigators.
Did you have any reports with you when you were your reports with you when you were discussing this?
No.
Okay. But you were refreshing your recollection off of a sheet of paper that was prepared by the prosecutor.
Well, this is something we had discussed. There's numerous incidents, so we needed a timeline to keep them correct.
All right. Well, let me just ask you this: in all those things, 2019, 2020, that you discussed, all those events, Shannon Stillwell wasn't charged with any of those events, was he?
He was not.
Okay, cool. You remember when you talked about how I was asking you about your reports and you said you'd write them in search warrant applications?
Correct.
All right, I want to talk to you about that. You did a search warrant application for the house of Jeffrey Williams on 355 Allison Drive, correct?
Correct.
Not moving any evidence. I'm going to ask you some questions about that affidavit. Would having your affidavit that you wrote
Sure.
up there with you, would that be helpful?
Sure.
May I approach?
You may.
Okay. These affidavits that you fill out to take to a judge to try to get a search warrant, they're under oath?
Yes,
Okay. A judge relies on them, relies on the accuracy of them, correct?
correct,
Relies on them to be complete.
correct.
The intent of an affidavit is not to mislead a judge, is it?
No,
Okay. And you wouldn't mislead a judge, would you?
I would not.
Okay. And you filled out this affidavit on May 9th, 2022, correct?
Following the presentation to the grand jury, yes.
Right. May 9th, 2022?
Correct.
Yep. And that was also in the wake of these various attacks on Lucci, on Rashawn Bennett in the jail.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you were interested. You had that one with Jaden Myrick. With Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin, and Mr. Eppinger was trying to get Mr. Sumlin to talk to someone to get payment, right? And you suspected that person to be Jeffrey Williams.
Suspected, and that was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin.
Okay, so you suspected that to be Jeffrey Williams.
Right, and was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin, yes.
Okay, again.
Yes, I
please,
suspected,
just
yes.
Questions I ask, okay? So you saw a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence on these matters, correct?
No,
Okay. You sought a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home.
for his body, for his cellular devices, and for gang evidence.
Okay. So, in Mr. Williams' home.
Correct.
In your affidavit is what's used to develop PC, or probable cause, for the judge to rely on, right?
Correct.
And in your affidavit, I think it's in the 4th page, you reference a post that you saw on the internet about Jeffrey Williams posting, YFN, and this is already in evidence, YFN, if ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you, right?
Correct.
That's referenced in your affidavit.
Which page is not on 4?
Well, mine's not numbered, but I'm just gonna go by. Right, it's on the 5th page, I'm sorry. If we count, and again, they're not numbered, but I'm just going by the 5th page that I have.
So,
And it would be the it would have been the 2nd full paragraph. So there's one sentence and then 2 paragraphs down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can look at may I approach?
Yes. Okay, that's different than what I have.
You reference seeing on XXL this magazine, you reference seeing this post that Mr. Williams supposedly made, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that made your affidavit because you thought that was important to show Mr. Williams and his veiled threats to Mr. Bennett, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Can I have that back? I'm just going to need it.
Sure.
I'll bring it back to you. Now, you also, 2 pages after that, whatever page you have it, I have in the beginning, it says details for.
I'm gonna have to see the page because these pages are out of, whatever I have is not the same as yours.
You can have
Okay, no, I see that one. Okay, I gotcha. Mhm.
All right. Also in your affidavit, you include a text thread between Mr. Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And as part of this text thread, you draw the judge's attention to a specific line, correct?
I included that amongst other things in the affidavit, yes?
Well, there's one particular line that you put in a bigger font and you also circled it, or it's circled, correct?
It's circled, yes.
Okay. And you circled it to draw attention to it, correct?
To what I was referring to, yes.
Yes. And the line that you circled to draw attention to was YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to highlight that passage said by Mr. Williams in the text thread, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to highlight that for the judge.
Amongst other posts, yes.
Okay. What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah.
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes?
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? You believed that to be a threat, didn't you?
I didn't say it was a threat. It's saying that he's willing to, that's how they talk. They'll talk about, they have the ability to put money on people's heads.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3 and 4? Is that correct? Okay. Could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3? Oh, before you do that, in this thread that you highlighted in your affidavit to the judge, this thread between Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams took place on February 7th, 2021?
Correct.
Y'all watch this Lil Uzi Vert reference. I'm predicting it. Oh, and by the way, Thugger Daily had put this up previously too, so I saw it from him.
You just started over, Mr. Kokomo, with volume.
They don't even be knowing what they talking about, y'all. These investigators, like they just lost.
All right.
Put the volume on, man.
Yes. They can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoe get in line. Slime rule the world. Believe it. Y'all niggas out this motherfucker spending 24 million on their heads. They can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoe get in line.
Okay. And could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3A? You see, what's displayed is Jeffrey Williams 3A.
I do.
And it's a reaction, Jeffrey Williams reacting after Lil Uzi Vert put a $24 million diamond into his head.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know about Lil Uzi Vert and the $24 million diamond and that reference when you filled out this affidavit?
I did not, but I would still stand by what I put in the affidavit.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, on a sworn statement to a judge with knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond put into his head the days before Mr. Williams typed that, you would still put that quote, YSL ruled the world, 24 million on an end head in that affidavit?
Objection. Vague, compounded, maybe mischaracterization of what.
She just said she would stand by it.
Overruled.
I did not have knowledge of Lil Uzi Vert getting a diamond in his head.
Okay, so all right, so let me ask that last question again. Instead of saying I would do it again, if you had knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Oh, gotcha.
To mislead the judge?
Not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct message is different than what you see on here. Lil Uzi Vert, I don't remember, is a member of YSL. So I think it might be a new, like a term they're going to coin, like wipe his nose, things of that nature. So 24 on somebody's head might be a new thing that they're going to go with. He's saying YSL rules the world. As the leader, he can make that assertion.
You're doing a lot of explaining. Did you do any of that explaining in your sworn affidavit to the judge?
The sworn affidavit reads, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Okay. And clearly, when you put highlighted and circled 24M on a N's head, you're sending a message to that judge, are you not? Let's be real.
I'm referring to my words that I wrote say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right, and just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone, a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge?
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
I agree. Can we make our determinations, or are you going to make the determinations for us?
Objection. Arguments.
Sustained.
That was argumentative. That was
I think
argumentative.
maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams. Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no. Your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world and they have $24 million. That's what I wrote in my words in the affidavit.
She's wrong though, because Vert is the one who put the diamond in his head. He's not
Mr. Williams
YSL.
has $24 million on YF and Lucci's head. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules. He claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
No, you didn't say it. You just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size as the date and time as the name, the Instagram handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Sorry, y'all. I'm getting riled up now.
Let's talk about
It's tripping me out, man.
you, Miss Knight. Could you pull up 227 VV A6B?
Y'all, her interpretation was wrong anyway, because Vert said Vert was the one with the 24 million.
Thank you, Miss Knight.
And he's not a part of YSL. So what are they even talking about? The jury can see this though. That's the thing. The jury can see that she won't back off. But the problem is if she backs off, she's impugning her own credibility on other things. So she's between a rock and a hard place.
Yesterday, you indicated that, now this is from a video.
Correct.
With Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct?
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So yes.
Right. Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. Could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it, it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified. And that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
Okay. You say it looks like it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with a Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Sig Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert.
I
You're
never-
only familiar with these Glocks.
I never claimed to be, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert, but you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, and you don't even know, whatever this gun is, if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun or didn't leave with that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Correct, but we don't know that they didn't.
Okay. Right. Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on.
I've recovered a good bit of guns in my career. I know what they look like.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you know about guns, at least through your career, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they expel shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they make a loud bang?
Yes.
When you shoot a Glock 27, does it create a muzzle flash?
It should. I mean, when you
Okay.
shoot it, like during the day, you wouldn't see it, or sometimes at night you can see it, but
Okay, and when you shoot a Glock 27, does it emit gunshot residue?
if it's inside of a contained area, yes, it would.
Okay. All right. Remember on Friday, you talked about you get to the end of an investigation, something seemed small is huge. And we're
Correct.
talking about the post. All right. Well, there's one thing, surveillance video. You would agree that that starts huge and remains huge? Like
Every-
surveillance video is a pretty important part of a case.
Every investigation is different, but yes,
Okay. You've seen the BP video, correct?
I have.
And you've seen it, Detective Hogan showed it to you?
He did for the purpose of identifying the individuals, yes.
Right, okay. Have you seen the FedEx surveillance video?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could cue it up.
While they cue it up, this is for you, Andre. While they cue it up, this is Viverito's, one of her photos online right now. That's Viverito, y'all.
Okay, before you start, Mr. Kokomo, investigator, when did you first see the FedEx video?
It was after I met with Investigator Hogan in the afternoon of the 16th, so it would have been after that.
Okay. Well, are you aware that, and maybe this will help you answer this question, you're aware that Detective Hogan swore out warrants against my client without ever viewing the FedEx video?
I can't speak to what he did or did not do.
Okay. When did you most recently watch the FedEx video?
Probably maybe like a week ago,
Okay. How many times in total have you watched the FedEx video?
a few times.
A few times. When you say a few times, how many is it?
And I've watched it a year ago, or a couple years, like 2 years ago. I watched it.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could please publish the FedEx. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Viverito. At this point in the video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows
Correct.
is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
Okay. And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
Correct.
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell shot Mr. Drinks. Correct?
I'm not the homicide investigator, so I'm going along with the evidence that was presented to me by homicide. But yes, that's consistent with what Detective Hogan, his case.
Well, he swore out a warrant for Shannon Stillwell for actually shooting Mr. Drinks.
That's consistent with what Detective Hogan had found.
In this video, you could see headlights, correct?
Correct.
You could see traffic lights.
You can see tail lights and traffic lights, yes.
And you can see brake lights, correct?
Correct.
All right, awesome. Mr. Kokomo, could you just play the video? And I'm just going to ask you to look at the cars closely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, pause, Mr. Kokomo, please. All right, so we're paused at 102:36 on this video. At this point, Mr. Stillwell in the white Audi is pulled off, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Nichols and with Mr. Boyer and Mr. Farley have pulled off.
Correct.
Okay, while they were there at that light with Mr. Drinks, did you observe any muzzle flash on that video?
No, and with this quality of video, I would not expect to see it.
Okay, right. You just see brake lights and traffic lights and headlights, but no muzzle flash. Okay, I got you.
A muzzle flash is much, much, much dimmer than a brake light. Like when you're shooting at night, you're hard pressed to see your own muzzle flash.
Firearms expert again.
I'm telling you, my experience from shooting a firearm, we do take night firing courses.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Gunshot residue. You aware that the headliner from Mr. Stillwell's car, the Audi, was collected and tested for gunshot residue?
I am.
You ever talked to Alexander GBI analyst Alexander Coven about the results that he found?
I have not.
And you are aware that warrants were taken out certainly before any of those GSR results were in, correct?
Correct.
Talk about tint. You've been preparing with the state. You know that the state has said that Mr. Stillwell had tint applied to his windows of that white Audi upon renting it, correct?
Correct.
In violation of the rental agreement, I may add.
Correct.
Okay. And this tint was applied on Flat Shoals Road, according to the district attorneys, at about 6:30 p.m.
According to them, yes.
Okay. You were able to observe the white Audi on March 16th?
I did not walk. Wasn't that interested in it at that point, so I did not walk. It was very, very dark.
Have you seen the pictures that Miss Antoinette Green took of the white Audi after it was recovered when Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
I have.
Did you see any damage to the tint, specifically the front driver passenger tint on that car?
I did not.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could rewind again. No, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Keep it here. Keep it here. Just play it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. Okay. You saw that car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell? Pause it, please. You saw
Yes.
that? Mr. Stillwell, you're aware that he, well, you've already stated this, he was victimized in the past. Someone shot through the rear windows, killing Tiara Jones.
Yes.
And now, that car that sped up is next to Mr. Drinks, correct? or approaching Mr. Drinks?
It's approaching, but it stops short of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play it. So now there's a pause. So now there's one car next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
It's still not next to him. You can see from the angle that it looks like the front of the car. I'm sorry. The front of the car is like, from what I can see, looks like the front of the car. The front wheels are still towards the back of the vehicle. It's not like exact with the car.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could please play. Pause. See that car make a U-turn?
I do.
Okay. What car was next to Mr. Drinks when that car suddenly made a U-turn?
Judging by how the lights are, that car still appears to be back a little bit, but next to it.
All right, so now you're making three-dimensional evaluations, but we can't see a muzzle flash.
A muzzle. Mr. Sharp, I'm going to explain to you. When you're, and I don't know if you're mischaracterizing it. When you go to the range, example, to fire your weapons at night, and there's a line of shooters, it's not bam, 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 lights everywhere. It's a very, very muted, if it shows. So this far away with this quality of video, I would not expect to see that.
Okay, well, let's talk about this car.
Sure.
This car makes a U-turn. Did you see, is there like a train that's crossing that would have let this person know, no, I need to find another route?
No.
Is there a officer saying, hey, turn around, you can't come this way?
No.
Is there an animal crossing the road that would have made this man do a U-turn?
No.
Who is this? Whose car is this that made the U-turn?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if anyone ever tried to use these license plate readers to determine whose car that is, so we could talk to them about why they made that sudden U-turn?
That would be part of Detective Hogan's investigation, but I do not.
Okay. Could
y'all, the feed just dropped, y'all. It dropped. It's not me. It has dropped on all the feed is dropped. I'm looking at Fox 5 on my other computer. I'm recording this and it literally just dropped. So it's the whole feed. It's the whole feed, y'all. I don't know what the heck just happened. Yeah, I'm looking at Kat and Williams. She's going to be checking for other feeds, but it's gone. It's gone, y'all. It is gone. I'm sorry about that. Let me see. But it's not me. So you don't have to try to go find another channel. The whole feed just zapped out right now. The whole feed just zapped out. I'll show you another one. This is
U.S. Solar Company's nasty little secret.
Sorry.
It turns out if you live in Maryland, they have to give you solar panels for absolutely no net cost. All you have to do is ask. Solar companies.
Sorry about that. I know that was loud. This is Fox 5, by the way, y'all. This is Fox. As you can see, we were on Law and Crime. This is Fox. I know that was loud. Sorry about that. I had my volume all the way up. Oh my gosh. It's just totally gone. Like they literally just cut the feed, y'all. No joke. Like it is just gone. I guess it'll come back. But no, there's one main feed that supplies all the different channels and it's gone. That's crazy. All right, well, let's just hang out and wait and see if it comes back. I'll check other channels. See, when Miss Sylvia had her camera, she would have been still recording. She would have still had the opportunity to record, but there's one more. There's a couple more. I will check 11 Alive and also, but there's one main camera that feeds everything. So what do y'all think? This was definitely the part we've been waiting for. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check. There are a couple of other ones that have a stream. 11 Alive had a stream. Let me see if there's anything popping on there. If they even have their stream up still. I can't believe this. What the heck? All right, hold up. Here's the 11. I'm gonna show y'all the 11. This is 11 Alive. So they don't. Theirs is down as well. And I'm gonna check one more. The Atlanta Constitution or something. Atlanta news. And here's News First Atlanta. Just to show y'all, this is News First Atlanta. As you can see, it's all gone. So what do y'all, maybe we should just pop over to Twitter for the moment. I do have my screen up so I can tell if anything comes back. What do y'all think happened? What do y'all think happened? Look at Taylor Umbridge, who was gracious enough to allow us to use some of her interview footage. She was pumped. Here we go. FedEx video. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what we've been waiting for. Miss Sylvia is live. Let's take a look. I'll take a look at Miss Sylvia. She might. If she's still live, y'all, we'll just have to. Where would she be on? Infamous Sylvia? Let me see. She might be recording from the media room. All right, so Infamous Sylvia says streamed 3 hours ago. There's no live on Infamous Sylvia. But she does have an Infamous Sly. Oh, this does say live. Let's see if she's recording. If so, we'll just back it up. Oh, there is something here. Oh, crap. All right, y'all. We're going to restream Miss Sylvia. I'm going to switch. Just give me a quick second, y'all. I'm going to switch over to my other profile so no commercials will run. And then we will just rewind it a little bit. But yeah, it looks like Miss Sylvia still has the stream. That's cool. All right. All right, here we go. Y'all, we're going to have to send Miss Sylvia some money. You know that, right? Do y'all want to donate anything? Send over to Miss Sylvia. Let me see. All right, we saw this. I'm going to speed it up till we get to whatever we didn't see. We saw this. Can y'all hear this? You can't hear? Y'all can't hear this? Okay. Let me try again. I can hear it. Hold up. Let me try it again. Tell me if you can hear it, y'all. So Max is talking. Can you hear him? Y'all can't hear it? Y'all can't hear that? I'm gonna put my how come y'all can't hear that? We hear you. I know you can hear me, but not the audio. That's strange. All right, here. Let me I'm gonna just go log out of everything. Give me a sec. I'm gonna log out. I'm gonna just get totally out of this and just bring it up again. Give me a quick sec, y'all. Give me a quick second. We'll get it taken care of. All right. Can y'all hear this sound now? Let me just Can y'all hear this now? I can't explain it. I don't know. You can see it, but you can't hear it. I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try one more thing. I wonder why you can't hear it. This is so strange. What happened? Technology just went haywire on us. All right, so here we have Miss Sylvia's feed. Here we have the video. What about now? Closed captions unavailable. A lot of people did go over to her stream. Y'all still can't hear it. I can't explain it, y'all. I can't explain it. No, it's not my system sound. I mean, I was just every different tab I put it on, y'all could hear it. Um, well, y'all listen. I'm gonna put the link in. I'm gonna put the link in for Sylvia. Y'all go check it out on her live, and y'all come back. Let me put the I'm gonna put the timestamp. Just go check it out on her live, y'all. I'll put the timestamp down if possible. Y'all go check it out on her live, and we'll see who. Oh, I can't put the timestamp because it's a live. Here's the link. Oh, you don't want to go to Sylvia's? Just play this. I would play the sound from my phone, but I don't know how to sync it up. Let me try. Let me try. Give me a sec, everybody. I'll try to sync it up. Just give me 2 minutes. We'll try to sync it up with my phone and what we're seeing here. So they are on lunch now, so y'all don't have to worry about that. It's not going to be synced up perfectly.
Dr. Melissa Sims Stanley.
No, I'm not. I'm not a homicide investigator.
All right. Are you aware
Y'all hear that?
that Dr. Sims Stanley testified that upon being shot
Objection.
in that exact spot,
Hang on just a second.
Improper question with a lack of foundation. And she can't listen to testimony to know what the doctor would have testified. And she said she had not spoken.
Overruled.
that the loss of any control over your body parts would be instantaneous.
Okay.
Okay? And that if shot in that exact spot, no one would have the ability to lift
I'm gonna just play the
their
audio.
foot on and off the brake.
Okay.
Have you spoken to Dr. Stanley about that?
I've already said I have not.
Okay. Did you know that she called that a medical impossibility?
Objection, Your Honor, that's improper with a lack of foundation. But this was the speculation.
Those two objections are overruled.
Objection, facts not evidence of mischaracterization of her testimony.
That objection is also overruled.
So, how long had, and we can rewind it, Mr. Kokomo. I want to know how long after Mr. Stillwell in that white Audi had left Mr. Drinks, how much time passed between that moment and when Mr. Drinks' brake lights are going
A couple of seconds.
on and off? Well, we're gonna, Mr. Kokomo's gonna let us figure this out.
Y'all, it's not exactly synced up. I'm just giving you something to look at, but the sound in the video is not synced, just so that y'all know. Playing the sound from my cell phone. So it's not a total sync.
Right now, that's Mr. Stillwell next to Mr. Drinks, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell's leaving now at 1:02:26. The brake lights have now gone off at 1:02:45. 19 seconds to be exact, correct?
Sure.
All right. That car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the brake lights were going on and off is also the car that was next to Mr. Drinks when the car pulled a U-turn, correct?
I don't know if I'd characterize it as on and off, like multiple times, but that was the car that was a little bit further back from his car, yes.
Okay, and that's the same car that was next to Mr. Drinks at the time of the U-turn, correct?
Staggered behind Mr. Drinks, yes.
Okay. Have we identified that car?
You keep asking me about the homicide investigation. Unfortunately, with APD, we're not allowed to be in, like, may I finish? I can't answer your questions about Detective Hogan's homicide in full.
So you don't know if anyone used LPR readers to determine the license plate of that car? That was
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, and we don't know who the driver of that car is, do we?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay. Has the headliner from that car that was next to Mr. Drinks, when brake lights were going on and off, when the other car was doing a U-turn, has that headliner ever been collected?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
What are the gunshot residue test results from that car?
You would have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, it's a good time to pause for lunch.
Okay.
So let's be back at 1:40, please.
All right, y'all. We made it through, y'all. We made it through. Let me see if any.
For any reason, we need to come back before 1:30. 1:40, sorry.
Okay.
See y'all at 1:40.
Lunch till 1:40. Y'all, that is wild. The feed just got cut on us. All right, so now I can try to go back and figure out what the heck just happened. Oh my gosh. I think y'all, you know what? Normally we would have lost a lot of people. Y'all stuck around. Makes your boy feel good. Okay, so I'm gonna rewind this. We need to give Miss. I know some of y'all don't rock with Miss Sylvia, but she just saved us, y'all. Her feed just saved the day for us. So we got to give her credit for that. I think I'm gonna send her a little gift, as a little gift of appreciation. Let me see if the main feed is back. The main feed is still not back. What do we make of this? How is this possible that the main feed is just totally gone? Thank you, Air. Appreciate it. What do we make of the fact that the main feed is gone? So, y'all, what I'm going to do is the main feed should still recorded everything that happened up to this point. So I'll just rewind it back about. But hold up. We've been in court. We've been in court today since what, 8 something? And this main feed only goes back 2 hours. What the heck is going on here? Y'all do hit the like button, please. I'm going to back this up about an hour or so. I'll put it back. I'll put it back to about right here. And we'll just rock with this over the lunch hour. I'm going to try to figure out something. Yeah, I know there was 2 hours without without the jury, but typically that is recorded anyway. So I don't know. Something strange happened. But y'all, I'm going to take my lunch. I'm going to try to knock out a video real quick. I'm going to try to splice in some of the Miss Sylvia stuff. And yeah, I will see y'all back at 1:40. So I'm going to just let this play. Y'all can hear this, right? Can you hear this audio now? Can you hear this audio? Let me just get it to where Max is talking. Y'all can hear this, right? Anthony says no. Zeno says yes. Okay, some of y'all can't hear and some of you can. So if y'all can't hear it, you might need to turn up your no? Is your sound on? King of Survival says yes. Sarah says yes. Queen says no. Is all no can hear you, but not the court. What the heck, man? No, all right. All right, y'all. So then this is what I'm gonna do. Give me a sec, y'all. Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna just close this StreamYard out, but I'm not gonna close the stream. I'm just gonna close the browser. So give me a sec. Don't go anywhere. 1 second.
Then 20 at 11:28.
All right, can y'all hear it now? Can you hear it now? All right, y'all got, I don't know. Okay, so we had some kind of technical problem. Y'all can hear. So I'm gonna just let this play, y'all. We'll be back at 1:40. Okay, we'll try to make a quick video. So we'll play it from here. See y'all back at 1:40.
Still in the
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what's what?
Yeah, see.
Who?
Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah.
Mr.
That
Atkins,
wasn't
can you
yesterday.
quiet for a second? We're going to come back to that one because I want to get the timing right.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay. And that is, Mr. Coker. Okay. And we're going to come back to that call. But let's talk about Mr. Stillwell's phone that was collected.
Sure.
Okay. Do you know you're able to view? So you collect the phones. Detective Leon Packer, he dumps the phones, and then you're able to view the phones, what the contents of the phones through a program called, what's it called? XRZ, is that correct?
XRY.
XRY. Okay. And you get just a whole bunch of information that's in whoever's phone.
The contents of the phone are organized by category.
Right. And we're talking about pictures, text, emails, instant message, call logs, location, data, internet searches.
Correct.
Notes.
Correct.
Okay. And if you don't know, that's fine, but do you know how many texts or calls total were in this phone?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it would be listed on the extraction, on the front page of the extraction. When you open it up digitally, it'll give you what you're going to see initially is it's everything by category. So it'll say 20,000 texts, 100 calls, things of that nature.
Okay. Ms. Knight, if you would please display 227 VVA2. Oh, Ms. Knight. VVA2. Yes. VVA2. 227 VVA2. A. Okay, this is one of the text messages or one of the text conversations that was introduced on Friday, I believe. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this is from Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
All right, and in this phone, Mr. Stillwell's talking to, is that D? Do you know that number to be Demekion Garlington?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Because there's a couple of D's in this case, but you believe this to be Demekion Garlington?
He did change his number right before the wiretap, so I believe that's the number before.
Okay. And if you could zoom out a little bit, Ms. Hilton, or Mr. Atkins, so we can see the whole conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. So in this conversation, to add context, Mr. Stillwell is indicating that one of his 2 phones is at Big House.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Darius Ford's house? And again, let's be clear, this conversation occurred December 24th, 2021.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about 3.5 months before any of this involving Christian McMiller's death or Darius Ford's death or Shamel Drink's death occurs.
Correct.
Okay. Do you take that to be Big's phone? Is there another Big? Do you not know?
There is another Big.
Okay. So, but in any event, Mr. Stillwell is saying he left his phone at someone else's house.
Correct.
Okay. And then D says, finna take it in where you at, indicating that he's taking Mr. Stillwell's phone, right?
I don't take that as taking the phone, like finna take it in, like I'm finna go to sleep or go home.
Fair enough.
Like take it in for the night.
Fair enough. Could you go down, Mr. Atkins? Okay, and this is the part that the state introduced. Okay. He says, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting. Okay, he did not say I'm op hunting.
Correct.
He said, if Polka asks, tell her I'm out hunting.
Correct.
Okay, and Polka you know to be who?
Taisha Alexander.
And that is Mr. Stillwell's girlfriend at the time.
I guess, yes, I don't. Yes,
Something like-
sometimes,
something like
sometimes, yes.
And you also know from your review of the calls that Mr. Stillwell was having some issues with fidelity.
Yes.
Okay. So he's just saying, if Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, can we go back to that call? I think I finally got my stuff together here. Okay. Remember that call that we were just talking about with, and just to review, it's Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and they were talking about people were going to assume things, and they're just saying it because they saw us at the gas station.
Correct.
Okay. I want to play, Mr. Atkins, if you could start playing it. I guess we could start at 11:28. Yeah, 11:45. Yeah, that's fine.
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town, man. Yeah, he's gonna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man, that'd be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She crazy. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on the tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you. All right.
I love you too.
All right.
All right. Well, okay. Let me just ask you this, and we're going to get it together, and we're going to get it played. Do you remember on that call, that same call, that unrecorded call? I mean, that these two gentlemen thought that they were talking to themselves without being recorded. Do you remember Mr. Stillwell saying when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean.
I do.
Okay, and that's on this call.
Correct.
All right. And he does not say the car has been cleaned.
Correct.
He's saying, don't worry about it because when they test for gunpowder, it's going to come back clean.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on the private call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington that they had no reason to believe was being recorded.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the phone. You made note of 227 VVB11, and we don't need to display it, but it was basically something in Mr. Stillwell's notes that said, "Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. They be dropping."
Correct.
Okay, and that was in March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m. The phone says that that's when it was entered.
It might say either modified or entered, yes.
Okay, and that was, and we're going to get to it, but you're aware that Mr. Stillwell's grandmother, Betty Jackson, texted him about the shooting, about seeing it on the news that night?
Objection, assuming facts not.
Well, it's going to be in evidence. I'm asking if she's aware. You're aware of that?
I was aware that Miss Alexander notified him about a shooting in Mechanicsville. I don't know if Miss Jackson did.
Okay. It was hours, this would have been hours after Miss Alexander alerted him as well, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
I'd have to see it. I'm not.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get to it. But this was at 12:52 a.m.,
Okay.
right?
I haven't seen it, so I just.
Okay, and we've already discussed ops,
Correct.
dropping ops. Those are common themes, common topics of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time, your investigation, at the time that he entered this note into his phone, he was in fact at the studio, correct? At 12:52 a.m. on March 15th.
After leaving the gas station, they went to a studio. I did not have location data on Mr. Stillwell to say, but I believe they should have still been at the studio.
Still been at the studio creating music when he entered that note.
Creating music, hanging out. Like, yeah, that's what they do. Hang out at the
Okay.
studio.
All right, cool. And then you talked about search words, a search that you noted about a Windsor Street shooting, right? That was in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
So he didn't, and I clarified that on direct. He
Right.
didn't search Windsor Street. He searched Fox 5
Okay.
and then
Well-
clicked on, and then within Fox 5, then searched the Fox 5 website.
I appreciate that. So on 3/17 at 2 in the morning, Mr. Stillwell clicked on the Fox 5 website to this article.
Correct.
Okay, didn't search, your testimony, he didn't search words like Windsor Street or anything, but he clicked on the article and that's what shows up in the phone.
I'd have to see the screen. I believe he searched Fox 5, traveled to the Fox, like say I open my phone and I want to go to whatever web, Amazon, and search Amazon, click on Amazon. And then on Amazon, I would then search. That's what happened. So he searched for Fox 5, went to Fox 5, then went on Fox 5, I believe searched Windsor Street shooting, and then clicked on the article, is what it looks like.
Okay, and Miss Knight, could you just display 227 VV88 so everyone knows what we're talking about? So this is what you're talking about, right? The search.
Correct.
Okay, and this is 3:17 at 2:31 and 56 seconds in the morning, correct?
Correct.
No, that's I want to show you some documents, investigator.
Sure.
It's okay with you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Investigator Viverito, I am approaching you with what's been marked 57A, DS57A, DS57C, and DS58. Could you look at these and tell me if you recognize?
Sure. Okay, these are excerpts from Mr. Jackson's phone.
Right, and those are, and are those excerpts from, are those conversations from the data that was downloaded from Mr. Jackson's phone?
Sure, the first one is the one that I spoke about that I had seen of Miss Alexander informing him about the shooting.
It's not in it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Are those accurate representations of the data that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit DS57A, DS57C, and DS58 into evidence.
A, C, and E. Say that again, please, if you don't mind.
And there is no DS57B. It's DS57A, DS57C, and DS58.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don't know where the E came from. Okay. Those are admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please, permission to publish, Your
You
Honor.
may.
Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish 57A first? So in this, in DS57A, investigator, this is a conversation between Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell.
Correct.
Okay. At 3:14:22, at 11:01 p.m., Miss Alexander reaches out to, or texts Mr. Stillwell and says, "You okay? Somebody just got killed in the Ville. Ugh." Or Atlanta, too much right now, right?
Correct.
All right, and then they respond to each other with kisses. Mr. Stillwell asks who got killed, correct?
Correct.
And then Miss Alexander eventually says, "I don't know yet," but before that, she sends some sort of screen message, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's at this. The message is sent at 11:19:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
All right, and Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish 57C. And this is the screenshot that, or the picture that Miss Alexander sent to Mr. Stillwell at 11:19 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And it's a photo, and is that Windsor Street?
I believe so.
And it's captioned, "Somebody just got killed in Mechanicsville."
Correct.
And it's posted by someone named Bori Billions.
Correct.
And at whenever Miss Alexander sent this picture or downloaded it, it already had 2,000 views, correct?
Correct.
All right. So by that night, just based on what we see in this phone, by that night at 11 o'clock or 11:15 or 19, the word had spread about a shooting, correct?
Correct.
In Mechanicsville,
Correct.
where someone was killed.
Correct.
Okay. And this was not a secret. It was being spread throughout social media.
Correct.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could post DS58. This is a conversation, and I'm sorry, it's marked 58A, so Your Honor, if we could just amend that to make 58A.
Sure.
Thank you. So looking at DS58A, this is a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Boss Lady, correct?
Correct.
And you know Boss Lady to be Betty Jackson, correct?
Correct.
His grandmother.
Correct.
His grandmother who raised him.
Correct.
At 11, Mr. Kokomo, thank you. At 11:19 p.m., Shannon texts his grandmother, "I love you."
Correct.
Boss Lady or Betty Jackson responds, "Mama love you so much, heart, heart, kiss, 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 'cause you're my sweet thing."
Correct.
And Mr. Stillwell says, "Yeah." I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but yeah, right?
Sure.
And then Miss Jackson gives a thumbs up, right? And then at 11:26:57, Miss Jackson says to Mr. Stillwell, or texts Mr. Stillwell, "Hope you are not near Windsor Street shooting on the news," right?
Right.
And then she says, "Answer me, please."
Correct.
And eventually at 11:41, 15 minutes later, Mr. Stillwell responds, "I'm at the studio, Mom."
Correct.
Okay. So at 11:26, according to this conversation, not only did Miss Alexander alert Mr. Stillwell about the shooting on Windsor Street, but Miss Jackson says there's a shooting on Windsor Street, right?
Correct.
And it's on the news.
Correct.
Was this information about the shooting on the news at that point?
I know that the article that Miss Alexander had, that's a female, I don't know her real name, in Atlanta, that wasn't like an ATL scoop or a news thing. And then I don't know how Miss Jackson saw it, so I'm not sure if you got word of mouth from Miss Alexander, worried about it. I don't
Maybe
know.
she saw it on the news. Maybe
I don't know when the news coverage began.
Okay. The bottom line is by 11:26 that night, two different people had informed Mr. Stillwell about a shooting, a death, Windsor Street.
Correct.
And the word had spread throughout. It wasn't just Mr. Stillwell that was being informed. The word had spread throughout the Atlanta community that quickly.
Correct.
All right. And basically, the phone indicates on March 17th, 2 days later, Mr. Stillwell clicked on a news article about that shooting.
We sought out the news article and then clicked on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sought out and clicked on it.
Correct.
All right. Cool. All right. Right when you started testifying, you remember when you were going through a timeline, and I think it was from 2019 to 2020 different events that had occurred?
I do.
And we heard a lot of names, Tanquarius Mender, right?
Correct.
And you said he's a member of the Rolling Crips.
As well as YSL, yes.
Okay, and we heard about Stephen Harris.
Correct.
And he's a Crip. And we heard about,
I'm sorry, Stephen Harris is a member of YSL.
okay, he's a member of YSL. We heard about Marcus Sims.
Correct?
He's a Crip.
Yes.
Okay, we heard about Wayne Alford. And we heard about a bunch of other names in this
Correct.
timeline that you were going through. Well, first of all, let me just ask you this. When you were asked about all these events, you were referring to some sort of, you were refreshing your recollection with a sheet that was in front of you.
Correct.
Okay, that was highlighted, color-coded.
Correct.
Okay, did you create that sheet?
Mr. Abadi had created the sheet as a timeline.
Okay, so when you were testifying about those events, you were refreshing your recollection. You were being asked questions by the prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
And then you didn't have any reports of your own with you, did you, about any of these events?
No, I didn't. I was at the GBI at that time, and they were APD cases, so they wouldn't be my reports.
So you didn't investigate any of these events?
So the way it would work is gangs typically doesn't take an aggravated assault or a homicide or things of that nature. We will work with those units and provide them information and assist with their investigations. So the reports, I will help with the cases, but they would fall with those investigators.
Did you have any reports with you when you were your reports with you when you were discussing this?
No.
Okay. But you were refreshing your recollection off of a sheet of paper that was prepared by the prosecutor.
Well, this is something we had discussed. There's numerous incidents, so we needed a timeline to keep them correct.
All right. Well, let me just ask you this: in all those that you discussed, all those events, Shannon Stillwell wasn't charged with any of those events, was he?
He was not.
Okay, cool. You remember when you talked about how I was asking you about your reports and you said you write them in search warrant applications?
Correct.
All right, I want to talk to you about that. You did a search warrant application for the house of Jeffrey Williams on 355 Allison Drive, correct?
Correct.
Not moving any evidence. I'm going to ask you some questions about that affidavit. Would having your affidavit that you wrote
Sure.
up there with you, would that be helpful?
Sure.
May I approach?
You may.
Okay. These affidavits that you fill out to take to a judge to try to get a search warrant, they're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. A judge relies on them, relies on the accuracy of them, correct?
Correct.
Relies on them to be complete?
Correct.
The intent of an affidavit is not to mislead a judge, is it?
No,
Okay. And you wouldn't mislead a judge, would you?
I would not.
Okay. And you filled out this affidavit on May 9th, 2022, correct?
Following the presentation to the grand jury, yes.
Right, May 9th, 2022?
Correct.
Yeah. And that was also in the wake of these various attacks on Lucci, on Rayshawn Bennett in the jail.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you were interested. You had that one with Jaden Myrick. With Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin, and Mr. Eppinger was trying to get Mr. Sumlin to talk to someone to get payment, right? And you suspected that person to be Jeffrey Williams.
Suspected, and that was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin.
Okay, so you suspected that to be Jeffrey Williams.
Right, and was confirmed by Mr. Sumlin, yes.
Okay, again.
Yes,
I
I suspected, yes.
Questions I ask, okay? So you saw a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence on these matters, correct?
No,
Okay. You sought a search warrant for Jeffrey Williams' home.
for his body, for his cellular devices, and for gang evidence.
Okay. Okay. So in Mr. Williams' home.
Correct.
In your affidavit is what's used to develop PC or probable cause for the judge to rely on, right?
Correct.
And in your affidavit, I think it's in the 4th page. You reference a post that you saw on the internet about Jeffrey Williams posting YFN, and this is already in evidence. YFN, if ain't like what you do for your mother and kids, I would have been killed you, right?
Correct.
That's referenced in your affidavit.
Which page is not on 4?
Well, mine's not numbered, but I'm just gonna go by. Right, it's on the 5th page, I'm sorry. If we count, and again, they're not numbered, but I'm just going by the 5th page that I have.
So,
And it would be the first, it would have been the 2nd full paragraph. So there's 1 sentence and then 2 paragraphs down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can look at my, may I approach?
Yes. Okay, that's different than what I have.
You reference seeing on XXL this magazine, you reference seeing this post that Mr. Williams supposedly made, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that made your affidavit because you thought that was important to show Mr. Williams and his veiled threats to Mr. Bennett, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. Can I have that back? I'm just going to need it.
Sure.
I'll bring it back to you. Now, you also, 2 pages after that, whatever page you have it, I have in the beginning, it says details for.
I'm gonna have to see the page because these pages are out of, whatever I have is not the same as yours.
You can
Okay, no, I see that one. Okay. I gotcha. Mhm.
All right. Also in your affidavit, you include a text thread between Mr. Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And as part of this text thread, you draw the judge's attention to a specific line, correct?
I included that amongst other things in the affidavit, yes?
Well, there's one particular line that you put in a bigger font and you also circled it, or it's circled, correct?
It's circled, yes.
Okay. And you circled it to draw attention to it, correct?
To what I was referring to, yes.
Yes. And the line that you circled to draw attention to was YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you wanted to highlight that passage said by Mr. Williams in the text thread, correct?
Correct.
You wanted to highlight that for the judge.
Amongst other posts, yes.
Okay. What was he referring to? Why did you feel it important to highlight 24M on an N's head to the judge?
Well, he's referring to YSL ruling the world
Yeah.
as an organization, and it could be a play on words or a play on things that have happened, saying 24M on a racial expletive head.
Okay, 24M on a racial expletive head. It sounds like Mr. Williams had money on someone's head.
It could be taken that way, yes?
It could be taken that way, and you highlighted it and circled it for the judge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that too. You wouldn't have misled the judge about what was being discussed, would you? You believed that to be a threat, didn't you?
I didn't say it was a threat. It's saying that he's willing to, that's how they talk. They'll talk about, they have the ability to put money on people's heads.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3 and 4? Is that correct? Okay. Could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3? Oh, before you do that, in this thread that you highlighted in your affidavit to the judge, this thread between Wooney Lee and Mr. Williams took place on February 7th, 2021?
Correct.
You just started over, Mr. Kokomo, with volume. All right.
It's, they can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoe get in line. Slime rule the world. Believe it. Young niggas out this motherfucker spending 24 million on their heads. They can put 24M on the front of your head. Y'all young hoe get in line.
Okay. And could you please publish Jeffrey Williams 3A? You see, what's displayed is Jeffrey Williams 3A?
I do.
Okay, and it's a reaction, Jeffrey Williams reacting after Lil Uzi Vert put a $24 million diamond into his head.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know about Lil Uzi Vert and the $24 million diamond and that reference when you filled out this affidavit?
I did not, but I would still stand by what I put in the affidavit.
Okay, so you're telling me right now, on a sworn statement to a judge with knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got a $24 million diamond put into his head the days before Mr. Williams typed that, you would still put that quote, YSL ruled the world, 24 million on an end head in that affidavit?
Objection. Vague, compound, maybe mischaracterization of what the witness just said.
Overruled.
I did not have knowledge of Lil Uzi Vert getting a diamond in his head.
Okay, so all right, so let me ask that last question again. Instead of saying I would do it again, if you had knowledge that Lil Uzi Vert just got $24 million diamond in his head and that Mr. Williams was referring to that, would you still have put that in the affidavit?
Yes.
To mislead the judge?
Not misleading. May I explain?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is this social media direct message is different than what you see on here. Lil Uzi Vert, I don't remember, is a member of YSL. So I think it might be a new, like a term they're going to coin, like wipe his nose, things of that nature. So 24 on somebody's head might be a new thing that they're going to go with. He's saying YSL rules the world. As the leader, he can make that assertion.
You're doing a lot of explaining. Did you do any of that explaining in your sworn affidavit to the judge?
The sworn affidavit reads, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
Okay. And clearly, when you put highlighted and circled 24M on a N's head, you're sending a message to that judge, are you not? Let's be real.
I'm referring to my words that I wrote say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right, and just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone, a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge.
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
I agree. Can we make our determinations, or are you going to make the determinations for us?
Objection, argument is sustained.
Do you think maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams? Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no, your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world and they have $24 million. That's what I wrote in my words in the affidavit. I didn't say Mr. Williams has $24 million on YF and Lucci's head. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules, he claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
No, you didn't say it. You just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size of the date and time as the name, the Instagram handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Let's talk about you, Miss Knight. Could you pull up 227 VV A6B? Thank you, Miss Knight. Yesterday, you indicated that, now this is from a video.
Correct.
With Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So
Right.
yes.
Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. Could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it, it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified. And that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
You say it looks like it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with a Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Sig Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert. You're only familiar with these Glocks.
I never claimed to be, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert, but you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, and you don't even know, whatever this gun is, if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun or didn't leave with that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Correct, but we don't know that they didn't.
Okay. Right. Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
I never asserted that I owned one. I've seen one. I've handled one. I can recognize one.
So you've handled one at a gun dealer, and that's what you're basing the identification on.
I've recovered a good bit of guns in my career. I know what they look like.
All right, let me ask you this. Since you know about guns, at least through your career, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they expel shell casings?
Yes.
Okay, Glock 27s, when you shoot them, do they make a loud bang?
Yes.
When you shoot a Glock 27, does it create a muzzle flash?
It should. I mean, when you
Okay.
shoot it, like during the day, you wouldn't see it, or sometimes at night you can see it, but
Okay, and when you shoot a Glock 27, does it emit gunshot residue?
if it's inside of a contained area, yes, it would.
Okay. All right. Remember on Friday you talked about you get to the end of an investigation, something seemed small is huge. And we were
Correct.
talking about the post. All right. Well, there's one thing, surveillance video. You would agree that starts huge and remains huge? Like surveillance video is a pretty important part of a case.
Every investigation is different, but yes,
Okay. You've seen the BP video, correct?
I have.
And you've seen it, Detective Hogan showed it to you?
He did for the purpose of identifying the individuals, yes.
Right, okay. Have you seen the FedEx surveillance video?
I have.
Okay. I'd like to watch it with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could keep it up. Okay, before you start, Mr. Kokomo, investigator, when did you first see the FedEx video?
It was after I met with Investigator Hogan in the afternoon of the 16th, so it would have been after that.
Okay. Well, are you aware that, and maybe this will help you answer this question, you're aware that Detective Hogan swore out warrants against my client without ever viewing the FedEx video?
I can't speak to what he did or did not do.
Okay. When did you most recently watch the FedEx video?
Probably maybe like a week ago.
Okay. How many times in total have you watched the FedEx video?
A few times.
A few times. When you say a few times, how many is that?
And I've watched it a year ago or a couple years, like 2 years ago. I've watched it.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could please publish the FedEx. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kokomo. Okay, Mr. Kokomo, if you could pause that video right now. Thank you. Investigator Viverito. At this point in video, as we have it paused, you would agree that Mr. Drinks' red Versa is on the left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that Mr. Stillwell's rented white Audi with tinted windows
Correct.
is in the middle. And you would agree that Mr. Nichols, actually Miss Lewis, Mr. Nichols' wife, that Ford Fusion is on the right, correct?
Either the right or staggered behind it, yes.
And according to your investigation, Mr. Drinks is alone in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell is in the car with Mr. Garlington per your investigation.
Correct.
And Mr. In the car, the Ford Fusion, we have Mr. Nichols driving,
Correct.
Mr. Boyer,
Correct.
and Mr. Farley.
Correct.
And your theory
Oh, y'all,
is that while at this light, Mr. Stillwell
crime is still not back.
shot Mr. Drinks.
They never came back. I thought they would be back by now, but maybe their system broke. So we're gonna have to see if we can get Miss Sylvia. She is there. She's been streaming, so I guess that's where we're going, y'all. Give me a second. I can't believe that.
Say, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
All right. And just so we're clear, as we sit here today, as someone, a law enforcement officer, even with knowledge of this, you would still put that in front of the judge.
There are different interpretations to everything as we've seen throughout this whole trial.
I agree.
All right, so they're
So
not
you
back
gonna
on
make
Sylvia's.
determinations, or are you going to make the
So we'll just, yeah, Fonnie killed the feed, y'all. So we'll just stick with this for now until they come back.
Do you think maybe you misinterpreted what was said by Mr. Williams? Is that a possibility?
I think it differs from what was presented on the internet and between direct messages, as we've seen.
So your answer is no. Your interpretation is perfect, pristine.
My interpretation was YSL rules the world and they have $24 million. That's what I wrote in my words in the affidavit. I didn't say Mr. Williams has $24 million on YF and Lucci's head. I didn't say that. I said YSL rules. He claims that YSL rules the world and has $24 million.
No, you didn't say it. You just put in a bigger font and circled it for the judge, right? Right?
It wasn't a bigger font. That's how the message reads. It's the same font as the date and time, the same size as the date and time as the name, the Instagram handle.
In the circle?
It's circled, correct.
Let's talk about you, Miss Knight. Could you pull up 227 VV A6B? Thank you, Miss Knight. Yesterday, you indicated that, now this is from a video.
Correct.
With Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
Rolling a blunt.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's other individuals there, correct? Correct? There's other individuals in the room?
Correct.
Okay. And then it's on Mr. Stillwell's phone, so you're presuming that Mr. Stillwell was filming the video?
It was filmed from his device. So
Right,
yes.
right. Okay. So yesterday, you made a claim that a gun, well, what did you say? A gun is, I don't want to jumble your words. What are you claiming about the guns on this table?
A gun is what?
You identified or thought a gun was consistent with something?
It could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Could be consistent.
Correct.
Okay. And which gun is this?
The one towards the back right here.
Okay. Could be consistent with a Glock 27. All right. It could also, well, first of all, are you a firearms expert?
I'm not.
Okay. You're just someone who's owned a Glock before.
Several, yes.
Okay. And before yesterday, had you ever made the claim that, oh, I reviewed this video and this appears to be a Glock 27?
That was my first time testifying yesterday, so where else would I make?
What about reports? Did you ever write a report and said, I reviewed this is very important. I reviewed this video that was in Mr. Stillwell's phone, and I believe that could be consistent with a Glock 27.
Well, while reviewing the evidence in preparation for trial, when I took a better look at this video and found it, it was probably 2 or 3 days before I testified. And that's when I first had to really research through and look at photos and kind of isolate what kind of gun that was.
So the answer is no, you didn't write a report.
No.
Okay. And certainly the first time saying it to me or anyone on this side was yesterday in court.
Correct.
Okay. You say it looks like it could be consistent with a Glock 27 based on the shape of the bottom of the grip. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Springfield firearm, correct?
I'm not familiar with a Springfield, but from how the magazine looks, also it could be consistent with a Glock.
Okay. It could also be consistent with a Sig Sauer. Could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson, correct?
I'm familiar with a Glock.
Right, because you're not a firearms expert.
I
You're
never-
only familiar with these Glocks.
I never
And-
claimed to be, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, well, you start identifying guns in court, kind of making yourself an expert, but you're not an expert, are you?
I'm not.
Okay, and
y'all, the law and crime feed is done. It's dead. It's over.
if Mr. Stillwell left with that gun,
It has not
or
come
who left
back.
that gun. You don't know if anyone left with that gun. You don't know whose gun that is.
Infamous Sylvia does have a feed.
Okay.
Sylvia has a feed, and they have not come back yet from break. So we are just
Right. Let me ask you this about your Glock 27 that you say this looks consistent with. When you shoot your Glock 27, Does it expel shell casings?
I don't own a Glock 27. When I was purchasing a subcompact Glock, I was going back and forth between the 27 and the 43. I prefer to shoot a 9mm, so I went with the 43.
So you don't even own a Glock 27?
I just said when I was researching the two, handling the two at the gun dealer.
So now you don't own a Glock 27. You were researching it, which means you were handling the gun at the gun dealer. That's your experience with the Glock 27.
All right, y'all. Can y'all hear this? Can y'all hear? Last time we tried this, you couldn't hear. Let me know if y'all can hear this. Okay. Can you hear the court? Y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear the court? No, I can't make it louder. The court's fees have been low. You know why? Because it only comes through one side. It's not coming through in stereo. I don't know why.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hilton, you can go ahead with your redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weinstein. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well.
So I want to start with some questions that Mr. Weinstein asked you regarding the watch that was in Mr. Williams' home in the closet.
Correct.
Did you steal the watch?
I did not.
Next, Mr. Weinstein asked you a few questions regarding whether or not Mr. Kendrick was inside of the home at the time that the search was taking place. Do you remember a line of questionings regarding where Mr. Kendrick was?
I do.
When the SWAT team made entry, did they clear out the house before you went inside of the home?
They did.
And was that after Mr. Kendrick was apprehended after fleeing the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you made aware of where Mr. Kendrick was found, was apprehended?
Yes.
Where was that?
Outside of the home.
As a part of that investigation, did you ever recover a cell phone from Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
And did you have that cell phone extracted in the same way that we talked about other cell phones being extracted?
Yes, a warrant was drafted and it was extracted by Kevin Leon Packer.
In that phone, did you find any information that was taken on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. What did you find?
A text message, I believe, saying that I'm at Slime Spot, if I remember. I have to see the text message in front of me, but.
So were there any pictures of his phone from that day?
I'd have to look at the dates on the photos. There are photos, but from the home, but I don't know if it's that day.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534 VV and 534 VVA. Tell me if you recognize 534 VV and 534 VVA.
I do. These are photos from Mr. Kendrick's home.
And do those pictures have a date on which they were captured on the phone?
May 9th, 2022.
And do they appear to be photos that were taken from Mr. Kendrick's phone after you reviewed it pursuant to the search warrant and the cell phone extraction.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 534 VV and 534 VVA into evidence.
Those are admitted.
No objections.
And we'll publish in a moment. And is this a picture that was found in Mr. Kendrick's phone?
It is.
Okay. And do you recognize anyone in the picture?
Martinez Arnold.
Right. And who is Martinez Arnold? Which individual is Martinez Arnold?
The white t-shirt and the black pants.
And if you can just show on the TV screen the date in which it says the picture was, I believe it said it was modified.
May 9th, 2022.
And then did you also say earlier that you saw a text message in the phone on that same date as well?
Yes.
Now, I want to transition to Mr. Shard's line of questioning. Mr. Shard spoke with you in detail about one of the search warrants you drafted. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 530 VV. And I'm going to go to, I believe it was page, unnumbered page 5. Excuse me, unnumbered page 7.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at 530 VV, unnumbered page 7, is this the page that you and Mr. Shard were discussing with the YSL Rule the World Kid 24 mil on the N-word tab?
Yes.
And does that appear to look like a page of your search warrant affidavit that you drafted for this particular search warrant in this case?
It does.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit page 530 VV, unnumbered page 7 into evidence.
Can I seek clarification from the state?
Sure.
No objection.
All right, that's admitted. It's just that one page.
Just that one page, Your Honor. And permission to publish.
You may.
And I want you first, is that page, the unnumbered page 7 of 530 VV?
It is.
All right. And are we able to zoom in? The portion that has the circle, how did you grab that information and put it inside of your warrant?
I believe it was a screen grab from Instagram records that were received.
And as you screen grab, is that how you place it inside of the warrant?
It is.
Once we get it back up, I want you to read what is the paragraph right above the screen grab. Now, while we're waiting for that, Mr. Shard, do you recall him asking you a lot of questions about writing reports in this case?
I do.
Over the course of these 2 years, have you ever had opportunity to meet with Mr. Shard?
I have not.
Have you been available to meet with Mr. Shard if he had any questions about any information contained in the warrant or March 22 folders or anything that you may have done in relation to this case?
Absolutely, I have been.
Now, are you able to see and read the paragraph before before the screen grab.
Yes.
Can you please read it?
In a conversation thread from February 4th, 2021 to February 7th, 2021, Jeffrey Williams brags that YSL rules the world and has $24 million. Jeffrey Williams then tells YSL members to pay him directly, and he pays for everything already for the members. This shows Williams' leadership role within the enterprise, directing the actions of YSL members and obtaining the profits from the enterprise.
At any point in there, did you say that he was given $24 million to try to kill Lucci?
I did not.
Did you infer that in anything that you wrote right there?
I did not.
And is that what you presented to the judge in addition to all the other pages of that affidavit?
It is.
And how many pages is that affidavit?
Several. They're not numbered, so it's multiple.
Now, do you remember? You can take that down, thank you. Do you remember there being a line of questioning regarding Mr. Stillwell's song "Slap Talk" and the verse, where's it? I just beat a murder rat, pay my lawyer $30 for that.
Correct.
And are you aware of when Mr. Stillwell was initially arrested on murder warrants regarding Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I know it was sometime in late 2015.
To your knowledge, did he ever receive a bond on that original murder warrant?
At some point, yes.
Okay, do you know when?
I want to say maybe the winter of 2016.
To your knowledge, between 2016 winter and 2019, was there any indictment for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No.
Okay. Between 2019 and 2022, was there an indictment for Donovan Thomas?
No.
When did this indictment for the Donovan Thomas murder occur?
May 9th, 2022.
And when did the Donovan Thomas murder occur?
I believe January 10th of 2015.
So if my math serves me correctly, it took about 7 years for there to be an indictment in Donovan Thomas murder.
Correct.
I'm going to now publish the video that Mr. Shar talked about on Direct, which is the full video of the screen grab regarding Quarmavius Nichols. Remember, do you know what we're referring to?
I do.
All right. And this is going to be for the record, Your Honor, and we're going to we're going to ask to admit 471 VVA into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, that's admitted.
No objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Falling, I've been here through it all. I won't fuck with you often. Baby, I ain't got no reason. I think I need to stay down.
But you know what, man? I don't give a fuck. But y'all pussy. Don't even come from no fake page. Come from your real page. I don't get no fuck, man. Come on, man. Hey, it ain't private. It ain't private.
I go to war with any nigga. I heard them say that they won't smoke with us. Ain't got no better nigga, ain't gon' fuck with us. So what you saying is up, up. I step on any nigga.
That you screen grabbed in addition to the 2 pictures that we published earlier.
It is.
All right. And do you recall when you pulled and screen grabbed that video?
Probably a day or two after the homicide of Mr. Drinks.
And on here where it says 18 hours, would this video have been posted this particular video been posted 18 hours before you screen grabbed it?
Correct. Whatever day, I'm not sure the day of the actual capture, but it would have been 18 hours before that.
And if it said 1 hour, would that video been posted 1 hour before the capture?
Correct.
Now, there was a line of questioning regarding Shell Kell and the 2 shells on his face. Do you remember that?
Correct.
The Christian McMillan and Darius Ford case, is that still an open and pending investigation?
It is.
Are you the lead detective?
I am not.
Have you done additional investigation on that case?
I've assisted on that investigation.
And have you turned that information over to the lead detective?
I have.
And is it up to the lead detective to take out warrants or do whatever next steps in the investigation?
It is.
DeMarco Boyer, when did you confirm that Boyer, let me strike that. How did you confirm that Boyer was at the gas station? How were you able to confirm that information?
There was a call that precedes the call at 9:59 that let me know that they were at the gas station.
And did you ever get phone records to confirm whether or not there was accuracy regarding that call?
I don't believe I obtained them, but I did see them and the results of them.
And to your knowledge, do you know when those phone records were obtained?
It would be a couple months after the indictment, I think. I didn't obtain them, so I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Let me ask you, do you know if it was before or after the indictment?
After.
Mr. Shar asked you some questions about tinted windows. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Right. Have you ever had any cars tinted, windows tinted?
I have.
And have you ever received instructions after the car has been tinted on what you should do about winding up and winding down the windows?
I have.
Have you always listened to that instruction?
I tried to, yes.
Has there been a time when, and let me ask you, what is the instruction generally?
Don't roll your windows down for 3 to 5 days.
You said you tried to. Have there been times where you have rolled it down before the 3 or 5 day period?
The next morning, getting out of my parking deck, I accidentally rolled down my window.
In your experience, did anything happen to the tint?
It did not.
So I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV and the call that's on March 15th, 2022 at about 2 o'clock a.m.
Yo. All right, man. There's all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and they ain't got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense. Yeah, yeah. The fuck you just getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who wrote you? Yeah. That's stupid as fuck. So you need to be on the dumb ass, y'all. What the hell? What's wrong with you? We right here. We right here down here. Yeah, what? Ride past trying to see. I'm finna go get. I'm finna meet up with y'all nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up. Try to get a fill up for Mike, right? Yeah. Alright, I'm listening. Huh? I said, alright, I'm finna let you know what's going on. I just, I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga, you back soon. You say, I was gonna jump in with y'all nigga. Alright. That's what I'm saying. Call when you done. Alright, I'm gonna get the fill up now. Alright.
Now I want to pull, are you familiar with the vault page of the actual wiretap information that you receive when you get the wiretap?
Yes, so typical, oh,
Sorry, the PDF pages.
yes.
And earlier, did we talk about yesterday that sometimes within the wiretap, there was mapping information?
If it's available, the wiretap will display a map of where the device is at that time.
And is this what the PDF page looks like when you get the wiretap information?
So when you export the wiretap data, this is the PDF form, how it's going to print out and be exported.
And does it have a link for the audio and a link for the map?
Correct.
And is the audio link, would that link us back to the audio that we just heard?
It will allow you to play the call associated with this record.
And then what does the map link do?
It will show you, if it's available, the map of where the device is located at the time of the call.
Okay. We'll click on the map. And if you can use the pointer. Looking at the map, are you able to see the area or the neighborhood that that it appears that the phone is in?
Yes.
Okay. What neighborhood is that?
Mechanicsville. Right. All right here.
And where it has the pin drop, is that where the phone is supposed to be located on the map?
It should be within that radius. So it'll give you a radius and say within this many meters, and that judges how big the circle is going to be.
And on the radius, do you see Fulton Street Southwest?
I do.
And do you also see McDaniel Street?
I do.
Is the is I-Windsor and I-20 in this general vicinity of this area?
No, it will be right here.
I'm going to object to a general vicinity.
Sustained.
Within the map, are you able to see where the I-20 Windsor area is?
Right here.
Are you able to see, court's indulgence for a moment. Thank you. Now, Do you recall Mr. Shar asking you about whether or not the phone call that was at 9:59, where the call says get on FaceTime, whether that was, where did you get that time information from?
Yes.
And where was it that you received that time from?
The wiretap itself.
I'm going to publish for you what's already been admitted as 397 VVD, which is the ankle monitor location information. Looking at 397 VVD, do you see a time for 9:59 p.m.?
I do.
And do you see a location for 9:59 p.m.?
464 Windsor.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 397 VVC. Do you see that same address located on 397 VVC?
I do.
Okay. And is that the is that the BP gas station?
It is.
And is that the BP gas station located at Windsor and Fulton Street?
It is.
Is that the same BP gas station that you saw in surveillance video?
It is.
Is that the same BP gas station where the car that was rented by Shannon Stillwell and Demikion Garlington is inside of is at that gas station?
It is.
Is that the same gas station where the white Ford Fusion is in, that DeMarco Boyer is in, at that same gas station?
It is.
And is it at 9:59 that that call comes in that for them to get on FaceTime?
It is.
And in looking at the surveillance video, is that moments before or after the red car in which Mr. Drinks was in is pulling off from that gas station?
I'm going to object to possible speculation. I
Have,
don't know how the video cameras link up.
I think that's an argument.
Do you want to rephrase the question?
Sure. On the surveillance video, do you see at approximately 9:59 from the BP surveillance video, that car, Mr. Drink's car, leaving the gas station?
I believe Mr. Drink's car leaves the gas station, and then the other cars shortly thereafter follow.
And then do they then go to, those cars go to the light that's on the FedEx surveillance video?
Yes, they stop at the light.
Now let's go to the FedEx surveillance video.
Sure.
All right. Now, what time is on the surveillance video on the bottom? How much into the video are we at?
1 hour, 1 minute, and 32 seconds.
All right. Mr. Bott, if you can press play, please. Is that the red car approaching the light?
It is.
Right. Is that now the first white car, which is the white Audi, now approaching next to Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And is that the white Ford Fusion then approaching next to the white Audi?
It is.
All right. And are those cars just all at the light currently?
Yes.
And do we now see cars moving in the opposite direction?
Yes, oncoming traffic is starting to move.
And actually, Mr. Abadi, can we go back to when the cars first get to the light? I want you to tell me, I'm investigator Viverito, what time does the red car first get to the light?
One hour, 1 minute and 36 seconds.
What time, and tell me what time the Audi gets to the light?
At the 45-second mark.
And what time does the Fusion get to the light?
52-second mark.
What time does oncoming traffic start?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Are they still at the light?
They are.
What time does this car that's behind pull up?
1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
Do you see the white Audi pull off?
I do.
What time was that?
You may have to roll it back for
Okay,
a second.
if you could pull back for a second.
You may have to go back more because it's already pulled off.
You can go back to 102.11. We'll pause. Do you see the Audi pulling off?
Foot comes off the brake at about 1 minute and 1 hour, 2 minutes and 21 seconds, and they pull off at 1 hour, 2 minutes and 24 seconds or 23 seconds.
And prior to the Audi pulling off, do you see the Fusion make any movement?
No.
Okay, let's go back.
Y'all, I'm gonna switch over to law and crime. Looks like they're back. Everybody, let me know you can hear this.
Oh, the Fusion starts creeping up.
And what time is that?
It's around like the 17 or 18 second mark.
Y'all hear it? Okay.
And is the white Audi going into oncoming traffic?
Yes, it dives into incoming traffic, oncoming traffic.
The lane that Mr. Drink's car in, is that the left turn lane?
It is.
The car that pulled up behind, does that car go left and turn left?
Yes.
And you said that you've been out to this area before.
I have.
Is the middle lane a turn lane?
No.
Is it only the left lane?
Yes.
Now, if we can go back again to 102.15. Now, investigator Viverito, I want you to focus on, remember the individual you saw walking in the video before?
Yes.
I want you to focus on that individual walking.
Okay.
And when if you can show the jury when you first see the person walking.
Right there. Or is it not on my screen? It is. Oh, there it is.
And you keep playing. Do you still see the person walking?
I do.
Are they still walking when the car makes a U-turn?
It is. They are.
Can you still see them walking?
It's muffled, but yeah, they're still continuing towards the intersection on foot.
And is Mr. Drink's car still sitting in the left lane?
It is.
Do you still see the individual walking?
You see, surfacing right here. It's very hard to see, but you see the movement right here.
And he's still walking towards the light?
Correct.
On Windsor Street, where the individual is walking, what is to the right of where he's walking?
I believe I remember correctly, some bushes or shrubbery, and there may be a wall of some sort. I can't 100%.
Now, we're going to have to go back again to about 1:02:11. Again, is that where all three cars, the Fusion, the Audi, and and Mr. Drink's car, all at the light?
Correct.
Now let's focus our attention on the car that pulls up. What time does the car pull up?
At about the 27 to 28 second mark at 1 hour, 2 minutes, 27 or 28 seconds.
And I actually want to pause. Mr. Abadi, are you able to zoom in to that portion now? And once you zoom in, if you go back to 1:02:11. If it's not working, we can just go back. Thank you. Is that just a zoomed in area of the location that we've just been looking at?
It is.
All right. And now I'm going to focus on the white car that pulls up. Do you see the Fusion pull for it first?
Correct.
Is that the Audi pulling off into traffic?
Correct.
Now, is the white car behind those cars?
It is.
And from here, can you tell if the car that pulls up is behind the car with Mr. Drinks?
You'll see like a gap here. It's Like the tires are back towards the back of the car.
In the turning lane?
It's in the middle lane.
Okay. Keep going. And do you see the car flash on and off and the car still behind Mr. Drink's car?
Yes.
And is that light red?
It is.
And does the light turn green when he goes to make the left turn?
It is.
Following road traffic?
Correct.
Or following the correct signals?
Correct.
And is the car still sitting there?
It is.
At any point in time in this video, do you see any muzzle flash?
No.
But was Mr. Drink still shot inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
Now, when the Audi that Mr. Stillwell takes off, does he go left as well?
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to 397 VVD. And I want to go all the way up to the top initially.
Okay.
This exhibit. Now, do you see the categories of the information that's contained within this exhibit?
I do.
Do you see column I?
Yes.
And what does column I say?
Speed.
All right. I want to go back to March 14th, 2022. And I want to scroll to when we last looked at this document at 9:59, was he at the location at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
Okay. And at 10 o'clock, was this at 464 Windsor Street?
He was.
That's the same BP gas station.
Correct.
All right. At 10:01, was the ankle monitor at 405 Cooper Street Southwest?
It was.
All right. And do you see that column I where it says 17 and 18?
Correct.
All right. And that's the miles per hour, right?
Correct.
Okay. When we go to 10:02, PJV2 plus VR, is that at 18 seconds?
18 miles.
18 miles per hour?
Yes.
Excuse me. And I want you to remember this PJV2 location, all right?
Okay.
The next location, 500 Northside Drive Southwest. How many miles per hour?
90.
And what time is that?
10:03.
Is that 2 minutes after the car is at the, or the ankle monitor at the PJV2 location?
A minute.
Excuse me, a minute after the PJV2 location,
Yes.
right? I want to show you 397 VVF.
Yes.
Y'all, depending on how long this is gonna last, I would love to run that back real quick. I just don't have another feed right now for us to be able to monitor. But we're gonna have to take a look again at Hilton's breakdown, because I think their image enhancement is better than ours, y'all. Let me see if I can just grab that one.
When pulling off into traffic.
Is their image enhancement better than what we've been getting, or is it the same? I feel like it's a little better, y'all.
Now, is the white car behind those cars?
It is.
I could be wrong though.
And
I don't know how long this is gonna last, but I feel like there's a little bit better than what we've been getting with our home stuff. 73 says the same. Miss Flynn thinks it's better. I don't know. I would think it might be a little better, because if you are enhancing the original, where we're enhancing whatever came through our computers, they'd be enhancing the original. I think it'd be a little better. Maybe unnoticeably though. Maybe unnoticeably better. Yeah, I know they zoomed in 504. We have a lot of zoomed in. I zoomed in. I put up a video of somebody who they emailed it to me where they zoomed in. We have different zoomed in videos. We have different zoomed in videos. So Fox is doing a live feed. Yeah, Fox. Yeah, I know. It's the same feed as the same feed we have though, Law and Crime. So make sure my quality. Okay, I don't know where I would do that, but if you let me know, I certainly will do it. That third YT car's front wheels are drinks back wheels at first. I need to rewatch this, because what Hilton just displayed does look like Drinks was up front and the car was a little bit behind him when the U-turn happens. It does look like Drinks is up front a little, and the third car is not quite up beside Drinks when the U-turn happens. That U-turn is kind of a signal. The U-turn is kind of a signal where you, at that point where you say, this is where the gunshots might have happened. Yeah, Andre, I get that, but everybody take a look at this. I'm going to show y'all something. This only goes up to 720. Can y'all see that? Oh, I need to keep it. This only goes to 720, y'all. There is no 1080p on Law and Crime. So the max, so that also could be a reason why they have better video than we do. Because think about it. Whenever it comes over Law and Crime or any of these, it's already, if they have something that's more definition, higher definition than 720, by the time we get it, because we're getting it over YouTube, YouTube does have up to 4K, but Law and Crime is broadcasting to us in 720. So that would be a reason why we might see more detail on theirs. I mean, we're still getting it at 720 anyway, but maybe when they zoom it in and then we watch it on 720, it's still better than the way we would have seen it otherwise. Yeah, Yak looks a lot better like that, doesn't he? I think he's found his look. I hope he sticks with it.
I don't know if Mr. Sharp's going to tell you why he objected. I had already asked the witness the question about the 90 miles per hour. So that question was done. My next question, I asked her to read the location of PJV2. That's it, what was on the spreadsheet. Then that is when Mr. Sharp objected. So that is the objection that's on the floor. At this point, I've asked her to read PJV2.
Well, she is reading off of an ankle monitor report from the ankle monitor company. To the extent that she reads off of it, that's not really my issue. It's when she starts to interpret the data. She doesn't work for that company. I don't know, for instance, the PGV2, whatever, PJV2, I don't expect to hear her testify or what that means, because she's not the ankle monitor person. The ankle monitor person would have been the person to ask about those things. So I don't get.
What is VJV2?
So the next thing that I was going to show her, which was already admitted, is the picture of PJV2, which is a location that's already in evidence.
But how does she? Okay, so
What you were going to ask her to read?
Yes. So this is the spreadsheet, Your Honor.
Okay.
On here, which I had her read earlier on the spreadsheet, the column has the name, column D has the date and time, column E and F is longitude and latitude, and column G is a location. So before the objection, I believe she was reading, or she had read at March 14th, 2022 at 10:02 p.m., the location PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia. That is what my question entailed. And that was
Okay,
the
and
objection.
she read that?
She
Or
read,
is- okay, she read PJV2 plus VR, Atlanta, Georgia?
I believe that. if
Or
the
is that
object-
when the objection came?
That might have been when the objection came.
Okay, and then what?
And I was just going to have her read the date and time of that location. Then I was going to show her what has been admitted already as PJV, already admitted as 397 VVF.
That plots that location
Correct.
by the ankle monitor company? Or by whom?
We showed the ankle monitor company that picture as it correlated to this location here. So we printed out Google images of these locations, PJV2, 464 Windsor, which is what I just showed her previously.
By the latitude and longitude?
Yes.
Somebody plotted latitude and longitude
I don't.
on a map
No, we
to get
pulled
that
up-
location?
No. We pulled up the map. We went into Google and we put PJV2 plus VR. We just Googled it. And we pulled up the location.
So essentially, they want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor. And mind you, the ankle monitor company person is already here. They want someone who doesn't work for the ankle monitor company to take something that's on the ankle monitor company's Excel sheet and then compare it to a Google printout that the prosecutors printed out, and
That is already in evidence?
that's
You're right,
already in
it's in evidence. It's not, we're not admitting it through her. It's in evidence. The ankle monitor witness introduced it. He
Okay.
introduced it along with the record
Mm-hmm.
of the pictures. And so
Okay.
at this point, when Mr. Shard has
Okay, and
challenged.
then what? So you'll then say, and here's this other piece of evidence that is a plot of PJV2 plus VR.
Is that the location at the light that for the surveillance video that we just observed? Because all
Okay.
of this is in this is all in response to Mr. Shard's cross-examination about what occurred at the light.
Can you put that back up again, please? The thing that was just up. And from this, you are going to have her extrapolate that because at 10:02, his ankle monitor showed him at that location, then what? Because you came up here and were saying this is going to be able to show that the timeline is accurate across all the different devices. How is it going to do
So
that?
the challenge that Mr. Shard made is that the 9:59 phone calls, this started with the phone call at 9:59, which is the wiretap phone call. Mr. Shard asked Investigator Viverito, are you able to know if that is the accurate time?
Uh-huh.
Because of that line of cross-examination, we are now showing Investigator Viverito other admitted evidence that shows a correlation to that 59 time. So when you look at this chart, before we get to the 10:02, which is at PJV2, at 9:59, the
Please
ankle.
put that exhibit back up.
All right, y'all, let's see if we follow this. So she's trying to corroborate the time.
Or hand it to me. I'm happy
No,
to have
put
a
it up.
copy of it.
We want to see it. There we go.
So now we're talking about 9:59 and not 10:02.
You're right. We're showing Mr. Shard started off at 9:59. Then, if you can recall, he went through the entirety of the surveillance video at the FedEx.
Uh-huh.
So that's after 9:59. So what we are showing is other evidence that
he does not dispute that he was at the light.
He disputes
at the same time as Mr. Drinks was.
Your Honor, he disputes that Mr. Stillwell is the person who was shooting. He disputes that the call at 9:59 was a call to get on FaceTime to shoot Mr. Drinks. We are saying that that call, that FaceTime call, is a call that where they said we are getting ready to go shoot the ops. That's why they get on FaceTime. So he is challenging all of that, Your Honor. So what we are showing is at 9:59, if you look here on the ankle monitor, he's at 464 Windsor Street. That is the BP gas station. He then a minute
9:59 is accurate. And lined up to, I mean, I don't see how you can establish that 9:59, according to the ankle monitor company, is, you know, spot on to the second. 9:59 according to the wiretap.
But we're saying that it's accurate time, Your Honor, because he wants it. He's at 464 Windsor, which is where, if you look at the BP gas station video footage, that is when all the cars begin to pull off from the surveillance video at the BP gas station.
But there is no cross-reference to the wiretap, which is the point. That is my only point. Is 9:59 on the wiretap. We don't know when it is on the rest of these devices, and this information does not give us or other surveillance systems.
Agreed.
And
Do
this,
you have him on the video at the BP station talking on the phone and going like this?
We have the wiretap that has him.
No.
We believe the phone plot.
I know you believe it.
No.
Do you have evidence to establish it?
No.
Our evidence is
that-
circumstantial evidence that he is at the gas station.
No.
You mean, do we have direct evidence? No, Your
No.
Honor.
Do you
No.
have evidence that the 959 that you want is the same 959 on all of the different
No.
things
Doesn't.
that recorded time in video?
That is why we're showing this, Your Honor, because we're trying to show circumstantially that all these times are.
How
together.
are you showing circumstantially that it lines up?
Your Honor, because when we look at the ankle monitor information, he is at the 464 Windsor at 9:59.
Right.
The call comes in at 9:59. The BP gas station surveillance video has 9:59. So we are showing that all of these things coexist. So the time could not just be off because all of the times are at approximately 9.
That's if he got the call when he was still at the gas station.
Exactly.
Your Honor,
You can't
The
show
fact
that.
they all at some point say 9:59 doesn't establish anything.
Correct.
If you don't have a video that shows him talking on the phone at 9:59, so
Correct.
that you can go, aha, see, the video lines up with the ankle monitor that says 464 Windsor Street.
This is why I
Otherwise,
like
it's
her.
what you want it to say, but it doesn't actually, even circumstantially,
Ugh.
establish that. You can argue it, but you can't have a witness say, yep, this says 9:59, so that means
but we
that's
didn't
when that.
ask her to say that, Your Honor. We never asked Investigator
But-
Viverito to
but-
say that. We asked
I
her
know,
what
but
time
you were telling me that's what you were
No,
leading up to having her say.
No, it's not, Your Honor. What I said I would never have her say, is he exactly on the phone at that time? Because he's in a tinted car, so we don't know. What we know is from the wiretap that at 9:59, there's a phone call. That's what we know.
That
So I
at
can never-
9:59, according to however the wiretap clock was running.
Correct. Your Honor.
Yes,
So
that's
in
what
nobody
will come out.
disputes that.
Your Honor, we've stopped talking about
Ms. Hilton, you
9:59.
came up here and said, I'm asking these questions so that I can establish that the timeline lines up for everything.
Yes, Your Honor, the timeline lines up. So
Okay.
at this point, I can show that all of these different devices are around approximately the same time.
I don't think anybody disputes even that it's
But-
approximately the same time.
Mr. Shard does. Okay.
You can have her, it's in evidence. You can have her read something, but you cannot have her say, yeah, that means all of these times lined up. Or
I
that
never was
means
gonna have-
9:59 here and 9:59 on the wiretap were the same thing.
We never had her. We were finished with the 9:59, Your Honor. The only thing I had just asked her was about PJV2 when he objected. Well, we were finished with 9:59 about 5 questions ago. So the only thing that Mr. Shard objected to at this time was that she was reading PJV2.
No,
That's
that
what the
she was
objection-
about to interpret.
She was not, and that's the thing. That
Okay,
was-
well, great. She's not going to.
Okay,
but-
well,
and that wasn't the state's intention.
I
Okay,
don't
then
know
I have
where-
no idea why you think any of this is going to establish that all of the times lined up, but.
I'm going to object on relevance grounds at this point because I don't know where we're going, but it seems that they were trying to establish something. They said they're done establishing that, and Investigator Viverito is still interpreting ankle monitor data. So I'm going to object to relevance in 403.
Your Honor, as I stated earlier, Mr. Shard has challenged what occurred at the light.
I know.
So at this point, we're just showing, based on admitted evidence,
What?
what occurred at the light, Your Honor.
But you don't know that call occurred at the light, food? Y'all, that's why I like Judge Whitaker.
Can I ask a question? Why is it improper or not relevant? So if there has been questions and testimony about whether the times for everything sync up, I think it's been Mr. Sharp's, his argument the entire time. Well, in the screenshot that was admitted to Detective Hogan, and
Okay, I didn't rule that it wasn't relevant. What we discussed up here at the bench was that it's not within the scope of redirect, which is when Ms. Hilton said, oh, yes, it is, because I'm going to be establishing that all of the times line up.
But on cross, he disputed that the 959 from wiretap was anywhere close or could be related to the 959 anywhere else.
Was established as being the same 959, and I have heard nothing that, maybe you could tell me how you can establish that.
So at 959, when he makes the FaceTime or the call, he is at 464 Windsor Street. Okay, so then you go to your next step.
No, that is, how do we know that he's at 464 Windsor Street?
Says it.
Because some other item of evidence says it, and we don't know that they're all running on the same clock.
That's what we're trying to show you it is, because at 959, if everyone would just wait, and we'll get to the big ta-da. So at 959 on the wiretap thing, it says 464 Windsor Street. On the ankle monitor, on a separate device, at 959, Mr. Jackson is at 464 Windsor Street. That correlates. They're the exact same place at the exact same time. At 10:02, it shows that he's at PJBR2, whatever. That's the intersection of I-20 and the light. And then at 10:02 on the FedEx thing, and it says 10:02:17. So it's the exact same thing. It's to show that all the times line up. All this questioning that the times are not accurate, that the times don't sync up. We're proving that they actually do sync up, which is what he challenged Investigator Viverito about this 959, and she's just making it up, and all the evidence is being presented as how she wants it to. And now we have physical evidence from different videos that show they actually all do sync up, that they're all running on the same, time width or band, whatever.
I think you can argue that. I don't think that is established. But if you want to have her say, but Ms. Hilton says she'll already left 959 anyway. So I'm still at a loss as to where we are. But we'll just get her back in. And
I have a motion before the jury comes out to bring her back in, because unfortunately it's my job to further tax the patients in court.
What's that?
Yeah, I have a motion to strike the testimony of Investigator Viverito as well as any evidence that came under her. And the reason I make this motion, Your Honor, is yesterday it came up that she had not been, that she had been following the case. The court asked me to not pursue that. I'm not.
Come up that she had been following the case. It came up that she knew that somebody had mentioned her on Twitter.
Okay, and your opinion would have been different if she was following the case? Because
No, if you know that she was following the case, that doesn't exclude her as a witness. You can let the jury know that.
Okay, because
You can ask her that.
I can ask her about her following the case?
Sure, and we'll see what she says.
Okay.
And if that's so, then it still doesn't exclude her testimony. It just lets the jury know, well, she may know some of this other
Oh my
stuff,
gosh,
but
this is
listen to
getting
some other
good.
witness.
Okay, because what I would like to get into, and we may as well bring it up now before the jury is here, is that she got into an altercation out in the hallway with Kayla Bumpus.
Why is that relevant to the guilt or innocence? of
I'm
these men?
about to go there, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just let me.
Oh my gosh, it's
She
coming.
got into it because she was watching Kayla Bumpus's YouTube feed about this case, and Kayla Bumpus apparently called her.
Okay, you may get into whether she has been tracking this case.
Mm-hmm.
You may not get into whether she got into a dispute with somebody
gets into
about their posts.
It gets into her bias against these defendants, Your Honor. It goes directly to it.
What are you proposing to ask?
I'm proposing to ask if she told Kayla Bumpus in the hallway that was the last time she was going to call her a hoe.
Oh my gosh.
It goes direct.
I'm sorry, the last time who was going
That
to
Kayla, sorry for the pronouns, that Kayla Bumpus was going to call Investigator Viverito
we need to
a
get
hoe.
into who it was, or just that somebody.
Oh my God.
I think we need to get into who it
Why?
was.
Why?
Because she's married to Mr. Jackson.
Oh!
Was she at the time? Is this for real, y'all?
Yeah. Well,
She's married to Mr. It came into court.
Happening between Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Jackson, this has nothing to do with the guilt or innocence.
Unfortunately, the bias of a witness. Well, fortunately, or I strike that. It is not fortunate or unfortunate, except for the fact that it is dragging this case on even longer. But a witness's bias towards a party may always be shown.
If she is in a dispute, if she's
Don't
in,
talk at the same time.
Caleb Bumpus is not a party to this incident. Caleb.
Yes, but if she's married to one of the parties, then that might qualify.
If I
Here.
just may be heard,
Oh my
I don't
God.
know. I'm not the proponent of this evidence. I'm hearing Mr. Weinstein out, but my silence should not be viewed as acquiescence that I believe this should be admitted. I need to hear what Mr. Weinstein's saying because I may have an objection myself.
what I'm saying is that if there is a relationship between Miss Bumpus and the defendant, then Investigator Viverito's bias against that
Against
someone-
being called a bad name?
No, if she is in an altercation with someone that's in a relationship with the defendant, I think, and especially if it is a threat, because
How is that a threat?
that's the last time you're going to call me a hoe. I mean, I've had clients arrested for less.
You may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, I'm not finished with my sentence. You may ask if she is following the case and has been following the case in any kind of manner. But it's really only relevant if she listened to the testimony of a witness. So you could ask that. But if she's just looking at, and I don't even know if she was looking at, maybe somebody told her. So why don't we get her in here and find all of that out outside the presence of the jury before we go into something that ends up being a bunch of nothing?
Well, that's why I wanted to bring it up when the jury wasn't here, Your Honor.
So can we also bring up before we go into the side searches, the fact that Ms. Bumpus represented Mr. Copeland, about to open up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think saying who this is before we find out anything, I mean, do we know whether, we don't even know whether she's actually married to him or if she was married to him at the time, or if Miss Viverito knows that, or if it was because of any kind of bias against Mr. Stillwell, or just that she doesn't like being called that name.
Well, and no one would, Your Honor, obviously. But if she is in an altercation with someone in a relationship.
What do you mean by altercation?
A verbal altercation.
Okay. I mean,
You know,
a
if there's-
verbal, that's
if
the
they're
last
idle-
time you're going to call me that?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the last time you're going to call me that? That's not exactly an altercation. Is that,
Okay.
is that all you've got?
That's all I have.
Okay, that's it. I think that this is 403 material.
There you go. One for the stick, finally.
Hoisted on my own petard, Your Honor.
Correct. All right, let's get the witness back in and the jury back in.
So hold on, all of that, and this is nothing. What were we even? Weren't we talking about something substantial? What was even the ruling on the original thing? So they just couldn't, y'all. So Kayla and Viverito got into it. Oh my gosh, y'all. Y'all gotta put some respect on Judge Whitaker's name, man. Judge Whitaker, no, she's been handling this case like an expert, and she handled that whole situation right there. Like, she didn't get caught up, she didn't get dragged into the mud. Whitaker just bobbed and weaved. So yeah, Viverito. This is wild. This is crazy. So did she at the end of the day, did she give Doug permission to ask about that or no? Because it sounds like she said he can ask. Then it sounded like she said they're going to bring in Viverito to do like a little hearing. Then she said, let's bring in the jury. Does anybody have a timestamp for what Kayla said, y'all? Usually I don't get into the gossip, but because this came in court, I want to see exactly what Kayla said, if anybody has a timestamp. If anybody has a timestamp for that, we can watch it on the next break.
I'm going to publish now 397 VVF.
No, the jury's back. She said bring in the jury. That's what I'm confused about.
And looking at 397 VVF, do you see that same PJV2 plus VR location that you saw on the spreadsheet?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to tell where that intersection is?
I am.
Where is that?
At Windsor, looks like just north of Rawson or at Rawson.
Now, on cross, do you recall when Mr. Shard asked you about the handgun that was on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
I do.
And he asked you about 3 types of guns: Springfield, Sig Sauer, and Smith & Wessons.
Yes.
Right. First, let me ask you, do you know if a Springfield makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Do you know if a Sig Sauer makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
And do you know if a Smith & Wesson makes a 40 caliber weapon?
They do.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Safety Exhibit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes only. Tell me if you recognize those types of weapons: a 531, 532, and 533 VV.
One is a Springfield XD firearm, one's a 6 Sauer P229, and one's a Smith & Wesson.
And looking at those 3 weapons, are they able to illustrate what you were talking about, the distinction between the Glock 27 as well as these other types of weapons?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 531 VV, 532 VV, and 533 VV for demonstrative purposes.
Admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Looking at 531 VV, are you able to tell the jury about the distinction you were making between the grip of, say, a Springfield versus the Glock that you were talking about on the table at 2830 Waters Road?
Yes. It'll be along the bottom part of the grip.
Say it one more time.
Along the bottom part of the grip. Be right. You might have to scroll it up for the jury.
Or can you use the one at the...
Or I'm sorry, right here. This is straight across, like with a little bit of a piece that comes down towards the back.
And is that distinguishable from what you were describing with the Glock?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 532 VV.
Again, the same thing. You'll see there's something that comes down in the back, but otherwise it's higher up towards the front.
And you had to speak into the mic for me because I can't hear you.
Sorry, it's lower towards the back, higher up towards the front. So it kind of a part that dips down in the back and then comes up.
And for 533, I'm sorry, what kind of gun is this 532 VV?
I believe that's the Springfield XD.
Or 532?
I'm sorry, which one? 532? It's a 6 Sauer P229.
Okay. And then 533 VV.
You'll see again here, there's a piece in the back, but then once you get to the front, it's just straight across.
And then what type of weapon is 533 VV?
That would be the Smith & Wesson. I'm sorry, the 530. Yeah, the Smith & Wesson.
Now I want to go to, and Mr. Kokomo, if you can help me out, please. DS57A, DS57C, and DS58A. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Shard, they asked you whether or not there were people, I guess, not to say looking for Mr. Stillwell, but that there'd be some concerns for his safety because of the Tierra Jones killing. Do you remember a line of questioning regarding Tierra Jones?
Yes, several years ago, that was an incident.
When was the Tierra Jones killing?
It was several years ago. I can't remember the exact date.
Do you remember the year?
Not offhand.
Now, looking at, I believe this is DS57A. Is this the communication between Mr. Stillwell and Miss Alexander regarding the shooting at McDaniel? Excuse me,
It is.
at I-20 and McDaniel.
It is.
Do you see any response from Mr. Stillwell in the text message that's, dang, babe, I was just at that intersection. Or man, glad it wasn't me. I just missed being at that location.
I do not.
Do you see any text messages to Miss Alexander that says, man, I was just at that BP gas station a little while ago. That's up the street from there.
I don't.
I want to go to DS58. And is that the communication between Mr. Stillwell and his grandma?
It is.
All right. Do you see where she says, hope you're not near Windsor Street shooting on the news? And says, answer me, please.
Yes.
Does he say anything to his grandma? I'm like, know what, grandma? I was over there earlier, but it's not me.
He does not.
Now, we talked about searching for on Fox 5. Do you remember talking about the searches on Fox 5?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any searches on March 14th when both his grandmother and Taisha were asking him about it, asking him about whether or not he was around that location or if he heard about it? Did you see any searches for the shooting on that day, on March 14th or in the early morning hours of March 15th?
No.
Are all of the searches on March 17th?
They are.
And is that the day he was ultimately arrested for these charges?
Yes.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 437 VV, page 2145. April 1st, 2022, from 11 p.m. 11 minutes to 11:20 seconds into that call. 11 to 11:20.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume. Hey,
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know, they gunpowder, forensic, all this shit there.
yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
During that call, he says when they talk about that GSR stuff, it's going when they wipe it down, it's gonna come back clean.
Correct.
At any point, he's saying, I don't know why I don't even know what any of this is about.
No.
Does he say to his best friend, I don't even know why they took this?
Proper commentary, also facts and evidence.
Sustained.
Does he say to Demikian Grant on this call, I don't even know why they took that car?
No.
Does he say to Demikian earlier in the call, that Miles and Quay, they don't need to worry?
Yes.
Miles and Quay, were they both in a Ford Fusion?
Yes.
Were they in the car that was furthest from Mr. Drinks?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Stillwell told Mr. Garlington, I told them not to talk to the police, don't say nothing? Did you hear what he told Mr. Garlington that?
Yes.
And this entire call is on the contraband phone
Correct.
that can't be monitored,
Correct.
or outside of it being a wiretap cannot be monitored.
Correct.
LPR readers, what information do you need about a car in order to look for a car on an LPR reader?
A license plate, a tag number.
Do you at least know the make and model of a car?
Overruled.
You can try by make and model, but it's not very accurate sometimes, especially at night.
With the two cars that we saw in the FedEx surveillance video, were you able to see any license plate information on either of those two cars in the FedEx video?
I was not.
And at that FedEx video, is that where we see the Audi and the Ford Fusion run the red light?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. No further questions.
All right, recross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Investigator Viverito, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
So you were just asked about LPR readers, and I think the context is figuring out the car that did the U-turn and the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell.
Okay.
And you said you need a license plate and that you can't see a license plate from that video.
Or if you have it, sometimes a make and model search might work, but at night, in my experience, it's not very accurate.
Well, are you aware that it was in fact a make and model search that night that revealed the license plate of the white Audi and the white Ford Fusion?
No.
Okay. That Detective Ender, I believe her name is, did? Okay. So the bottom line is LPR search by make and model, it's never going to work if you don't try, is it?
No, but if you're saying she did it for those two, it probably should have captured whatever other car.
Okay, I agree. All
Yeah,
right,
but,
so what's the license plate of the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell?
Well, I was going to continue. Like over the summer, I've been working in investigation quite extensively, looking for a very particular 2 cars in the city. I probably have searched every LPR in the city by make and model. And at night, you may put white Nissan, you may put white this, white that, and I'm getting back white Tesla. When I look at the license plate and pull up the results, they're not correct.
Okay, I appreciate that anecdotal story about what you've been doing this summer, but the fact is that night, make and model was used to reveal the license plate of the Ford Fusion and the white Audi.
Right,
And it was nighttime on March 14th, correct?
Right, but depending on what LPRs those cars had hit, that location on Windsor right there, I don't know if there's one right there that would have caught it clear enough.
Okay, well, what LPRs did the car that sped up behind Mr. Stillwell that has not been tested for gunshot residue, what LPRs did that hit?
You'd have to ask Detective Hogan.
Okay, wait. You keep saying ask Detective Hogan. One minute you're on the side of Windsor Street trying to find homeless people as part of this case.
Correct.
And the next minute you don't know anything about the case and it's Detective Hogan.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Well, I want to know, do you know if any LPRs were run on the make and model of any cars besides the white Audi, the Ford Fusion, and a red Versa? Do you know if any other LPRs were run or even attempted to be run?
First, I wasn't in charge of running the LPRs for the case.
Okay.
And if they were running it by make and model, that maybe they saw, if you have a make and model, it's much easier than just say, not having one that you're looking for.
You talked about the phone conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington about he never told Mr. Garlington, I don't know why I'm being arrested or something to that effect, or I don't
Correct.
understand. Okay, when people are arrested, you've arrested people before, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you typically tell them what the charges are. You give them that courtesy.
Yes, of course.
And you tell them what you're arresting them for.
Of course.
Okay, they don't have to agree with you, but you do inform them of it.
Correct.
Okay, so are you saying that Mr. Garlington is the first person that Mr. Stillwell would have talked to after being arrested on that jail call or that phone conversation? Is that what you're saying?
No, he'd been in custody for a minute at that point.
Okay, and you would agree that there's probably been significant ability for the people that arrested him, other people involved with the case, to inform him what his charges are and generally what he's accused of.
I don't think that's what Ms. Hilton meant. That's not how I took the question for me.
Okay, cool. We pulled out this mapping information for the call on March 15th at 2 a.m.
Correct.
And it showed that, remember that radius? And
Correct.
it was Mechanicsville.
Correct.
Mechanicsville is in fact in the city of Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
It's in the city.
Correct.
And finally, just one other thing I wanted to ask you about. Miss Knight, could you do me a huge favor? I think it's 471 DV. Could you publish? Did I get the number right? Oh. Okay. This is 471 VV, and that is a picture of Mr. Nichols, correct?
Correct.
And on it says, on the picture on the right says, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, bloodied killers.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm not an Instagram person.
Okay.
Those words are those words that Mr. Nichols typed into this photo.
No, I stated that yesterday.
Okay, well, we're going to go through the whole process today.
Okay.
So these words are when you pick a song such as Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, and someone clicks on the post, the music plays, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and as the music plays, lyrics come up.
Correct. You select a portion of the song that you would like to play.
Well, that's not entirely true. Instagram suggests a portion.
It's like between a 10 and 30-second portion.
Yeah, and
that
Instagram
you can
suggests.
you can agree with it or you can modify it.
Right, but Instagram suggests.
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm posting something and I want Young Boy Never Broke Again, Villain, I'm going to post, I'm going to say that's the song I want, and Instagram makes the suggestion.
Correct.
Okay, and now I want to go to the video. Miss Knight, can you help me out with the VVA? Thank you, Miss Knight. 471 VVA. And Miss Knight's about to publish it. What I would like to do, and I know we've seen it already, but if you would indulge me, tell me when the screenshot that you took and provided in Discovery for 471 VV, tell me when that comes up.
I've been here to it all. I won't fuck with you often. Baby, I ain't got no reason. I think I need you.
But you know what, man? I don't give a fuck. But y'all pussy. Don't even come from no fake page. Come from your real page. I don't get no fuck, man. Come on, man. Hey, it ain't private. It ain't private.
But
And this is what they want me to do on Instead of Heights. I might die. Never get on another fucking roller coaster a day in my life.
oh, you talking about? I don't want to talk. Won't speak on that, I'm too official.
Name a block ain't hit, name a hoe ain't hit, name a nigga don't try this shit, survive this shit. Every nigga don't try this shit, don't die this shit.
I can't tell you, it might have gone too fast. I'm not sure.
Okay, could you go to 140 and just 138? Okay, right there, and just start playing again.
Won't talk, won't speak on that, I'm too official. I heard your niggas let them choppers off. Strictly about beef. I go to war with any nigga. I heard them say that they won't smoke with us. Ain't got no better nigga, ain't gon' fuck with us. So what you saying is?
So, Miss Knight, if you could just rewind it, and it's very brief, about 1 second. A little bit further. I appreciate it. Investigator Viverito, when you saw this story by Mr. Nichols, you had to scour this story to find the spot on this post where it had those lyrics, didn't you?
Well, no, I turned over in Discovery the video in its entirety because I felt all of it was pretty damaging and consistent with the case. But it's my understanding that we had to condensed the social media. So that was the screenshot that was turned over in lieu of the video.
I'm going to ask that question again. To get that screenshot, you had to parse this to a millisecond to get those words up on the screen.
Or I just took a screenshot and it happened to be that one and we kept it.
Oh, it just happened to be that one.
There are other things that that probably would have been better to keep
Okay.
that weren't kept.
So, so you just happened to screenshot. Now, you would agree that in this video, there's Mr. Nichols and these lyrics are being shown on the screen as music is being played.
Yes.
And you would agree that many of the lyrics as the song is being played are up on the screen and easy to read.
Correct.
Okay. And right before the lyrics become easy to read, there is a split second, a millisecond, that has those lyrics in that picture. 471 VV, isn't that correct?
Correct.
You don't even know if those lyrics were the ones, first of all, you don't know if it was just suggested by Instagram or actually chosen by Mr. Nichols, right?
The song was chosen by Mr.
Yeah,
Nichols.
of course the song.
Okay.
I'm talking about the lyrics. You don't know if it was the Instagram choosing these lyrics because these are the most popular ones in the song and they make a suggestion.
No, but based on the rest of the videos on the post, the theme is murder, bullets, guns, things like that. It fit.
So again, and you don't even know when it's on for that millisecond. Just supposing, hypothetically, if Mr. Nichols did choose the lyrics, you don't even know if that was Instagram just had the last lyrics up and then was getting to the lyrics he chose, which are shown clearly, or if it's something that Instagram just chose. You don't know.
I don't, but he can preview the post before it posts to his account.
Okay. So you have absolutely no evidence that Mr. Nichols intentionally chose those lyrics.
Which is why I included the video in its entirety with the other posts about murder and shooting.
And in preparation of this case, you scoured this video and paused it at that exact millisecond when it had those lyrics.
Did not. I took a screenshot.
Okay, took a screenshot. I'm sorry. At that exact millisecond where it had those lyrics that are in
I-
471 V.
I probably took several, trying to catch all the lyrics, and that was probably when we had to condense evidence. That's one that was chosen.
How many different screenshots did you take?
I have no idea.
Well,
We're
can
talking
you
about.
just tell me from your report?
I can't. You can look at my folder that was assigned to discovery and tell me.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Weinstein, anything? Okay.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon.
So you mentioned that Mr. Kendrick's phone was seized at the time that he was arrested on May 9th, 2022, correct?
It was.
And his phone was extracted.
It was.
Did you review that extraction?
I did.
And if you reviewed that extraction, did you see that he had been spending several months in LA and then only returned to Atlanta within a day or two of the day he was arrested?
I did.
Did you also see other location data within that phone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And in that location data, again, he'd been spending the bulk of his time in California, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you look through all the photographs on that phone?
I looked through a good bit of them, yes.
The two photographs that were shown in court this afternoon, are those the only two photographs of interest that you believe were in the phone?
No, there was probably a few.
Okay. Did you find any evidence on that phone that Mr. Kendrick was in possession of any firearms?
No.
Okay. Let's briefly return to the Richard Mill watch.
Yes, sure. Sure.
I understand the eye roll. During the seizure that day, and I'm looking at a property report.
Sure.
During the seizure that day, you, and when I say you, I mean APD. Can I say under your supervision? Is that accurate?
I didn't work for APD at that time, so I
Well,
couldn't.
Okay, then let's just say APD. Y'all see APD seized. APD seized a necklace and a pendant from a bedroom. Correct?
I guess I'd have to look at the report. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Well, you do. You were involved in this. They seized a blue box of jewelry. Correct?
Correct, in a red box.
And a red box of jewelry. They seized jewelry that was on Martinez Arnold.
I believe so.
They seized a Chevy Corvette,
Yes.
a Dodge Durango,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz AMG,
Yes.
a Mercedes-Benz GLS class,
Yes.
a Porsche 911,
Yes.
a Jeep Grand Cherokee,
Yes.
a pink Lamborghini,
Yes.
another Mercedes-Benz aluminum silver,
Yes.
about jewelry that was located in a Mercedes AMG.
Yes.
And they even seized a ring found on Jeffrey Williams' hand, correct?
I'd have to see which one was on his hand. I didn't have any contact with Mr. Williams when he was arrested.
Okay. So despite seizing all of that, you left behind the Richard Mille watch, pink with a white ceramic case.
Again, Mr. Weinstein, as it's being inventoried, the jewelry is being looked at. I use photographed. The jewelry is being put on this thing. If you watch the video, and it's placed on the shelf, and nobody messes with it again.
So was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused. Do you have any more witnesses?
I know, but before we do, we just need to, can we have about 5 minutes, Your Honor? I just want to confirm that we have in evidence.
To make sure that everything's in evidence, sure. We'll take a short break. All right. While you are making sure that all of your stuff is in evidence, I need to ask each defendant some questions about to make sure that they understand their right to testify or not. All right, let's be back at 4:45.
So Weinstein decided not to go there, y'all. Do you think it was a good idea for him not to go there? Or do you think he should have gone and made this into WWE for a little bit longer? I mean, he did tarnish her with the whole watch thing. He did tarnish her with the watch. So maybe that was his best. Maybe that was his best. Well, remember, Weinstein, he's not going to put on a case. So he is not, he already said he's not going to call any witnesses. So one of my questions that I've been having at this point is, is Doug going to get to express why he's not calling any witnesses, or I kind of doubt it. Yeah, the judge did 403. I didn't know she 403 the whole thing, or if she just 403. Because at first she was saying he can ask her, was she watching the trial? So that was permitted. But the part about Kayla was 403, but he didn't ask her anything about watching the trial either. So remember, that was the first thing he was talking about. He should have definitely went there. She's been watching the trial. Right. So there's two separate issues. One is watching the trial, and two is the confrontation with Kayla based on what maybe watching Kayla's YouTube stream or something like that. Closing arguments are going to be, it's going to be epic. Shannon might have asked him not to go there. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I mean, Max did kind of push back a little bit, or at least urge caution. But Max did not deny that Shannon is married. Max did not deny that Shannon is married. So that's it, y'all. Y'all, we have just made it to the end of the state's case. I kind of feel like Viverito's evidence, I feel like the evidence she presented today was not as good as the evidence that she presented, was it yesterday or Thursday, whenever she started. That first evidence that Viverito had was probably the best evidence. Y'all do hit the like button, please. Hit the like button, y'all, if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. So, for a long time, people were really against Judge Whitaker. And I, in a sense, defended Judge Whitaker, and I wasn't on the anti-Whitaker bandwagon. And y'all saw why today. I mean, today is a great example. Judge Whitaker, she has refused to get drawn into craziness. And look how she went back and forth with Hilton as well. Judge Whitaker has just struck me as a very, very smart judge. And to be honest with you, I feel like Judge Whitaker stands head and shoulders above Judge Glanville in just poise and legal reasoning and intelligence and articulation. I'm impressed by her. I mean, I don't want to sound like a fanboy, but when you compare her to Glanville, it's just night and day. It is just night and day difference between the two of them. When Whitaker says something, you may disagree with her. You might say people were saying she's biased and whatnot, but she sounds like she knows what she's talking about. And yeah, she did. She certainly has had some of those rulings that were like, okay, you just want to keep this trial going, particularly any mistrial ruling. She just wasn't going to give you the mistrial. It just wasn't going to happen. You knew she didn't want to give it to you before you asked for it. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's fair. But Judge Whitaker knows her stuff. And she is very astute. And if you think about Glanville, it's scary you could get a judge like Glanville. I'm going to be honest with you. That is just scary. And people will say that because of his bias. I say it more because of how unsure of himself and how he seems to sometimes not know what the heck is going on. So, yeah, judges do work for the state. What's funny is I saw a meme going around saying that Kamala Harris had worked for every branch of the government. She had worked for the judicial. She had worked for the executive, and she had worked for the legislative. And I think people, I was supposed to be showing y'all Viverito. I think people thought that Kamala Harris worked for the judicial branch because she was a prosecutor, but it turns out prosecutors work for the executive branch. I'm going to show you this from Thugger Daily's. Thugger Daily posted a picture of Viverito today. I just have to find it. So the judge is on the judicial branch, but the but the prosecutors are apparently on the executive branch. That doesn't even sound right, but I looked it up and that's what I came up with. I want to show y'all a picture of Viverito real quick. Okay, here we go. Give some shine to this person. Here, we're going to start with this image. This is like a facial image of Viverito. None of these images are HD, by the way. They're all kind of blurry. Here's kind of a shot with a filter. Here's the full body shot. And here's another shot. She was holding something up. So I'm going to go through these one more time. This one, full body. Let me remove this chat. This has a filter on it. And then she definitely she lost a lot of weight. Need her Instagram. I don't know. I don't think anybody has her Instagram, or we would probably have much better photos of her. She got them tatas with that watch money. Yeah, that's what people were saying. I know. I mean, listen, I'm trying to keep a somewhat respectable stream. It looks like she lost some weight at some point. And you know, I'm gonna reserve my commentary. She looks like an African. No. Okay, now I'm gonna show y'all again. There's no way Viverito definitely does not look black at all. Look at her. No way. Oh man, I can't make it bigger. No way she looks black. She wants. Oh, excuse me. She wants to. Okay, my bad. I misread. Okay, I thought you said she does. I'm about to say, nah, no way. But I misread you. You said she wants to. I don't know what she wants to look like. I think she's probably Italian. Isn't Viverito?
Examined by one of the prosecutors. Do you understand that? All right. And do either of you need any more time to talk with your lawyers about your decision whether to testify? All right. Mr. Kendrick, do you personally want to testify or not? Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you personally want to testify or not? All right. I find that each of these defendants has made a decision whether or not to testify with an understanding of his rights. All right. All right, we need to do anything else before we get the jury out, and I'll ask if you rest. And then have y'all made a decision about whether y'all going to present evidence? Okay, you want to let me know, or you want to be dramatic about it? Okay. All right. All right, then I'll get them out. We'll close the evidence. I'll let them go for today and tomorrow. Have them come back on Thursday. And tomorrow, I mean, we can start the charge conference. And, oh, forgot something. There'll probably be a motion, I suspect. Okay. All right. Forgot about that. Okay. So I guess technically you need to rest before that motion. So I'm going to have to bring them in, then excuse them again. Okay. Yes.
I understand that we're trying to keep things moving. I'm going to ask if Your Honor would consider giving us the afternoon and evening to look at the directed verdict motion. I know that you've suggested we need to be doing that, but there's only 24 hours in a day, and I think it would probably be more fruitful if all of us had an opportunity to review kind of what's come in, and so we can sit down and have an educated discussion.
Sure, that's fine. So tomorrow we'll gather together. You'll present whatever motions you have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whatever response there is, I'll have to consider all of that. But I would also like to do the rest of the charge conference, the RICO part of the charge conference.
Can we have a further discussion with that once we excuse?
Yep, sure. Okay. What are you, do you need?
I was thinking procedurally, what happened? We rest, then we have, we bring them.
We rest. I let them go for the day.
Y'all, Max just said he's not going to be presenting any evidence. Man, I would like him at least have brought in a video expert to examine that video. He should have kept Maker say yes and no, then Maker look biased. This post she screenshot, she said. I think he did a good job with that. She's just one of those smart alecky people, y'all. She's just a smart aleck. I mean, I shouldn't say judge her as a person. She's a smart alecky witness. I don't know how she is as a person. Yeah, they want a directed verdict, but are they going to get it? You have a licensed clinic you sell out of. I can refer someone. I don't know. Wish he would call Hogan back. Oh yeah. Hogan just seemed like he didn't care though, to be honest with you. Hogan was almost like whatever. It's the state's case to win. Listen, y'all, at this point we have to be more specific about winning as to
All
what
right, Ms.
charge.
Hilton, does the state have any further evidence?
No, Your Honor, the state of Georgia rests.
All right, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, considering the hour, I think that I'm going to let y'all go for the day. And then actually tomorrow, we will all have matters to take up outside of your presence. That's been kind of a common theme in this trial, and it happens in every trial, I promise. So y'all will have the day off tomorrow, and we'll see you back Thursday at 9 a.m. And just let me remind you, all of the instructions that have been applicable to you for the entirety of this trial remain applicable right now. Don't try to find out any kind of information about this case from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't let anybody talk to you about this case or anybody involved in it. Don't try to do any research about the case. Don't ask anybody hypothetical questions about the case, and we'll see y'all on Thursday. Thank you. Okay, so what else did we want to discuss?
When we were, Your Honor, when we were talking about the RICO jury instructions, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I understand that we have certain jury instructions, preliminary, we both submitted preliminary jury instructions.
Yeah.
And I know that we have certain ones on that document that we're all sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to make sure, are there any other proposed instructions from the state that I need to be aware of to prepare for argument? Because I don't want it to be sprung at the last minute.
I mean, I haven't gotten any. Are there going to be any more forthcoming? I've been trying to put some together from various things that I've culled from different RICO cases. And that was pretty rough when I sent it to y'all yesterday. I've worked on it a little bit more today. So I'll send y'all an updated draft, which, Ms. Persfield, let me send that to you right now. So what this is now, it will look somewhat familiar, but it's in a little bit more polished form. So the first 4 pages are what I've put together, and then the last page and a half probably is lifted, some of the language lifted from the APS, RICO, not APS Atlanta Police, APS Atlanta Public Schools cheating trial. I have looked at some other trials too and tried to pull some language from that. But if there's something else, I haven't gotten it yet. Mr. Floyd, are you going to be providing us with any suggested jury instructions on RICO and or a possible verdict form with regard to RICO, which would be really nice?
Those are separate but related questions, Your Honor. So to answer the first one, we haven't sent anybody any additional ones. We've looked at yours. They've been kind of evolving. But I don't have very much complaint about them. They're largely drawn from APS, and I wrote those. So I'm not, it's only just a matter of whether there's anything in between.
Those aren't actually drawn from APS. I didn't look at the APS stuff until this afternoon, but okay, you can take credit for it.
Well, I thought that's what you said. I'll tell you that they are, if they're not drawn from APS, they're drawn from cases that use a version of the APS charges.
Okay.
There might be an intermediate generation, but they.
Anyway, I hear you saying you think they're pretty good.
You heard me say, I think they're pretty good.
Okay.
And I mean, I can't at this stage, because we're just starting this process.
Sure.
I can't foreclose that depending on what you decide to do with one charge, we might suggest that another needs to be supplemented or we add something.
Sure.
But I think.
You don't have any whole scale additions that you think need. We'll just hash through it. Okay.
I do not, and I think there's one issue that has to be resolved. I mean, I only have 2 charges submitted by Mr. Kendrick.
Yeah.
I don't have any charges submitted by Mr. Stillwell. On RICO.
They're working together on it.
We're working together.
Okay, that's what, I'm just making sure I'm accounting for everybody here. I understood they were from the defense. They have the name Kendrick on them, so that's why I made that specification.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna surprise you. We disagree with them. I'll explain why. One is a short explanation. One is a longer explanation. You have statute of limitations.
Oh yeah, I already told him he's totally wrong on half of that.
Okay,
You missed that part. But
Okay. All right. It's the opposite. The rule is the opposite of that.
all right. Well, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow if that's okay with everybody.
Sure. And the other one, which is how you instruct the jury about overt acts and what conclusions they need to reach, that feeds into the jury form. And I've done a good bit of research and I have some things to say about that.
Well, if you have anything for me to consider sort of in the interim, because you probably are not going to be, I mean, you might be working on the directed verdict motion and response, but if you're not, and if you have something that I could be considering in the interim, go ahead and send it to Ms. Persifield. Because yeah, I mean, it's a lot more straightforward when you're alleging RICO and not a RICO conspiracy. And so I definitely want to get right what it is that the jury has to find.
Understood. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can tell you that what the state submitted is based significantly on APS, which was also a RICO conspiracy case.
Mhm.
It was also based significantly on the jury charges that were submitted in a federal Georgia RICO case based on sex trafficking this year.
Okay.
And also on a case that was tried last year in Brunswick that was a Georgia RICO conspiracy.
All right.
So it's sort of the evolution of that. And I'll address what you want me to address, however you want me to do it.
Okay. All right, so if you do have anything more in writing, go ahead and send that now, and that includes a potential verdict form, just send it to Ms. Persifield, she can send it out. I mean, I think we've got a list of all of the attorneys, so.
I don't have anything set to send right
Okay,
now. But
that's
if
fine.
it's tonight or first thing in the morning, our view is the verdict form can be very simple.
Interesting.
We would want probably a more detailed.
Tell me more.
Okay, why don't I get into that then, Your Honor? So the question I think that has come up is whether the jury should be asked to decide which acts of racketeering activity the members of the conspiracy agreed would be committed. And there's two approaches to that. One approach, which is usually what defendants suggest, is that there's going to be a very long list of every one of them, and they're going to be asked somehow, did the conspirators, which would really mean any of the conspirators, any two of them, agree this crime would be committed. Because the ultimate objective has to be a substantive violation of the statute. That's the Supreme Court, US Supreme Court said that in Salinas, and I think you've recognized that in things you've said and pleadings that have come along. The other approach is to say, instruct them that they have to agree that the conspiracy contemplated certain types of acts of racketeering activity, and they have to decide whether the conspirators agreed that any of those types would be committed without going to specific ones. So, and usually when I've addressed this issue or something like it, the argument from my opponents is, well, why wouldn't we want to know everything? And the answer is, you get a case like this where you have almost 200 overt acts, about half of them are also racketeering activity. And that is an opportunity for a lot of confusion, and it takes a lot out of the jury. It's a big ask for them. And jurors,
No, we've already asked so much of them.
I suggest we ask not that much more, but that's just me. But the point is that is just not normally how it is done. And this starts out with, and I know we submitted a brief on this earlier, a bench brief, but it starts out with a basic understanding of what conspiracy is. And the crime in conspiracy is the agreement. The crime is not the commission of acts of racketeering activity, because none have to be committed.
Right, it's
for a
the agreement
conspiracy
plus
violation.
one overt act.
Exactly. And the function of the overt act is important to understand too, because the overt act doesn't have to be a crime. And the reason is the function of the overt act, which is to show that the conspiracy is in operation.
Right.
And I realize I may be telling you a couple things that you are very familiar with, but I will be very brief. Common law, no requirement for overt acts at all. There's no constitutional requirement. Federal RICO doesn't require overt acts. The Georgia General Assembly decided to track 1648, which is the general conspiracy statute in 2015 that was added. I'm actually kind of familiar with how that happened by coincidence. And so that's it. We have an overt act requirement. But all that overt act does is show that the conspiracy doesn't exist solely in the minds of the conspirators. It's actually moved into the real world. And there's kind of a fairness issue in that, which isn't required, but many legislatures decide to do it because it gives someone who, I'll just draw the example, there's folks are having a few beers and there's a lot of talk about what ought to be done, and everybody says, yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
Nobody does anything. The next morning, someone sobers up
Charge
and
somebody
says,
with the crime.
hell no. So that's how it functions. So this question has not come up under Georgia RICO. This question has come up numerous times under federal RICO.
This question being what?
Does the jury have to decide which acts of racketeering activity the conspirators agreed to commit, or is it sufficient for the jury to decide the types? Okay.
Okay.
And the answer is uniform. Every federal court that has addressed this question has said it is type, it is not specific. And I can give you.
I mean, I think that makes sense because what is required is they're agreeing to do bad things through a pattern of interrelated racketeering activity.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. And so what we get to, and I mean, just to kind of illustrate it in a case like this, suppose you have members of a gang and they are discussing what they want to do versus their ops. And they say, we hate those guys and we want to kill them. Everybody agrees. Yeah. I mean, wherever they are, we're going to hunt them down. We're going to kill them. If we can get them all, we'll get them all. We'll get as many as we can. Right? Have they agreed to kill a specific individual? You don't know the first person they're going to encounter. You don't know which of the members of the conspiracy will encounter that person first. If they are successful in encountering them, you don't know whether the encounter will be fatal to that individual, whether they'll be wounded, or whether they'll just be assaulted because somebody shot at them and missed. But all of those are acts of violence. All of those are within the scope of the enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you have all of those things actually happening in real life. They're not hypothetical. A terrorism analogy would be a group of people who agree to plant bombs. And they say, we need to destroy, I'll put it in Al-Qaeda type references. We're going to destroy the symbols of the great Satan's arrogance. Yes, what are those? His monuments, his hotels, his whatever, okay? We must do this, yes. How far will we go? As many as we can do. They've agreed to make bombs, plant bombs, destroy things, hurt people. We don't know exactly which bomb will get planted, exactly where it'll actually go off, whether hundreds of people will be injured or nobody will be injured. But they have agreed to engage in this course of activity. That is the violation. It's manifest. In federal law, all they would have to have is that conversation. Georgia law, all they would have to do is have that conversation plus an email, a phone call, or in some cases, as it tends to be, many, many other things.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all it is. And that's why, just for the record, I'll give you a few examples. The United States v. Applins, APPLINS, 637 F 3rd 59 at 8081. It's a Second Circuit 2011 case held. The jury was not required to answer special interrogatories as to which specific predicate acts each defendant would commit. U.S. versus Gutierrez.
What? 637F what?
Sorry.
What's that one?
637 F 3rd 59
Okay.
at 8081. United States versus Gutierrez, GUITERREZ, 963 F 3rd 320 at 328. District Court was asked to issue special verdict form requiring the jury to identify specific racketeering activities each appellant conspired to commit. It declined, affirmed.
Okay. Is it reversible error to require the special interrogatory?
I could not say that. No, I don't think it's reversible error.
Okay.
I think I believe you have some discretion here.
Okay.
The question is, how is it best exercised under
Okay.
the circumstances? U.S. v. Cornell, spelled like the school, CORNELL, 780 F 3rd 616 at 625, 4th Circuit 2015. Cornell cataloged the cases. It surveyed the federal cases and said I'm quoting, every circuit to have considered this issue has concluded that for a RICO conspiracy charge, the jury need only be unanimous as to the types of racketeering acts that the defendants agreed to commit.
Okay. And that does seem to make sense to me because, again, we're at the conspiracy stage. We're not at the completed racketeering acts stage necessarily. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I won't belabor the point then.
What else? How about overt acts? I mean, those need to, if there's going to be one needs to be found, at least one needs to be found. That would need to be specified, right? And found unanimously, right?
At least they have to be unanimous that an overt act occurred. Yes. They generally, and I'm looking for, I apologize, I have the language with me. It'll take me 1 second. I have an example, and if I can't find it in 20 seconds, I will send it to you.
Okay.
But the instruction was, you must unanimously find that an overt act was committed, and you must be unanimous as to which one. It was not, you have to go top to bottom. And I think that is more efficient and just less likely to cause confusion. The overt act,
I would like
something the
that cite-
statute requires, but it doesn't require a great deal of effort. Here, the question was, and I'll show you the case. It was not a RICO case. Unfortunately, lots of cases talk about what the court did, but don't tell you exactly what it said. They don't give you the exact instruction. A case called United States versus Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E, 96 F 3rd, 1444. It is out of the Fifth Circuit. It was, I just want to be clear, it was not a RICO, it was a conspiracy.
Mhm.
The question that was asked was, do you agree unanimously on at least one specific overt act which was committed in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit each of the offenses you checked in question 1? Because there was more than one conspiracy.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much we can say that's on all fours, though, considering, like you said, it's a conspiracy case and not a RICO case, which I know RICO's a conspiracy, but we've got a specific overt act requirement in our statute. Do you know of any Georgia case law or case law from a sister state with similar RICO statute that answers this question?
Well, let me tell, I'll take a shot at that in a second, but let me back up, because the case I was talking about, I should have said this up front, it was conspiracy to commit obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The federal obstruction statutes don't have their own embedded conspiracy provisions.
Mhm.
So that's a general 18 USC 371 conspiracy, which is almost identical to 1648. So that was under a conspiracy statute that had an overt act requirement, just like ours does.
Okay.
And if you were to match 1648 against 18 USC 371, they're basically the same statute. I think 1648 is drawn from 371.
Okay.
As far as other states addressing this, I have not found anything.
Okay, and so would your suggestion as to how the court ensures that they find one within the statute of limitations just be to include that in the instruction, not only you must unanimously find one and it must be unanimous as to which one it is, you must unanimously find one within whatever that date range is?
They have to find one within 5 years
Yeah,
of the
no, I know.
indictment.
I know.
That's the test.
But I mean, would you just say like, you must unanimously find one within this date range?
Yes, I mean, you could, well, the instruction that I saw, that's the other one I was going to talk about. And you suggested that you'd already settled that. I didn't hear exactly how it was settled.
Oh,
But the test,
yeah, the other one about like, I can't remember exactly what it said because I've already deleted it from my version, but that anything that wasn't an overt act within that statute didn't even get included, and that's not true. It can be 500 of those as long as one of them is within the statute. They can find however many others they want to outside of the statute.
yeah, and they can go back to the beginning of time
Yeah.
as well. This question was answered in a ruling by
Which
Judge
question
Glanville.
now?
the statute of limitations question.
Yeah, I don't have any question about statute of limitations
Okay.
question.
All right.
I know that that proposition was incorrect, and
Okay.
I understand what the law is.
All right. And then, okay, so I may have been missing the exact question you asked me.
So
I'm
the
sorry.
question I asked is if I am not having them find, overt acts 1 through 190, do you find this or not?
Right.
Then is the way that I ensure myself that they found an overt act that is within the required 5 years prior to the indictment to just tell them you need to unanimously find at least one overt act within the date range, and your decision about which one has to be unanimous?
Yes, I think that takes care of it. It actually answers both questions. Those were the only two
Okay.
charges I really had much to say about, and I think that would take care of it neatly.
Okay. All right. Well, again, we'll get into the nitty gritty tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
For what it's worth, in Georgia, the closest that I know of this issue coming up was the Dorsey trial. And in that, Judge Becker had initially said she wanted the jury to fill out this form. That was a substantive RICO. And so she would have been listing predicate acts, not overt acts. But
Right.
that's kind of the same idea, basically. I don't know exactly why. And initially I wasn't successful in changing her mind, but she wanted to do it after they decided guilt or innocence and then bring the jury back. Jury went 3+ days and they came back and
Well, there are these
were a mess.
federal statutes, or not statutes, I'm sorry, but there's federal case law that seems to suggest that they need to find guilt, and then, and only then, do they need to say what predicate acts they found, which I find to be odd, but.
That's mostly, I think, out of the Second Circuit,
Yeah.
and nobody else
Third
has
Circuit,
decided
too.
they like it. I mean, you can
that
find
may have been
many
why,
different
but
ways of
anyway,
handling it,
yeah.
especially if you go back.
Very odd, doesn't help the jury at all.
Well, no, and asking the jury to do that if they've been deliberating for a very long time and coming back in and saying, and now you have another homework
I
assignment.
mean, what I want to do is give the jury a logical and correct roadmap as to how do you consider this?
Right.
What are you supposed to think about? What are you supposed to find? If you don't find it, then what happens? I want to give them instructions that actually help them deliberate.
Yeah, yeah, and it's actually there are federal opinions that say sort of offhandedly a RICO conspiracy case is a lot easier than a substantive one. I'm not sure everyone agrees with that, but I don't think it's a lot more complicated. It's really, do you have an agreement? Would the agreement have violated the statute if it was consummated? And was there an overt act? And then as to each individual, were they part of that conspiracy or not? And if it's
All right, let me ask you this.
the nuts and bolts.
So there has to be a, determination from the jury, whether it's a violation of subsection A or subsection B, that, they conspired to either participate in the enterprise or acquire money through a pattern of racketeering activity, and that somebody committed an overt act to further just the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, or to further the specific pattern of racketeering activity that had been agreed upon?
No, it is not. There's nothing, first to kind of walk it through, there's nothing in the case law that says it would have to be as specific as the second. And so if I'm just conspiring in an enterprise, if I'm just saying, I hear you guys are the best robbery crew in town, I want to be part of it. And they say, okay, but you have to ante up $1,000, or we have to use your car. Pick anything you want. Give me your cell phone. Lend me $100 till payday. Any of that. As long as it ties to that enterprise, that's sufficient. And that's why the overt act itself doesn't have to be a crime. And part of what happens here is if we pile on additional requirements that aren't in the statute,
Okay, so it's just then to further the criminal objectives of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
And it's the criminal objectives of the conspiracy as alleged in the indictment, right?
Yes. So
And
if
it's
I,
not the non-criminal objectives of the conspiracy, is it?
if I, if I wrote a haiku that didn't talk about other gangs or violence or anything else, I don't think that would do it. I agree. But the point is, it doesn't, that overt act doesn't get mutated into a full-fledged attempt or conspiracy of its own.
Oh, yeah, I
Because
know.
otherwise the
I mean,
statute
it can
would say
be,
that.
we're going to kidnap whomever.
Yeah.
And then we're going to kidnap their daughter or whatever. If I go by rope, that's not illegal, but that's an overt act in furtherance of our conspiracy to do bad things.
You drive,
So, yeah.
you drive by the house and you say, yeah, they're home.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
Okay.
not illegal to drive by the house. And it's not illegal to look in the window. But if
Okay.
it's part of that conspiracy,
Mhm, mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, but the objectives of the conspiracy, I mean, the objectives, so in the indictment, there are these objectives of the enterprise, YSL, listed out. Some of which
5, I think.
are criminal and some of which would not be criminal.
They have, some have non-criminal aspects to them, yes.
Some are entirely non-criminal.
Right.
And so an overt act to further one of those things would not equate to a crime, assuming all of the other elements are there,
I understand what you're saying.
right?
I think that's correct.
Legally correct? Okay.
It says, the statute says an overt act to effect the object of the conspiracy. It speaks in the singular, it doesn't preclude the
Right.
plural.
And that has to be a criminal object, right?
We're talking about, well, the object is ultimately to violate a substantive provision. And I'm not trying to mince words, I'm thinking along with you.
Yeah.
But if you're forming an enterprise, remember that an enterprise can be legal.
Yeah.
And so I might, if I form an enterprise as part of this, like different from this case, but an example, I form a corporation,
Mhm.
but I'm forming the corporation as part of a securities fraud scheme or a money laundering scheme or something like that.
Mhm.
That can be an act overt act in furtherance of the objectives of the conspiracy. It is not itself illegal. I think we all agree the overt act itself doesn't have to be illegal.
Right.
The statute says to effect the object of the conspiracy.
Right. And when it says to affect the object of the conspiracy, implied in there, but necessary, is it has to be a criminal object of the conspiracy, because it wouldn't be a conspiracy if it weren't an agreement to do something criminal.
We wouldn't be charging a conspiracy to comply with the law. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody need any further exposition before we get more detailed tomorrow?
No, I just want the opportunity to respond tomorrow. That's all.
Oh, absolutely. And if you want, I mean, it's only 4:20, so if you want to respond to anything right now, go ahead. But y'all wanted the afternoon to work on the directed verdict, so.
And I'm going to reiterate my humble request of the state in an effort to get to the bottom of the directed verdict stuff and arguments. I know you're busy. Could someone please send over email copies of the exhibits that you have admitted? Because I think they were giving us, for most of the trial anyways, PowerPoints of the upcoming exhibits. And I think that would cut to the chase about a lot of these directed verdict, because my memory is not perfect going back 8-9 months.
I believe Ms. Knight has started, and I thought she sent the link. I'm confirming. Are there
Okay.
certain acts that you want, because of the amount of media in some of them, and they're taking a little longer? Are there certain acts, and we can talk offline.
Yeah,
Are there
yeah,
certain
yeah.
acts that we can start with first, and then get
Okay.
the other ones up?
All right.
And I assume you'll have, if you find that whatever that law is that we're talking about on the downtown.
Yes. Yes, Ron, I will forward the case.
All right. And then y'all will have specifically a list of evidence that exists and is admitted in this trial to support every one of these counts, right? Because I'm assuming, I mean, I don't know what they're going to move for directed verdict on, but you'll have the answer as to whether there is evidence to support it. Okay.
And I'm just trying to.
All right. By tomorrow, when we take this up in the morning, like I don't want you to say to me, oh, now that I've heard what the directed verdict is on, let me have the next 4 hours to get my response together. Because we talked about this a week and a half ago, that we were getting to this point and y'all needed to be ready with whatever y'all were going to say as the defense and whatever you were going to respond to as the state. Okay. All right. See y'all at, we want to say 9? Okay. See y'all at 9.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, my friends, we have made it to the end of the YSL Rico trial. We will be back. Will they be broadcasting tomorrow? Y'all want to hang around so I can double check? I don't know if what they're going to do tomorrow is broadcast. I don't know if it's going to be broadcast or not. Let's see if Kathy Rasan is saying anything. I don't know if it's going to be broadcast. Let's just pop back on tomorrow morning at 8:15, 8:30, touch base. I'm going to review at some point. It might be today. It might be tomorrow. I want to review everything we just saw about the instructions to try to understand better, because to be honest with y'all, I was spaced out a little bit. Everybody, before you go, hit the like button. Do hit the like button, everybody. And also, y'all, please, I'm trying to get this other channel. I'm trying to get us to 1,000 subscribers. I need y'all's help. All you got to do is just go over there, hit the subscribe button, and you are good to go. Y'all, please go hit the subscribe button. I'm going to be covering like the Dirk trial or the Melly trial. One of those trials I'm going to cover on this other page, because I can't cover all the different trials on just one page. I can't cover all the trials on just one page because people are going to get confused. So I'm going to look at the Dirk trial. I'm going to look at the Melly. It'll probably be the Melly trial. Honestly, I'm going to cover the Melly trial. I think I'm going to cover on this morbid, because the Melly situation sounds particularly morbid. I mean, these were two friends of his who are not with us anymore. So I plan to cover the Melly trial on the Morbid Law Stories channel. Also, anything that comes up that's particularly morbid that people are interested in, Karen Reed is another one. So I'm going to put the link here one more time. I thank everybody who participated with the super chat or who became a member today. Gonna log off. Oh, I never got to say thank you to Hapanesa Jones for the 1999. I think I shouted everybody else out, but Hapanesa Jones and Kit Kat, thank you for becoming a member. Anyway, y'all, do subscribe. Yeah, I'm spamming my chat with the link. Go over there, subscribe. Check out one of the videos. It helps us get to the 4,000 watch hours we need. And other than that, I will likely be back on tomorrow at 8:15. So we'll see y'all then. Oh, yeah, Hair Alchemist, enjoy your birthday as well. See y'all mañana. Have a good night. Oh, yeah, I might pop on a live tonight, if maybe on the other channel. Try to get some hours up, you know? It's quite possible. Maybe we'll talk about some of this stuff later on if we can get some subscribers. Anyway, see y'all.